Talia. No. Luke's voice broke through the storm. Talia lay slumped on the back of the shadow griffin, her skin pale and tinged with sickly green. A long, barbed dart protruded from her shoulder. Lightning flashed overhead. Luke dropped beside her and yanked the dart free. What the hell is this? Poison, Lucian growled, eyes narrowing. A manticore's dart. We have to get her to camp now. Rain lashed at their faces, thunder booming so loud they could barely hear one another. Grover, are we close? We've been running for 2 days. Annabeth screamed over the wind. Grover squinted through the downpour, eyes fixed on the hills in the distance. Over there. Once we're past those hills, we cross the property line. Camp is just beyond. Before they could advance, a pack of hellhounds leapt from the shadows, snarling and blocking their path. Lucian, can you shadow travel us? Luke asked, still clutching Talia. Lucian shook his head grimly. Not with a group this size. We'd be vulnerable inside the void. There are things that can pull us out, things worse than death. A monstrous roar echoed behind them. More creatures emerged from the storm. Chimeras, storm spirits, manticores, a menagerie of nightmares. Something snapped inside Lucian. His eyes glowed an ominous red as he stepped forward, voice reverberating like thunder. Stand down. Make way. The hellhounds whimpered, ears flat, and backed away. But it was too late. The horde was already upon them. Flames lit up the night as the chimeras opened their maws. The shadow griffins threw their riders clear, shielding them with their bodies before disintegrating into smoke. Lucian's scythe appeared in his hand. Look, Grover, take Talia and Annabeth. Get them to camp. No, Lucian, you can't. Annabeth clutched his shirt. He gently pried her off. You know why I have to do this. I trust you both. Grover grabbed Annabeth, who kicked and screamed. Luke lifted Talia into his arms. Even weak, Talia reached for Lucian. No. Luke met Lucian's eyes. Survive this. Lucian smirked. I'm a survivor. You know that. As they fled toward the hills, furies descended. Lucian's reserve griffins intercepted, tackling them midair. Lucian summoned his shadow army. Protect them, he ordered the hellhounds. Then return to me. The hellhounds howled and escorted the others. Lucian turned to the battlefield, eyes glowing, body drenched in blood and rain. He swung his scythe, cutting down a chimera, then blocked a manticore's sting with its blade. He unleashed spikes of earth, arrows of shadow, blades of black fire. His magic roared with fury as monsters fell, only to rise again under his control. But it wasn't enough. A cyclops smashed through his defenses, sending Lucian flying to the base of the hill. Blood streamed down his face. Above him, more monsters closed in. He thought of running, but the hills were swarming. The fates, it seemed, had other plans. On Olympus, Lachesis trembled. His string, it's dying. Clotho gasped. The golden thread was now a dull gray. Atropos raised her shears, hands shaking. Don't make me do it. We don't want to be alone again. In his fading consciousness, Lucian heard voices. Giving up already? Hades' voice was cold. Lucy, get up. His mother's voice, stern and unfamiliar. You said you'd be a hero, she whispered. Heroes don't die on their backs. Both voices overlapped, rising in fury. Stand up and fight. Lucian's body ignited with black flame. The monsters swarmed him. Boom! An explosion of energy blasted them away. Lucian stood, bloodied, shirtless, his red eyes glowing like twin suns. It's over for you bastards now. He charged. He transformed. He raged. His weapons danced between forms, scythe, spear, sword, bow. He killed. And when the last monster fell, he whispered, Arise. The battlefield echoed with the roars of shadow-reborn beasts. Atop the hill, Lucian screamed to the heavens, shadow soldiers kneeling, black fire swirling, tears running freely. Above his head appeared a glowing red bident inside a circle. He had been claimed. Chiron, watching from below, bowed his head. What is his name? Luke, trembling, whispered, Lucian Blackheart. Chiron dropped to one knee. Every camper followed. All hail, Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, lord of the dead, king of the underworld, the one that is unseen. Lucian's triumphant roar faded into manic laughter. His head tilted back, one hand over his eyes, the other clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha! You see that, Zeus? I win. I, Lucian Blackheart, survived. You tried to kill me, and I walked through your wrath. This is my victory. The sky, which had briefly cleared, rumbled once again. Dark clouds surged across the heavens as thunder cracked ominously. Zeus' fury was building. Below at Camp Half-Blood, everyone stared in stunned silence. Is he insane? Does he want to die? He hasn't even crossed the property line yet. Even amidst fear and confusion, there was a subtle thread of awe. Only Lucian Blackheart could shout defiance at the king of the gods. Dionysus, watching from a distance, took a sip of his drink. Well, if he wasn't dead before, he might be now. A bolt of lightning struck the spot Lucian had just vacated as he calmly walked down the hill, dragging his scythe behind him. Dust exploded into the air behind him, but he didn't flinch. As he reached the boundary of camp, he stopped, standing perfectly still. "Lucian!" shouted Annabeth, Luke, Grover, and Talia. They moved to run to him, but Chiron stepped forward. "Stop! Don't go near him." "Why not?" Annabeth protested. "Because," Chiron said solemnly, "he's unconscious." That last shout drained everything he had left. He's only standing by sheer will. Everyone turned to Lucian, realizing that Chiron was right. His eyes were closed. Chiron turned to a camper. "Get the Apollo cabin. Bring nectar, ambrosia, as much as you can carry." Far away, in the loom of fate, Clotho spun in joy. "He lives," she cried, dancing and grabbing Lachesis. "Thanks to you and Atropos," Clotho beamed. Lachesis smiled softly. "I strengthened the thread just enough." He made it. Atropos, still holding her shears, let out a deep breath. The once dull thread now glowed golden again. She had resisted the pull to cut it. They had done the impossible. "We saved him," she whispered, smiling faintly. "But even gods have rules. Power doesn't free them, it binds them. They are servants of destiny, not masters." Mount Olympus, throne room. "I'll kill that brat." Zeus thundered, fist clenched around his master bolt. Ares chuckled. "You have to admit, the kid's got guts." Aphrodite stifled laughter behind her hands. "Uncle Zeus, he really told you." Zeus snarled as Hera placed a hand on his arm. "He's just a boy, my love. Don't let him get to you." Poseidon laughed from his throne. "Come now, brother. Just youthful frustration." Zeus' scowl deepened. "Hermes, summon the council. Hades too. It's time we decided the boy's fate." Athena interjected, voice calm. "Father, you swore a pact. If Lucian survived to reach camp, you would leave him be. He's dangerous." "I must protect Olympus," Zeus insisted. Hermes sped off, and one by one, the gods filled the throne room. Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Demeter, Dionysus. "Where's the wine?" "I'm parched," Dionysus grumbled. Zeus glared. "Another word, and I'll extend your punishment." Dionysus sulked into his seat. Finally, Hades entered. He and Zeus locked eyes, divine power crackling between them. "Hades, Zeus, Poseidon," their brother said, grinning. They ignored him. "Let's get this over with," Hades said coldly. "I dislike leaving the underworld for trivial nonsense." "Then let us begin," Zeus said. "The fate of Hades' son hangs in the balance." Hades narrowed his eyes. "A pact was made. Break it again, and your word means nothing." Zeus growled, "He's too strong." "A threat. You've broken 2 pacts already," Hades snapped. "Break a third, and you'll be king of nothing." Athena stepped forward. "Let us vote. Majority rules." Zeus hesitated. "Swear it," Hades said. "Swear on the river Styx." After a tense pause, Zeus nodded. "I swear if the vote favors him, I'll stand down. Unless he threatens Olympus. And I swear not to seek vengeance on your children unless they endanger the underworld," Hades replied. Athena stepped forward. "All in favor of Lucian's death?" Zeus, Hera, Demeter, Dionysus raised their hands. "He's dangerous," Zeus said. Just following my husband, Hera added. Accursed child, Demeter muttered. Meh, I want my punishment shortened, Dionysus shrugged. All in favor of sparing him? Hades raised his hand. He is my son. Ares raised his. That fight was glorious. Aphrodite giggled. He's adorable. A total heartthrob in the making. Artemis raised her hand. He's not a threat. Aphrodite gasped. You vouch for a boy. Poseidon raised his hand. Let's be fair. A broken pact is a broken pact. Hermes raised his hand. He saved my son. Athena was last. He protected my daughter. He deserves to live. The vote was cast. Lucian would live. Zeus clicked his tongue. Fine. The boy lives. For now. Hades smirked. Pleasure doing business. Zeus shouted. This meeting is over. Hades departed without another word. One by one, the gods followed. Left alone with Hera, Zeus fumed. I should have smote him. Hera sat on his lap. You're just stressed. I know a way to fix that. Zeus raised a brow. Hera smiled slyly.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lucian's eyes fluttered open and noticed a wooden, unfamiliar ceiling. Is this the part one stupidly asked myself, where am I? He tried to lift himself up and grimaced slightly. He pushed himself up and sat upright on the bed he was laying at. Lucian looked around the room and realized his friends were all sleeping within the room. Annabeth and Talia were at each side of his bed, resting their heads. Luke sat on a wooden chair by the door with his arms crossed and his head down, while Grover stood by a wall leaning against it, snoring and letting out little baws. Lucian looked down at his body and noticed that he was covered with bandages all over his body. He lifted the covers slightly and touched his neck and realized everything was covered in bandages. He touched his face and noticed some parts of it had small patches of bandages, making him sigh. He closed his eyes and leaned his head on the wooden bed frame behind him, remembering what he last went through. I take back everything I previously said. I'm the fucking main character cause. That was awesome. Lucian looked at his bandaged, covered palm and tried to remember the feeling. A tiny black wisp of smoky black flames manifested in his hand. I wonder what I could do with you, little guy. Lucian whispered towards the flame. He then heard the sound of a metal tray dropping, causing him to snap his head towards the door. Due to his trance on his black flames, he didn't hear the sound of a door opening. Lucian looked at the door and saw a boy a few years older than him look at him in shock. Holy shit, the unhinged Shadowborn Seraph. You're actually alive, he said in disbelief. Excuse me, Lucian asked, but the metal tray hitting the ground woke up everyone in the room. They all looked at Lucian and yelled out his name before jumping on him, bringing him into a large hug. Lucian, you're awake. Ribs, ribs, he yelled out, making them realize they were squishing him. They back away with an apologetic smile. Okay, before you all scold me for whatever reason and whatnot, there's something that takes priority, Lucian said, stopping his friends from talking first. He pointed towards the boy that appears to be 10 years and asked, what the fuck did he just call me? Causing the boy to flinch and drop everything he was picking up. Luke got an awkward expression, but before he could say anything, Lucian grabbed him by the shirt, pulling him close. What's with that expression? It better not have been you, or I swear, Luke. Lucian asked with the threat hanging in the air. Luke shook his head, making Lucian releases him. I actually tried to stop it. They kept trying to give you these long nicknames, saying that for your accomplishment and epic battle you at least deserved it. But I put a stop to it. Well, at least I tried to. But seriously, Seraph? Associating an angel with the son of the underworld? I would have thought the devil or something would be more appropriate. Lucian sighed. Luke snickered at that. The Seraph part actually came from the Aphrodite cabin, believe it or not. What? Lucian exclaimed in surprise. Talia nodded while joining in the snickering. Everyone initially considered adding devil to it, but the Aphrodite cabin wholeheartedly declined, claiming that you were too small and cute to be called a devil, and you were more like a small angel. Lucian didn't say anything for a while and then asked, do they have nothing better to do? You'd be surprised. And you should have heard the other ones they tried putting on you that I had to shut down, Luke said with a weary smile. Hit me, Lucian said. I would, but you're injured, Luke said with a teasing smirk. Lucian rolled his eyes. Har har har, you're so funny, Luke. They were planning on calling you Netherbane, Cryptic Bane, Havoc Spawn, Shadow Song Ravager, Eternal Abyss Walker, Cryptic Underworlder, Insane Shadow Whisper, Netherrealm Marauder, Shadowborn Slayer, Umbral Cataclysm. Lucian listened to everything with his mouth hanging wide open. How long have I been unconscious? Luke's awkward expression returned as he then said, 25 hours, making Lucian let out a sigh of relief. Lucian then tried to get out of bed, but the others tried to stop him. I think you should recover, Lucian. It isn't good to be up and about in your condition, Grover said with a worried tone. He's right, Lucian, Talia said, also worried. Lucian just shook his head. Don't worry, I know my body more than anyone else. I'll be okay. They realized that no matter what they do or say, Lucian was still going to stand up, so they had no choice but to support him. Lucian looked at his ring, slightly surprised as he hadn't expected it to turn back into its ring form. Willing it to transform into a scythe, he used it as a walking stick, limping out of the cabin door where the little boy was already gone. Where are we actually? He asked. We are in Camp Half-Blood, young Lucian Blackheart, Chiron said, appearing next to them as they exited. Geez, thanks, man. I couldn't tell with all the kids wearing bright orange shirts that say Camp Half-Blood on them. Lucian said with a sarcastic tone. A minute as where I was sleeping, Lucian asked and looked up toward the upper part of the cabin and saw Apollo's symbol. Chiron's lip twitched when he first Lucian's sarcasm, but he can't deny that it was a pretty stupid answer on his part, as he was just trying to make the place seem more magical. Anyways, if you guys don't mind, I have some very, very important things to do at the moment, Lucian said with a serious expression. Everyone just looked at him in confusion. It's time I get my loot. I just can't have anyone go there and take it away reaping the benefits of my hard work. Almost everyone facepalmed when they heard that, as they thought it would actually be something of importance. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, young man, Chiron said, shaking his head. Lucian tilted his head in confusion and let Chiron continue. Your father's servants are taking care of it as we speak. The three Furies are waiting for you, where you last battled, with your spoils of war. Sweet, Lucian said as he started to make way towards the hill. Lucian was too focused on the loot to notice the look everyone was giving him. The onlookers displayed a mixture of fear and awe. They hadn't anticipated him waking up until a few days later. Lucian's small and injured body seemed unfit for immediate healing with nectar and ambrosia. Feeding him too much could risk burning him away, as they were foods of the gods and not made for mortal consumption. So they had anticipated his recovery and ability to walk in a few days, not a few hours. As they walked towards the property line, Lucian decided to make conversation as it was getting awkward walking in silence. So what do you think of this place, guys? Luke shrugged his shoulder. It's okay. I guess I won't say I have that great of a first expression of this camp. It was Talia's turn to shrug her shoulders. It's odd, I guess I'm mostly excited to try out the different activities this place has to offer and fight. I practically live here, so I can't talk bad about it. Bah, I love this place like my home, Grover said, looking at Lucian and the others nervously thinking they would judge him, but what glad when he saw them nodding their heads in understanding. They soon crossed the property and looked towards Annabeth, but she didn't say anything and stayed quiet, which worried Lucian. He hadn't heard her say a word apart from his name since he had woken up. Lucian looked at Luke and Talia for help, but they just shook their heads. Lucian shook his head as well, but for a different reason. He cleared his thoughts and chose to deal with what's in front of him, then deal with what's going on. Lucian then saw three women standing before what appeared to be a pretty big pile of different parts of the monsters that he killed and they dropped/left behind. Lucian stood in front of the three women while his friend stood a few feet back to give him some space and be at a respectable distance, but not too far so they could still jump in case something goes wrong. The three women then bowed their head. Young Lord, Alecto, Tisiphone, Majura. Lucian called them individually as they lifted their heads as their names were called so Lucian could know which one's which. We have done our duties and collected everything for you. Young Lord, We will now be on our way, Alecto said, bowing her head slightly in respect. Without him noticing, Lucian's black-colored eyes gained a red hue. I will thank you for collecting these things and keeping them safe, but don't think that just because of that I will forget about you guys going after my friends. Alecto, Tisiphone, and Majura felt a shiver down their spine when they noticed Lucian's red eyes and wondered why such a little boy could scare them so much. The only reason they stayed was because their master commanded them and told them to be respectful, otherwise they would have long left. They nodded their head and unfolded their wings about to take them, when Lucian then said, "Oh, and when you meet my father, tell him, when I see him for the first time, I'll probably try and punch him in the face for what he has done." The three sisters looked at each with an awkward expression. "We'll relay the message," Majura said before they all took flight. "Now, then for my little beauties, come to Papa," Lucian said, wiggling his fingers towards his spoil of war. Spoils of war are a part or parts of a monster's body or an object used by a monster that does not disintegrate when killed. They can also be a belonging of some importance that is claimed from a defeated enemy. Lucian looked at the pile and noticed some claws, some teeth, a giant eyeball, a huge club, a scorpion's tail with some poison dripping from the end of it, and goat horns, which could all be used for crafting magical weapons or making some potions with. Lucian then looked towards the lion's pelts and smirked. He grabbed the lion's pelt. Although in ancient times it remained a lion's pelt, in modern times the mist transforms into a full-length golden-brown duster that protects the wearer from the elements and all forms of attack. Lucian, not wanting a golden-brown duster, closes his eyes and wills the mist to change its form. Now, instead of a golden-brown duster, it's a pure black fur coat, which he casually draped over his shoulder and bandaged torso. The wind was blowing, pushing his long hair back, causing the fur coat to flutter in the wind as well. Pick! Lucian then closed his eyes once more and noticed that his shadow was filled with monsters. The amount practically doubled, so now, instead of it being 150, it was now 300. It looks like I've got a power-up. Nice. Lucian noticed that he had gained 36 manicores, 37 chimeras, 6 Nemean lions, 20 storm spirits, 50 more hellhounds, 1 more cyclops, making it a total of 150 plus the 150 which he already owned, making it a total of 300. Lucian then looked at the remaining 5 Nemean pelt and took 4 on his arms and expanded his shadow to swallow the remaining spoils of war. Lucian turned towards his hand and held out the pelts. "Well, what are you waiting for? Take 1 inch." They all shook their heads. "We can't. You risked your life to fight them by yourself. It wouldn't feel right to take your spoils of war for ourselves," Talia said, shaking her head. To which the others nodded, their heads agreeing with her. Lucian looked at them in confusion, which caused them to look at Lucian back in confusion, confused about what he was confused about. "But I don't remember asking you guys if you wanted one. I was telling you to take one." But Luke tried to reject it, but Lucian just groaned. "Just take it already. Why would I want them? I already have one. What in the underworld could I possibly do with 2 of them? They would just lay there to waste inside my shadows when they could be of use and keep you guys safe. Plus I have 1 more to spare. So I'll repeat myself just once. Take it." Lucian then started handing them out while simultaneously changing their designs to suit them. Like Talia, who got a leather jacket just how she likes them. "Come now, young heroes, it's time I give you a proper tour of the camp and get you all sorted," Chiron said as he guided them back down and over the property line. "Map of the camp. Didn't you guys explore it already?" Lucian asked them, to which they all shook their heads, declining. "Well, Lucian, your friends were worried about you and never left your side, so I couldn't give them a proper tour," Chiron informed him. Chiron then pointed to a big sky blue building in front of them that is known as the Big House, which serves as the main administrative building at Camp Half-Blood. To the side is where campers could enjoy a game of volleyball between themselves. Chiron continued showing them. While he was showing them around, the campers who were nearby would look at Lucian and start whispering to themselves. "He actually alive? I know, right? With those injuries, I don't think I could have survived no matter how much nectar and ambrosia I consume. He's just a kid as well, so I wonder how he did it. Well, he's a child of one of the big 3 after all. Is the difference really that big?" Lucian just ignored them while listening to Chiron, That's as the arts and craft building. I don't need to go into too much detail, since it's self-explanatory. They continued walking a few more steps, and they soon arrived by the cabins. The cabins, also known as divine cabins, each represent one of the Greek gods and goddesses. Demigods attending the camp stay in the respective cabins patronized by their immortal parents. Lucian and his group saw the 12 cabins and saw a couple of demigods enter and exit their respective cabins. Talia looked around in confusion. Wait, I get that there's 12 cabins for the 12 gods of Olympus, but what about Lucian? His father isn't part of the 12 gods, so where would he be staying? Chiron then went on to explain, being the god of travelers, Hermes' cabin has an acceptance policy stating that any undetermined camper can stay inside. This means half-bloods whose immortal parent hasn't claimed them or whose immortal parent doesn't have a cabin at camp would stay in the Hermes cabin. No offense, Luke, but I'm not staying there, Lucian said without hesitation. Why would I be offended? I don't want to go there either, Luke scoffed. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair for Lucian to just be thrown in Hermes' cabin after being claimed and being a child of the big three. Talia shook her head. Chiron sighed. There's nothing I could do about it. I'm just the activities director. That's just how it's always has been for. Well then, I'll just build my own cabin, Lucian said with a smirk. I don't think you can do that, Chiron said with a weary smile. But before we come up with a solution, let me continue showing you around. Chiron then showed them the mess hall where they all eat. Then he showed them the arena, the armory, the Pegasus stables, and the strawberry field, which are being taken care of by children of Demeter. And that, young heroes, concludes our guide, Chiron said with a smile. Yeah, thanks for the tour, Chiron. I'm going to go and start building my cabin now, Lucian said, turning around and heading back towards the cabin section. Glancing back at his group of friends, he noticed Annabeth still being quiet and looking down, prompting him to sigh. Annabeth, come with me, please. I really need you right now, Lucian said, smiling at her. She was slightly surprised, but then nodded her head and walked towards him. His other friends looked at each other and sighed. They had been concerned about Annabeth ever since Lucian pulled that stunt of sacrificing himself. Her quiet demeanor had been a source of worry for them. When Annabeth stood next to Lucian, he put his arm over her shoulder, and they slowly walked towards the cabin section of the camp. So why have you been down lately? Lucian asked as they walked together. Annabeth didn't say anything and just looked at Lucian slightly before looking ahead. You know why? Lucian nodded. That may be true, but I think it's sometimes better to just let out our grievances. Annabeth's face scrunched up slightly as her lips trembled, trying to stop herself from crying. You almost died? I would have never seen you again. Tears unwillingly fell from her eyes. Seeing you standing in front of a horde of monsters all by yourself without any help, it was so scary. I thought that would be the last time I ever see you. All I could do was watch as you got farther and farther away, and I couldn't do anything except be dragged towards safety. I couldn't do anything to help you. I couldn't think of a plan. I couldn't fight. I couldn't go there and take you to safety with me. I couldn't do anything. You took me away from my father, helped me get stronger, taught me how to fight, gave me a weapon so I could defend myself. You even allowed me to learn a lot of different things from your mother's book, which I know is something precious to you. You did everything you possibly could to make sure I could survive and take care of myself. And yet, I couldn't do a single thing in return to repay you except watch you sacrifice yourself. Annabeth broke down crying, and Lucian pulled her into a hug as she cried harder in his arms. She cried away all her sadness and worry that she had held for the past few days. Being chased for 2 straight days, having Talia be poisoned, Lucian sacrificing himself, Lucian actually surviving, but barely, and then not knowing whether he would actually survive due to his injuries. It was mentally taxing on a 7-year-old girl. In Lucian's embrace, Annabeth found solace and a release for the overwhelming emotions she had been carrying. After a few minutes and strange looks from every passerby, Annabeth calmed down but didn't release Lucian. Promise me something. No, Lucian instantly replied. Annabeth looked at Lucian in surprise. Please, Annabeth pleaded, but Lucian shook his head. I already know what you're going to ask me, and I'm not going to promise you that. Annabeth bit her lip and pressed her head against Lucian. You're cruel, do you know that? Lucian nodded his head. I'd rather be cruel than not keep my word or promises. Lucian then sighed and pressed Annabeth's cheeks, squishing her face and making her make weird faces while pulling her face away from him for a bit. He started to dry her tears with his thumb. We talked about you crying, Annabeth. You're too ugly when you cry. I'd rather not see it, so don't do it. But I'll make an exception this time. Now come on. I really did need your help. Lucian continued walking ahead, and as he took a few steps, Annabeth asked, Are you seriously not going to promise me it? I just can't. There's no way I can promise you to stay away from danger and not sacrifice myself for my friends when they're in danger. If my friends need saving, I would do everything in my power to save them, Lucian explained. Lucian then looked at Annabeth and made an inside joke to himself, even jumped to Tartarus. Annabeth was shocked before slightly smiling and scoffing, thinking he was exaggerating. When Lucian continued walking ahead, Annabeth soon followed, appearing next to him. Lucian looked towards Annabeth and asked, Feeling a bit better? A bit, you were right. I feel a bit better expressing how I felt, but it doesn't really change anything. I still feel useless. Lucian lifted an eyebrow towards her and said, Didn't I literally say I actually need your help? Annabeth looked at him in confusion. What is it? I need a great architect to help me design a cabin for myself, Lucian said in a serious tone. Are you sure this is a good idea? It could get you into trouble with the gods, Annabeth asked worriedly. Lucian then put on a clueless act, pretending to be a regular 7-year-old boy. What are you talking about, Annabeth? I'm just a little boy that needs a roof over my head. I don't know any better. After all, I'm only 7. When they arrived at the cabin area, Lucian looked around once more, trying to pick a good location. If he were truly petty, he would have chosen the location next to Zeus. But he had already angered him enough. Anymore, and he would be pushing it, and Zeus would then retaliate. As he looked around, he saw a girl sitting by the campfire by herself, attending to it carefully with a smile on her face. Hestia. The name instantly came to Lucian's mind. I see, so that's Hestia, the goddess of hearth. Picture. Lucian went towards her, and Annabeth followed closely behind, looking at him in confusion. Lucian sat beside Hestia while Annabeth wondered what was going on with him. She found out as soon as he spoke. Hello, Aunt Hestia. It's nice to finally meet you, Lucian said with a small smile. They didn't look at each other and just continued gazing at the fire in front of them. Hestia also smiled, but in a much softer way. I don't think I have ever been called Aunt Hestia before. It's nice to meet you as well, Lucian Blackheart. Meanwhile, Annabeth was in shock. A goddess stood before them. She quickly knelt down towards Hestia. Forgive me for not noticing you sooner, Lady Hestia, Annabeth said, causing Hestia to sigh. There is no need for such a thing. Just act naturally like my nephew over here. Hestia giggled. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Hestia asked, still tending towards the hearth with a warm gaze. Mostly curiosity. I wanted to know what the goddess of the hearth was like in person, Lucian said, shrugging his shoulders. Well, then I hope I didn't disappoint. Lucian shook his head. You didn't. You're even better in person. It's been a while since I felt like this, since I felt at home. Thank you, Lucian said, closing his eyes and enjoying the feeling of home. Hestia was radiating. Hestia looked away from the campfire and smiled softly at Lucian, patting his head. You left the place you call home at such a tender young age, survived on your own, met young people with similar experiences, bonded, and formed a family with them. You were willing to give up your life fighting to ensure their safety. Good job. You've done well. Lucian was shocked at first. He bit his lip to stop it from quivering, trying to hold back tears. It was the last thing he had expected, to be acknowledged. He didn't think he ever needed it. As a reincarnator, he should be mature about it. A few words of acknowledgement shouldn't mean anything. Has it been tough for Lucian? Yes, it has. Finally, after years of loneliness, he found someone he could call a mother, only to have her taken away. Then he was thrown into a dangerous world filled with gods and monsters. Meeting Annabeth and the rest, he was initially apprehensive of Luke. However, the more time he spent with him, the more he realized that he was just a boy with issues and not really a bad person. As a reincarnator, the secretly older one, he took it upon himself to be the responsible one, ensuring they made it to camp safely without anyone having to sacrifice themselves. Once again, the last thing he expected was to be acknowledged for his efforts. After all, it was what was expected of him, what he expected of himself. "Thank you," Lucian managed to say as he calmed himself down, to which Hestia nodded her head and stopped patting his head. She went back to attending the flames in front of her. Lucian then stood up and smiled towards Hestia. "I hope you don't mind if I come and visit you sometimes." Hestia just gave Lucian a warm smile. "I don't mind. You can come anytime you like." Lucian nodded his head and walked away, with Annabeth following closely behind. As Lucian was looking around for something, Annabeth couldn't help but ask, "You previously said that you needed my help? What for?" "As you know, I don't want to stay in Hermes' cabin, so I will just build my own. But the problem with that is that I have never built anything like that before and would require the assistance of someone who does, someone skillful," Lucian explained while smirking in her direction. Annabeth blushed slightly and asked, "But I don't get it. Why don't you want to stay in Hermes' cabin?" Lucian stopped for a moment and put on a pondering expression. "I guess when it comes down to it, it's pride." "Pride?" Annabeth asked, tilting her head in confusion. Lucian nodded his head. "I'm proud of who I am, proud of being the son of Hades. Even if he almost got us killed, which I would definitely punch him for, I'm still proud of it. Staying at a cabin of a different god, that's not my godly parent, would just feel disrespectful, and that I would be okay staying wherever. I know it doesn't make sense, and it's probably a really stupid reason, but I can't do anything about it. That's just how I feel." Annabeth nodded in understanding. She probably would feel the same way staying in a cabin other than Athena's. She held out her hand, and Lucian wielded his shadow to move towards her, dropping a book on top of her hand. This book was different from Lucian's. It was Annabeth's own personal book in which she jotted down her ideas and inspiration from the places they traveled and their architectures. "Where are you going to build it? How tall do you want it to be? What is it going to be made of? Do you have a specific design in mind? Then what about the inside? How many rooms?" Annabeth bombarded him with questions, wearing a serious expression. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'll probably do it by the end of cabin 11, which is Hermes' cabin, the last cabin of that row," Lucian replied. "Image." Annabeth nodded and walked towards Hermes' cabin. "As for the materials, I'll probably use black obsidian from the ground, which should be easy for me to control and make. For the design, still make it look like a log cabin. As for the interior, I'll leave that to you, as I don't have that much of an artistic style," Lucian said, answering Annabeth's previous questions. Annabeth nodded and started writing down everything in her notes. As they appeared by the Hermes cabin, Luke soon appeared. "What are you guys doing here?" Annabeth didn't say anything as she immersed herself in writing down ideas. "I'm getting help from Annabeth on designing and building a cabin close to this place," Lucian explained. "Did you get permission from the director of the camp? If you didn't, I think it's better if you went and asked him. We don't know how he would feel on the matter, and you can get into serious trouble, so it's better if you asked him first before you start anything," Luke warned. Lucian let out an exasperated sigh. "You're probably right, I'll be back." He then started walking towards the big house, where Dionysus, the director of the camp, would mostly be at. Annabeth stayed behind and started looking around the area with her serious expression, never leaving her. Seeing this, Luke shook his head and went back towards the Hermes cabin to get himself sorted and accustomed to the place he would be staying. When Lucian arrived at the big house, he saw Dionysus sitting on a rocking chair, wearing his usual attire and sunglasses, with a can of soda in his hands. "Yo, Mr. D, I was wondering if you could give me permission to build my own place of residence here," Lucian called out. Dionysus let out a loud groan of annoyance. "Who even are you, kid? Why are you bothering me?" Lucian Blackheart, and I was wondering if I needed your permission to build something in this camp." "Well, Lucy Blueback, I'll give you permission if you go and get me a vintage wine that's stored in—" "Don't call me that," Lucian interrupted, gaining a cold expression. "I don't care how wrong you get my name or whatever, but don't call me that. You don't have my permission to call me that." "Excuse me," Dionysus said, lowering his sunglasses and looking at Lucian with a raised eyebrow. "Listen here, kid, I don't need the permission of anybody to call you whatever I please. Now, shoo, go get me my wine before I change my mind. You know you're not allowed to be drinking, Mr. Dionysus. Stop trying to exploit these young heroes, Chiron said, stepping out of the house. Oh, come on, stop being such a party pooper. I just came from a meeting with dear old Dad about killing Hades' kid. The least I deserve is a drink for supporting him, Dionysus whined. I'm sorry, what? Lucian said, gaining a surprised expression, while Chiron sighed and face-palmed. It was super boring. Dear old Dad lost that vote with an embarrassing amount of votes against him. It was hilarious. You should have seen his face. He even had to make an oath to not bother the kid. Man, even though I supported him through it and voted for that kid to be killed, he still didn't allow me a single drop of wine. How stingy is he? Mr. Dionysus, please stop talking. And Lucian, I just checked and went over some records. You are allowed to build yourself a place to stay at, as long as it doesn't mess up with the integrity of the camp, Chiron said, turning towards Dionysus and then Lucian. Lucian was still in shock that there was a vote of him being killed, but he still nodded his head and walked away, still in shock. Chiron glared at Dionysus when Lucian walked away. Now why would you go and say something like that in his presence? Dionysus shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb with me. Dionysus smirked before taking a sip of his coke. It's getting stale. As for why I did it, think of it as payback to dear old Dad for not giving me a sip, even threatening me to increase the duration of my stay in this stupid camp. Chiron shook his head. He's just a little boy. He shouldn't be aware of such things. You can make him grow resentful towards the gods, and you could get into serious trouble for your actions. Dionysus scoffed. Then that's my father's problem to deal with, not mine. He took a sip of coke and grumbled about the taste. Chiron looked at Dionysus slightly before sighing and going back inside. Lucian returned to the Hermes cabin, deep in thought. Why would he tell me something like that? Dionysus isn't stupid, so why? Does he want me to harbor resentment towards the gods and take action? No, that doesn't seem likely. After all, I'm still just a little kid. But I can't completely rule out that possibility. Does he want me to owe him a favor or something? Lucian sighed as he arrived back to Annabeth, who was observed staring at an empty space a few feet away from the Hermes cabin. She had a pencil in front of her, her tongue sticking out to the side, and an eye closed before nodding her head and going back to writing in her book. Lucian decided that just thinking about it wouldn't get him anywhere, so he dropped it and approached Annabeth. When Annabeth noticed him, she smiled and then asked, Good, you're here. So, did you get permission? I'm close to being done. Lucian looked at Annabeth in surprise. Already? I thought it would have taken you longer. Annabeth's chest swelled with pride. It's thanks to my mother being Athena, known for being the goddess of crafts. When I started drawing my ideas, without me noticing, my hands quickly followed what my mind was thinking and already drew everything I had in mind. I see. Well then, yes, I did get permission. Chiron said I was allowed unless it affected the integrity of the camp. Lucian explained, leaving out the part of Zeus wanting him dead. She doesn't need to know about it. At least not yet, since it wouldn't do or solve anything, Lucian thought as he finished explaining. Lucian then looked at the spot Annabeth was analyzing with a raised eyebrow. So, this is the place you chose? Annabeth nodded confidently, to which Lucian nodded as well. Annabeth then showed Lucian her book and what she had drawn. Oh wow, that looks amazing, Lucian said in amazement, almost immediately falling in love with the design. Really? You're not just saying that because we're friends, right? Annabeth asked with a bit of excitement in her tone and skepticism. If I hated it, I would have told you straight up. I'm going to be living there after all. If I hated it, I wouldn't want to live there, Lucian said, rolling his eyes, which caused Annabeth to blush slightly. I just need to fix a few minor details. In the meantime, try getting the materials you would need out, Annabeth said before fully immersing back in her book, her hands almost turning into a blur as she started writing and drawing. Lucian went towards the middle of the place Annabeth pointed to and summoned his scythe before turning it into a bow staff. Lucian twirled it around his body for dramatic effects before slamming it into the ground, sinking it slightly. He then closed his eyes, summoning all the things underground that he needed. First, He summoned obsidian from around the area and slowly started turning them into liquid, shaping them into the form of wooden logs to give the cabin a log cabin feel. Lucian was brought to his knees when he first made a group of them, using mostly all of his energy. Annabeth ran towards Lucian with worry. "Are you okay? Do you need me to call Chiron?" Lucian, breathing heavily, waved his hand. "No, there's no need. This is just really exhausting. I need to take breaks in between." Lucian leaned against the obsidian logs he made, taking a moment to rest and recuperate his energy. "You don't need to push yourself. We don't have to finish this in one day, you know," Annabeth said, looking at Lucian with concern. Lucian shook his head in denial. "I want to finish this quickly. I don't want to spend forever just building it." Annabeth sighed, already accustomed to Lucian's impatient attitude. She sat beside him, continuing to draw and write in her notes. Meanwhile, Lucian rested, leaning his head back onto the logs. Once he felt a sufficient amount of his energy return, he got back up and repeated the process, resting in between, until later in the day. Annabeth approached Lucian, carrying what appeared to be a cube and a cup. "Here," she said, presenting him the cube. "It's not that I don't appreciate the gift, but what is it?" Lucian asked, looking at it in confusion. "It's the healing god food and drink used in emergencies when demigods are seriously hurt. Ambrosia will cure almost any injury, although too much can make a demigod feverish and kill mortals. You were supposed to have eaten some earlier, but the kid dropped it when you woke up. This should heal up all of your wounds now and restore your energy." A look of realization came over Lucian as he nodded his head and consumed them. When he finished, he smiled, a smile filled with a hint of sadness. "What does it taste like for you?" "I heard it's supposed to taste like food that brings you good memories." Annabeth couldn't help but ask when she saw Lucian's expression. "It tastes like birthday cake, the ones my mother used to make for me. Anyway, I better get to work." Lucian turned towards all the materials he conjured and smirked, summoning his two cyclops. He showed them Annabeth's notes. "Here, I want you to follow these instructions when building the cabin with these materials." Lucian then thought of something else, summoning his Hydra vine. "Have him create vines which you can use as thick ropes to hold the building together." Lucian also asked some more of his shadow soldiers to help in any way they could. Little by little, the shadow soldiers started building, attracting the attention of some campers. They couldn't help but be impressed and jealous as they watched the cabin come close to completion. Annabeth couldn't help but be overcome with pride. This was her creation, something she made, something that came to be because of her. "Image. Like I said, it's beautiful," Lucian said when he saw the cabin was finally made. Annabeth nodded her head, agreeing. Her work was really beautiful after all. Luke, Talia, and Grover soon appeared. "We heard people talking about a building being made. When we heard it was complete, we couldn't help but come and check it out. Knowing it had to do with you guys," Talia said, putting a hand on Annabeth's and Lucian's shoulder. Talia rubbed Annabeth's head with a large smirk on her face when she saw Annabeth's smug expression. "I could only assume you were the one that came up and designed something like this." Knowing Lucian, he would have probably designed it to be something grandiose, people a large dark castle or something stupid like that. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "I can't say I didn't think about. I was even thinking of putting it next to yours and have it be overshadowing it, but I like the cabin design. It reminds me of home. So you decided that it would overshadow mine instead?" "Geez, man, thanks," Luke said with a small smile, clearly joking. To which Lucian, teasing him back, "Yup, since your cabin is the one filled with the most demigods, it's a lot easier for everyone to see and brag about it to their faces." Talia scoffed. "For some reason, I wouldn't put it past you." "Why, thank you. Now, let's go and check the inside," Lucian said, walking up confidently with the others following close behind as they entered the cabin. "It's pretty empty inside," Talia commented upon entering. "Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It was just made. What do you expect?" Lucian retorted, rolling his eyes. "I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it to be empty," Talia said, shrugging her shoulders. Lucian explained, "The only thing I have in my shadow that could be counted as furniture is that dining table. So this place is going to be empty for a while until I find what I could use." He summoned the dining table and positioned it in the dining room, adding the first piece of furniture to the newly created cabin. It's pretty spacious. Are you going to allow other campers to spend the night here? Luke asked, considering the crowded conditions in the Hermes cabin. Lucian shrugged as they explored the inside. I kind of do, and I kind of don't. This place could be my little sanctuary or a place for just us, but at the same time, my dad is known as the hospitable one, so I don't think it would be a problem. Plus, there's the fact that I'm the son of Hades, and they might not want to share a space with something related to the Underworld. Before anyone had a chance to respond, Grover interrupted, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's time for dinner, and I'm hungry. His stomach growled at the mention of food. Lucian looked outside through the window. It is getting pretty dark. That's because we spent the entire day building this place, Annabeth explained. So what do they even serve in the dining pavilion? Lucian asked, as he had only taken a quick look at the area when Chiron was showing them around. Grover explained, the type of food in the pavilion includes barbecue, grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, and fresh bread that the Dryads serve. Oh, and before you eat, you have to offer a tribute to the gods with your food. Why do they even want food as tribute? They don't even need to eat. Luke grumbled. Grover sighed. Apparently, the gods like the smell of burnt food. When they arrived, they saw campers heading to 12 different tables, each representing the 12 Olympian gods. The campers were not supposed to sit at a table that didn't belong to their godly parents, which means usually a child of the big three is supposed to sit by themselves. When they all had a plate in hand, they paid their tribute. Yo, Dad, it might not be as good as my food, but it'll do, right? Lucian thought with a smirk. Wait, where are you going to sit if you aren't allowed to sit by the tables, since your godly parent doesn't have one? Annabeth asked with a bit of worry. She didn't want Lucian to sit by himself. Lucian just smiled at her worry. Don't worry, I'll just sit next to an awesome aunt of mine. Luke, Talia, and Grover looked at Lucian in confusion, while Annabeth had a look of understanding and relief. Who is he talking about? Talia asked when she saw Annabeth's expression. Annabeth sighed. He's talking about Lady Hestia. He has started to call her aunt. Doesn't that make her my aunt as well? Talia asked. Do you mind if I sit with you then? I really don't want to eat by myself. Talia asked with an awkward smile. Sure, I don't mind. Hestia's voice sounded close to them, causing Talia to jump in surprise. Holy shit, she couldn't help but cuss. No cussing. If you do it again, I won't allow it. Hestia reprimanded her from her seat on the log by the fire. Luke and Annabeth then started to excuse themselves. We'll be on our way then. It's nice to see you again, my lady, Annabeth said, which was followed by Luke. It's nice to meet you, but I'm afraid I can't stay long. My food is going to get cold. Grover, not knowing what to do, just decided to excuse himself as well. I'll make sure Annabeth gets to know her siblings, Bah. What was that about? Talia asked. Well, Annabeth is pretty hungry and tired and wants to meet and introduce herself to her cabin members. You know how Luke is with the gods/goddess, and Grover is just socially awkward, Lucian explained as he went and sat down next to Hestia. Meanwhile, Talia sat next to Lucian, and just as they were about to begin eating, everything went quiet. The once noisy dinner that was filled with talking and laughing came to a halt as nobody said a word. Lucian and Talia looked back and saw a corpse heading towards their direction, and it was the Oracle of Delphi. Are you serious? I just sat down. Give me a break. Lucian sighed. Hey, are you controlling it? Talia nervously asked, to which he just shook his head. That is the Oracle of Delphi, and it looks like one of you has a quest, Hestia informed with a sigh of her own. Everyone was in shock. They couldn't even say a word. It's been years since the last demigod has gotten a quest. Even though the corpse was going towards Talia and Lucian, everyone unconsciously knew it was walking towards Lucian specifically. Sigh. I'm so good-looking that even the dead are walking and making their way towards me, Lucian said, putting his plate aside. When the corpse stopped in front of him, it opened its mouth, and a prophecy practically spilled out. From shadowed lineage, a quest unfurls. To the city of magic, where secrets swirl. A wager claimed, a journey start. To train with the mistress of enchantment's art. Through moonlit alleys and mystic haze. Ancient secrets weave as magical days. A pact with shadows, a bet well earned. In the city of magic, where destinies turned. The corpses stopped talking and simply collapsed, while everyone stared at Lucian in surprise. Instead of being surprised, or anything of that matter, Lucian just started shaking his head and chuckling. Ha ha! And here I was wondering when my payment was due. Both Hestia and Talia looked at Lucian in confusion. He just smirked. Didn't you hear? A bet well earned. Well, that seems like a problem for tomorrow me. The me now is hungry, Lucian said, picking up his plate and eating. The others just continued looking at him in shock. The silence was then interrupted by Chiron. That's enough staring. Go back to enjoying your food, and someone that has finished their food, go take the oracle back toward the attic. Good gods, a quest. I know, right? Of course, it just had to be a child of the big three. I would have thought the daughter of the Sky Father would have gotten the quest first, though. Isn't it technically his first day at camp, and he already has a quest? Isn't that kind of outrageous? Do you think it was his father that gave it to him? Didn't you hear the prophecy? Nowhere did it mention having something to do with him. You don't know that. Prophecies are hard to decipher, remember? Multiple whispers soon erupted throughout camp, trying to figure out what the oracle meant, while Lucian just continued to eat without a care in the world. Lucian was seen inside his empty cabin, sleeping on a sleeping bag he got from Chiron. His hand was under his head, and he stared at the ceiling, pondering the prophecy. As his mind conjured various ideas and scenarios based on it, his eyes grew heavier until he fell asleep. So we finally meet face to face, little demigod. Lucian heard the voice of a woman he seemed to recognize, surrounded by a deep white fog. It made it hard for him to see. Oops, I was busy. That's why you see this fog here. Here, let me help you, snap. Hecate's voice echoed, followed by the snapping of her fingers. The mist cleared up slightly, revealing Hecate sitting by the head of a table, leaning forward with her arm on the table and her hand under her chin. Image. Why, hello there, my little student, she said with a teasing smile. Lucian put his fist to his palm and did a martial arts bow with a smirk. This humble one greets his teacher and master. She chuckled and shook her head. It's nice to see you haven't changed a bit since we last talked, little Lucy. The smile on his face quickly faded. Don't call me that, he said coldly. Oh, Hecate's expression remained unchanged. Don't I at least deserve that privilege? After all, I'm going to be your master, as you put it. Until you actually teach me something and we grow closer, I'll see how I still feel about it. But only my mother gets to call me that, Lucian explained, his face remaining cold. You really love your mother, don't you? Very well, I'll respect your wishes then. Lucian it is. The cold expression on Lucian's face vanished, as if it was never there. So why did you summon me here, teacher? So we could discuss the arrangement and how I'm going to teach you, and you're going to learn. Normally, I would guide and teach my children or girls. I believe you are the only boy I would be teaching that isn't related to me or a woman. Speaking of which, did you really need to send the corpse to deliver my quest or whatever? Couldn't you have done what you're doing first and inform me? Lucian asked with a sigh. Oh, what's the matter? I thought you liked to show off. I was only helping you. You're right, but still, a little warning would have been helpful. Hecate simply rolled her eyes at Lucian's complaint, but before she could continue with what she was saying, Lucian interrupted her. What's this city of magic that was mentioned? That is for you to research and find out. After all, an important part of being a magic user like us is doing our own research and experiments. Lucian sighed and nodded his head. I see. So this entire quest is my training. Hecate didn't say anything and just smiled, which gave Lucian all the information he needed. Here's your first lesson from me. Don't always trust your eyes and ears. Hecate didn't say anything else. She then opened her mouth, but instead of Hecate's voice, it was Annabeth's voice that came from her mouth. Lucian, it's time to wake up. Lucian was at first confused and thought she was giving him an example before he felt himself being shaken, causing him to open his eyes in the real world and look at Annabeth shaking him awake with bags underneath her eyes. Why, hello to you, Miss Panda, Lucian said groggily while waking up. Annabeth simply rolled her eyes, I was researching any place that could be named the City of Magic for when we go on that quest. Lucian didn't say anything and gave Annabeth an awkward smile. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She asked with a weird expression. Annabeth, Lucian softly said while still smiling at her awkwardly and with a hint of pity. What? No, you can't be serious. Annabeth asked after getting the hints. Tears started building up at her eyes. Are you seriously going to abandon me here while you go on that quest with Luke and Talia? I heard that there are usually 3 people on a quest, but I didn't think you would choose them over me. I have known you longer. We have been through so much together. I may not be a powerful demigod like you, the daughter of the king of gods like Talia, or as skillful with a sword as Luke, but I make up for it in other departments. Lucian just sighed and shook his head. You got it wrong, Annabeth, causing her to look at Lucian in confusion, while her lips quiver. This is a quest for me to go alone, by myself. Are you crazy? Annabeth yelled with an angered expression. Do you seriously think I'm going to allow you to go on a quest by yourself after the last stunt you pulled? Can we discuss this after I shower and do my daily duties? Lucian asked, still tired from having woken up. Annabeth bit her lip. Fine, but I'll come find you after you're done. Annabeth stomped her way out from the cabin, making Lucian sigh. He got up and went and did his daily duties before he started packing, which wasn't even a lot since he already had everything in his shadow. Lucian looked at himself in the shiny surfaces of the cabins. He saw how he looked wearing black sagged jeans with a black hoodie. He pointed at his reflection and smirked arrogantly. Yup, you still got it, before chuckling to himself and walking out. As he did, he saw Annabeth, Chiron, Luke, and Talia looking at him with annoyed expressions, causing him to groan. Come with me, Lucian Blackheart. We have matters to discuss, Chiron said, causing Luke, Talia, and Annabeth to nod their heads as if agreeing with him. Lucian gave Annabeth the stink eye, but she just stuck her tongue out at him before turning her head away. Lucian groaned once more before following Chiron. When they arrived at his office, Chiron stood by his desk, while his 3 friends stood by his back with their arms crossed. So, young man, I heard you want to take this quest by yourself. That's right. Lucian nodded his head. But why? Luke asked, confused. We make an awesome team, Talia said, trying to convince him otherwise. We all survived because all of us worked together, Annabeth said, trying to stop Lucian from doing anything foolish, as she's still not over the fact that it wasn't long since she almost lost Lucian, and is afraid of losing him permanently. And may I ask why? As you should know, these quests are usually taken by 3 people, as 3 is a sacred number around here. The 3 gods, the 3 fates, the 3 furies, 3 virgin goddess, 3 heads on Cerberus. Because this isn't an actual quest, Lucian said, rolling his eyes. This quest is actually training for me for my teacher. In the prophecy, it mentioned a bet well earned. That was a bet I made with someone that they would take me in as a student and teach me. That's what this is all about. The reason none of you know it is because I made it before I met any of you, so I doubt my teacher would have been very appreciative if I just brought you guys along, Lucian explained. I see, Chiron said, deep in thought before sighing and nodding his head. He thought about it for a while before nodding his head once again. Although I'm reluctant to do this, I'll allow this. What? All 3 shouted at the same time. This is a quest assigned to Lucian, especially for him by the gods. We can't do anything about it, except hope that Lucian here returns in one piece. But Annabeth wanted to protest. It was obvious to everyone that Annabeth cared deeply for Lucian and would do everything in her power to make sure he's safe. She has known Lucian the longest out of their friend group, and one thing she could say for sure is that he is as stubborn as a mule and would go on this quest no matter how many times she protests. So she clenched her fist and took a deep breath. Fine, but promise me that you'll be safe out there and will return in one piece here, Annabeth said, barely holding back her tears. Lucian just smiled softly. Even if he wanted to get mad for making it difficult for him to leave, they were doing it because they care about him and wanted what was best for him, so he really couldn't be mad at them for that. I promise you that I will return, Lucian said, smiling. Annabeth nodded her head and went and gave Lucian a big hug, as she had a feeling she wouldn't see him for a while, a feeling the others picked up and gave him a hug as well. Although with Luke, it was more of a bro hug. Lucian stood by the property line while everyone went to wish him safe travels. Lucian summoned a hellhound and jumped on top of it and waved his hand goodbye. He didn't know where to go, but in most cases, north was mostly the place to go. He looked back at the camp and made the hellhound jump over the property line and dive into its shadow as they made their way north. It's been a week since Lucian left camp. He was spotted in the library, donning his enchanted glasses, surrounded by a multitude of books and articles. After perusing several articles, he finally unearthed the information he sought. My God, that took a while. Even the librarian didn't know what I was talking about, he muttered. Okay, so it says here, V. Blackman gave Miami the moniker the Magic City, or the City of Magic, same thing. This was due to its rapid growth, noticed by winter visitors who remarked that the city expanded so much from one year to the next that it was like magic. Okay, that's nice and everything, but what does that have to do with Hecate? Lucian thought to himself. Before Lucian could delve deeper into his thoughts, the librarian came next to him. I'm sorry, little boy, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. What? What? Lucian asked in confusion. The librarian then pointed outside, making Lucian notice that it was getting dark. It's closing time, the librarian said, giving Lucian an awkward smile. Lucian sighed, nodded his head, and just as he was about to put away the books, the librarian stopped him. She told him to leave it to her, as it might take a while, so it's better if she does it. Lucian then nodded and exited the library. As he left, the shadows transported him to his paid luxury hotel. It's better if I start making the trip tomorrow, Lucian thought as he shadow-equipped something to sleep on and threw himself on the bed. As Lucian laid there, feeling tired from the hours of research, his eyes started getting heavier and heavier. This would have been so much easier if Google was more developed and we were allowed to use electronics, he thought as he drifted to sleep. I see you finally found the place you needed to get to, Hecate said with a smile. Lucian realized that he was summoned once again by Hecate. You really could have just told me where it is, Lucian said with an eye roll. Nowhere would the fun be in that. Well, anyways, it sure took you a while to find it, huh? I literally had nothing to go by, except for the name City of Magic. Give me a break. What about that lady friend of yours? She seems to have found something, but you just left without acquiring it. Lucian sighed at that, remembering Annabeth's sleepy face from staying up all night studying. I didn't think you would have appreciated it if I just got my answer that easily and with help. After all, this is something for me to do, right? Hecate just smiled and nodded her head. Anyways, what does Miami have anything to do with you? I don't think the answer to that is something I can just find somewhere. Tell me, do you know what mystical ley lines are? To which Lucian just made a kind of motion with his hands. Hecate nodded and then went on to explain. Picture these invisible threads weaving through the city, carrying the very essence of magic. These ley lines create nodes, sacred intersections where the magical pulse is amplified. This is where the veil between the mystical and mundane is thinnest, allowing enchantment to seep through and infuse every corner of the city with its ethereal presence. Hecate created a 3D model of Miami using the mist and added golden lines right underneath it, as she explained. Miami is a place where most rituals and magic happen due to this, as it amplifies the use of magic. That is the reason I want you to go there. In there, you will be attuned to your magic and have an easier time gaining control of it. But be warned, there will be other practitioners of magic who wouldn't be too friendly with demigods or anything divine. Hecate warned him of any potential dangers he may encounter. We will discuss what you will do there when you arrive, she said as she snapped her fingers, causing Lucian to snap his eyes open. He looked out and realized that the sun was already rising, and it was already morning the next day. After getting himself ready, he took out the map he previously bought and looked at the journey he would have to make from Long Island to Florida, Miami. I would have to literally retrace my steps if I want to go there. I guess I'll visit home since it's been a while, and it's on the way, Lucian thought as he studied the map. If I shadow travel, it shouldn't take me that long to get there, but it'll still be pretty tiring due to the journey, and I would have to take breaks once in a while. Lucian summoned a shadow hellhound from his shadow after putting everything away and planning his journey. He moved through the shadows, traveling from Long Island to Queens, then from Queens to Brooklyn, which caused him to stop and catch a break. He laid down by the side of his hellhound on top of a building. He conjured a ball of black-colored flames and started playing with it casually, trying to figure out what he could do with it and what other special powers it might have. I should ask her the next time I see her, Lucian thought to himself, studying his flames. He started to change its shape. He changed it from a ball to an arrow, then into a cube before turning it into a triangle. Luckily, I already have practice controlling my magic, so this much is simple, he thought to himself before changing into a bird. He started twirling his fingers around, causing the bird to start going around his finger in circles. He waved his hand, causing the fire to disperse. He closed his eyes and decided to take a nap. A few days later, Lucian was seen standing in front of the entrance to the warded house he used to live in with his mother. He took a deep breath and walked right in. Home, sweet home, he said to himself as he noticed that everything was exactly the same as when he last left. Once inside the wards, Lucian immediately went inside. Apart from being a little dusty, everything was about the same as he left it. Lucian smiled, seeing the inside, and immediately started to clean, everything leaving spotless. Decided to just spend the night, Lucian went and stayed in his old room, where he fell asleep as soon as he laid down. You sure are taking your sweet time, aren't you? Hecate asked with a bored facial expression. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders when he realized he was summoned was more. What can I say? I was feeling nostalgic. What do you mean nostalgic? You were gone for a few months. Hecate said, her expression turning deadpan. Homesick. Sigh. Anyways, I called you to inform you of something I forgot to mention last time, something which you specifically should pay close attention to. Titles bear immense significance, especially within the supernatural realm. Take, for instance, the City of Magic. The title alone imparts a mystic essence to Miami, influencing its magical orientation in two distinctive ways. Firstly, a title has the ability to amplify a specific characteristic. In the case of Miami, despite the ley lines being a prominent feature, the title infuses the place with an unmistakable mystical ambience. Secondly, a title wields profound influence, intricately connected to the collective belief in its significance. Such a title can confer limited control over a specific aspect of existence, shaped by the shared convictions of those who acknowledge its authority. Consider the example of the god of harvest. In a world where inhabitants fervently believe in the benevolence of this deity, the god gains control over agricultural abundance. As more people invest their faith, performing rituals and offerings to the god of harvest, the deity's influence over crop yields and agricultural prosperity intensifies. This forms a symbiotic relationship, where belief strengthens the god's dominion, and reciprocally, the god's benevolence reinforces the belief system of the people. In this context, the title God of Harvest derives its power not inherently, but through the collective belief of the people. The wider and more fervent the belief, the greater control the associated god has over the harvest aspect. Precisely. The acquisition of a title's influence is not arbitrary or self-proclaimed. It relies on the acknowledgement and belief of a collective, emphasizing the symbiotic relationship between the title holder and those who recognize its authority. One cannot simply declare themselves a deity or bestow a title upon themselves. True influence arises from the genuine conviction and reverence of the community. This dynamic ensures a more authentic and resonant connection between the entity and the aspect of existence tied to the title. Lucian wore a pondering expression. Wait. What does that have anything to do with me? Hecate gained a serious expression and looked at Lucian in the eyes. I'm telling you this as a warning. You are undoubtedly someone who would get a lot of titles placed upon them. This warning is for you to be careful of what you do in the future, as it might influence the titles people associate with you. Lucian gave her a weary smile, causing Hecate to sigh and facepalm. Don't tell me you already have a title? What is it? The Shadow-born Seraph. Okay. That isn't too bad, so you're good, and only people at the camp I presume no, so there's nothing to worry about. Just as Hecate was about to snap her fingers, Lucian stopped her. Wait, I have a question. Hecate raised an eyebrow as she asked. What is it? Lucian then summoned his black flame and asked, What does this do? Oh, Hecate said as she saw the black flames in his hands. They could do a lot, actually, but I'll only tell you one of them. The rest you need to research yourself. The flames can shape-shift into shadowy constructs or weapons, materializing the user's thoughts and desires. Constructs and weapons, Lucian thought with the flames in his hands. He then wielded the flames to surround his forearm and turn into a gauntlet, making him smirk when he saw the design. The tips of his fingers were pointy like claws, while the rest of it was like it was set on fire. He opened and clenched his fist before he started shaking his hand, causing flames to disperse. Oh, and one more thing before I wake you up. When you arrive in Miami, I'll be blocking your use of the beings in your shadow. What? Why? Hecate rolled her eyes. You could still collect them and everything. I just won't allow you to summon them during your time there. You'll just solve everything by summoning them and letting them take care of most of your obstacles. So you would never learn otherwise. Can I at least keep Bartholomew out? Who calls a burr Bartholomew? Was all Lucian heard Hecate whispered before she snapped her fingers, causing him to wake up with a sigh. Lucian, as usual, went and did his morning routine. After he was done eating his breakfast, he went down towards the forge and smiled to himself walking in. He has some bittersweet feelings about being in a forge. For one, he actually enjoys working in it and creating new things. But on the other hand, he believes that if he wasn't so busy forging things, he would have spent more time with his mother. He sighed and shook his head as these thoughts came to mind. He went and did what he came here for in the first place. Lucian placed his hand in the middle of the forge and closed his eyes. His shadow then started to expand and started to surround the entire forge. Lucian started placing everything inside his shadow, leaving the forge completely empty. When Lucian exited the home, he looked at it one more time and smiled before summoning his hellhound and climbing on top of it before shadow traveling. Lucian traveled from North Carolina to South Carolina, which was followed by him traveling to Georgia. Lucian took a break and on the next day went down towards Florida. As Lucian's shadow traveled towards Miami and his body crossed the line into the city, his shadow hellhound dispersed before his own shadow threw him out. He did a flip in the air before landing on his feet with a bow, as if he was doing a gymnastic performance. Whoa, Lucian muttered to himself as he felt the magical ambience he felt. So this is what she meant? I can actually feel my magic better and don't have to concentrate to actually feel it. Lucian smirked before he used Shadow Equip and wore something that would make Dionysus proud. He wore a Hawaiian shirt with short and pair of sunglasses. He adjusted on his face, causing a smirk to grow on his face. Miami, here I come. Lucian's hair flowed in the wind as he manipulated the earth on the wall of a hidden underground lair to ride across it, with a black cloth obscuring his vision. In front of him, people wearing what seemed to be black hoods were seen running away from him, fear evident on their faces. Just leave us alone, you freak, the man in front of Lucian shouted. Lucian maintained a cold expression. Sorry, but the goddess hates it when you cultists sacrifice children. So she sent me to personally deal with you. As Lucian surfed on the wall with his feet inside it, he waved his hand, summoning a couple of balls of darkness and sending them flying towards the cultists. Some of the cult members dodged out of the way, avoiding the projectiles, but others weren't so fortunate and ended up injured. As they rolled away, they turned towards Lucian, held out their hands, and shouted, Pi Upsilon Rho Alpha, Sigma Phi Alpha Rho Alpha, Pi Mu Pi Omega, causing multiple fireballs to be shot out of their hands, flying towards Lucian. Lucian jumped from the wall, which exploded, and looked towards the cult members upside down with his index and middle fingers pointed towards them at an angle. A black fireball quickly formed at the end of his fingers, compressing on itself, and was sent flying towards them, causing a large explosion, killing some and sending the others crashing against the wall while coughing up blood. Lucian executed a flip in the air and landed back on the ground safely, revealing his lack of shoes or any footwear. The remaining occultists groaned and coughed in pain as they attempted to get back up. Lucian kicked the floor, creating a wave and slamming them back onto the wall. A part of them sank into the wall, rendering them unable to move. Lucian then wrapped their mouths with part of the wall, making them unable to speak or cast a spell, and slowly approached them. All the cultists struggled as they tried to move or talk, their expressions shifting from fear to rage. When Lucian stood in the midst of them, he turned toward the one who was the least injured. Although they couldn't see his eyes, they could sense his gaze fixed upon them. They attempted to scream and yell, but were rendered mute and powerless. Lucian undid the mouth binding of the person he focused on and asked in a cold tone, "Where are the children?" To the others, it was an odd question as Lucian was a child himself. The cultist didn't answer, but spit a bit of blood towards Lucian, who easily turned his head out of the way. "Go to hell, kid. I ain't telling you anything." Lucian's shoulders slumped as he let out a sigh. "You know, normally I would have tortured and punished you for such a thing, but that's not my job to do. It's my father's." Lucian grinned, exposing his fang-like teeth, his forearm and hand covered with black flames, and his fingers turning into claws. Lucian pushed his hand forward, impaling the guy's chest and clenching his heart, destroying it. "Tell him I say hi and that I'll come visit him later, will you?" Lucian said as his grin became wider. The guy didn't answer. All he ended up doing was coughing blood, some of which landed across Lucian's cheek, while taking his final breath. The center of his chest then started to catch on fire, and the black flames slowly engulfed his entire body until there was nothing left. Lucian withdrew his hand and flicked it, causing the blood to fly off his hand. He undid the flame gauntlet and looked around at the others who were staring at him in fear, with some even so terrified that they soiled their clothes, causing Lucian to look at them in disgust. Lucian's expression of disgust quickly morphed into another grin, while simultaneously wiping the blood from his cheek, causing a shiver to crawl down their backs. Don't worry. I already know where the children are. I just wanted to see if you guys had any redeeming qualities, which clearly you don't. Now then, any last words before I send you all off to face the judgment of 3 renowned judges?" Lucian said, smirking as he cuffed a hand towards his ear, but all he heard was the sound of their muffled screaming. Still smirking, Lucian clapped his hands. "No? All right then, enjoy your trip." Lucian's smirking expression simply evaporated as he sent a blazing storm of black flames towards everyone, burning them all alive. Once he stopped, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, acknowledging that although he doesn't regret what he's done, it isn't easy. Leaning back, Lucian made a grabbing motion in front of him, taking hold of something. He made a twisting motion, causing whatever was in front to grunt in pain and release what was in his hands. It appeared to be a cultist using magic to hide himself. Lucian kicked the guy in the back of his knee, bringing them close to the same height. Lucian kicked the ground, causing the knife that the cultist tried to stab him with to fly up. He grabbed it midair and stabbed it right into the remaining cultist temple. That should be the last of them, Lucian coldly told himself, unable to detect any more movement using seismic sensing, a skill he had been practicing, which was why his eyes were covered. Seismic sensing, an ability that works similarly to echolocation. This skill enables him to detect vibrations in the ground to perceive objects, people, and other aspects of their environment, essentially acting as sonar, but through earth and metal. Lucian burnt the corpse and walked away without even looking back. Lucian walked down a flight of stairs leading downwards further down underground. He stopped when he came in front of a large metal door. Lucian put his hand on the door, which sent it flying back, landing on the ground with a large sound, causing the sound of chains clattering to be heard deeper inside the room. What Lucian perceived inside caused him to sigh and shake his head in disappointment and disgust. There were children from multiple ages chained up, malnourished, and locked away in a cell. Lucian walked through the middle of the multiple cells, and as he passed through, the chains in jail cells would unlock themselves, leaving those mortal kids shocked, looking at Lucian in surprise. When he reached the end, he turned towards everyone that came out of their cells. "Come, follow me. I'll take you guys back toward the surface. It's not that we're not grateful, but who are you? One of the older kids asked, looking at Lucian weirdly, as what he just saw him do was quite shocking. Can we really go home? One of the smaller ones asked with expectations in his voice. More and more kids started bombarding Lucian with questions. He just started walking back the way he came from. Follow me and find out. They looked between each other some, with suspicion and apprehension, but ultimately decided to trust Lucian as he was the one to unchain them. As Lucian walked, he could practically feel the curious gazes on him, wanting to ask him questions but were too scared to. Due to having blinded himself for practice, Lucian's other senses heightened slightly. One of those senses made him sensitive to the gazes of those around him. Since I'm going to alter their memories once they're out, might as well satisfy their curiosity, he thought to himself. Just ask your questions already, I'm not going to bite. Hearing him, some of them jumped in surprise. One of the older ones had the courage to be the first one to ask, Can you really see? Are you blind? Is that why you're wearing a blindfold? Yes, I can still see. No, I'm not blind, and I'm wearing it for training. One of the girls went and asked, How were you able to do that? That was so cool how you simply blasted the door open and freed us. Magic, Lucian simply replied. How old are you? 8. Do you actually expect us to believe you use magic? No. Why are you wearing a fur coat? Aren't you hot? Because it's fashionable, and thanks for the compliment. What happened to everyone that captured us? Facing judgment. What does that mean? It means they're facing judgment. Why aren't you wearing any shoes? So I can see. What? You heard me. How do you see with your feet? The same way you see with your eyes. The more comfortable they got, the more questions they asked. Some even laughed at the answers Lucian was giving them, making them more relaxed. When they reached the surface and outside, Lucian turned towards them and smiled. Sweet dreams. This confused all of them. Lucian blew into his hand, and a white mist surrounded them. Their eyes rolled back to the back of their heads as they slowly fell down and started to sleep. Lucian used the mist to make them remember things differently. Instead of him rescuing them and being caught by cultists, they were caught by human traffickers and managed to escape as they were being drugged, explaining why they fell asleep as soon as they stepped outside. Lucian then used the mist to change his appearance and look like one of them. He ran toward someone close by while crying and grabbing onto their pants. Mister, please help us. We escaped confinement, and my friends all fell unconscious. Call 911. The person was in shock and followed Lucian as he led him towards the other children. The person quickly called the cops. With that, Lucian changed the person's memory of meeting him and left. As he left, Lucian changed what he was wearing. He was wearing a black three-piece suit, black boots, with his fur coat still hanging loosely on his shoulder. Lucian still had the black cloth covering his eyes. Lucian walked with his hands in his pockets, and soon the surrounding area started to be covered in a white mist. So, you're leaving now? Hecate said, appearing before Lucian. Lucian nodded. Yeah, it's been like 4 months now, and camp is most likely to begin since it's the beginning of summer. Hecate nodded and sighed, then started to pat and ruffle his hair. Well, I can't say these 4 months weren't fun. Lucian rolled his eyes. It was only fun for you. I wouldn't count my suffering at your hands to be fun. Oh, stop being a baby. It helped you out, didn't it, Lucy? Hecate said with a smirk and a teasing tone. Lucian didn't say anything about the name-calling as she earned the right to it after what she had taught him about magic and the like. He just turned his head and grumbled slightly. Hecate then put 2 fingers on Lucian's chest. There, you can now summon those beings of yours again. Lucian felt his connection with his shadow soldiers and nodded his head. He then bowed his head slightly toward Hecate. Thank you for everything, even if you almost killed me in the process. Lucian looked up at her, smiled, lifted his cloth slightly, and winked. If you get too lonely and need some companionship, you know how to reach me. Hecate scoffed and playfully slapped him on the head. Just get out of here, you brat. You're way too young for me. Oh, so what about when I'm older? Lucian teased. Hecate deadpanned and started withdrawing her mist, sending Lucian away. Lucian, still smirking, shook his head and sank into his shadow, making his way back towards camp. He reappeared on top of the hill from his shadow and started walking down towards the property line casually. As he walked down, some campers saw him and rushed towards Chiron to inform him. When Lucian crossed the property line, he heard Annabeth shouting his name. Lucian! Annabeth ran towards Lucian like an Olympian runner and practically tackled him. He held his ground, laughing and spinning her around. Annabeth looked up at Lucian in shock, holding his face as she asked, "What happened to you? You're blind." "I'm not. I would be able to see you perfectly fine if I took it off. I'm just using it for some training," Lucian replied with a smile. Annabeth sighed. "Of course you are, why wouldn't you?" She then looked at Lucian excitedly. "You came at the perfect time." "I did. Yep, we're going to play Capture the Flag in a few hours. And if you join, I just know it's going to be a perfect victory." They both heard the sound of hooves trotting along the ground. When they looked up, Chiron appeared walking side by side with Luke and Talia. "So you finally made it back," Luke said with a smirk and dabbed up Lucian, who reciprocated. Talia gave Lucian a hug. "You could have at least sent a letter or an iris message or something to tell us you were all right." Lucian, returning the hug, gave her an awkward smile. "Sorry, I didn't have a chance. I was too busy surviving." "It's nice to see you have returned to us alive, Lucian. Although it's unfortunate you have appeared to have lost sight towards your eyes," Chiron said with a nod. Lucian lifted his black cloth slightly. "I can still see, old man. I'm just using it for training." "Ah, I see. I apologize for assuming." Talia smirked. "Don't think that just 'cause you went off to train somewhere we were just heard twiddling our thumbs. We have been training as well and growing stronger." Lucian smirked back. Sure, whatever makes you happy and helps you sleep at night." "I see your trash-talking hasn't been affected in the slightest," Talia said with a scoff. "And I see you're still delusional," Lucian replied with a shrug. Before Talia had a chance to retort, Lucian started walking away. "I don't know about you guys, but I got a home to decorate, so I'll see you later." Talia grumbled to herself as they started following Lucian, and as he walked, the other campers looked at him in shock. "He's back. Well, things are surely going to be interesting. I think we might finally have a chance against Talia now that he's here." "Oh, please. She's the daughter of Zeus. There's no way she's going to lose." "All right, you new here." Lucian, not caring about the whispers, continued walking towards his cabin. "So what did you do on your journey?" Annabeth asked Lucian while walking next to him. Lucian let out an exasperated sigh. "I was locked in a cell and thrown to the bottom of an ocean. If I didn't use magic to get out on time, I would drown. I was put inside a maze and had to navigate myself through it using magic. I didn't have food available, and if I didn't find a way out in time, I would have died of hunger. I was thrown into an illusion where I would be tortured constantly and had to use magic to dispel it if I didn't want my mind to break. I was bombarded with different types of spells to build some type of magic resistance. I would get curses upon curses placed on me and had to find a way to get rid of them. Otherwise, I'd die." Although the others couldn't see it, Lucian had a dead look in his eyes, but they could hear it in his voice. Talia, Luke, and Annabeth looked at Lucian with a horrified expression. "You were only gone for 4 months. Just what did you have to go through?" Luke asked, looking at Lucian in surprise. In the same tone, Lucian continued, "Did I forget to mention that in the maze there were multiple traps and puzzles? Even the traps had traps to them? Some of the traps were so poisonous that I had to make a potion with the things around me while slowly dying and gasping for air." Talia sighed and patted his shoulder. "You sure had it rough, buddy. What about you guys? Anything interesting happened?" Lucian asked. "Nope. We all just got claimed. That's all," Talia said with a smug expression and tone. "Oh man, I missed that. How did it happen?" "I got claimed after a strategy. One came up with won us the game," Annabeth said, raising her hand slightly. "I took down everyone from the opposing team and led my team to having a flawless victory, and the way I commanded them," Talia bragged. Meanwhile, in a non-caring tone, "I became the camp's best swordsman," Luke said. When Luke was done sharing, they arrived in front of Lucian's cabin. The black cloth then came off his eyes and started turning into a bird, which landed on his shoulder. This surprised the others just a bit before they shook their heads and followed Lucian inside. Lucian looked around and noticed that everything was exactly the same as when he left it. It's clean? I was expecting it to be dusty or something. Talia chuckled hearing that. That was all Annabeth. She would sometimes come here and clean the place up. Thanks. Lucian turned towards Annabeth and smiled, causing her to blush. Now, then time to decorate the place, snap. Lucian said as he snapped his fingers, causing everything to turn dark, as if the lights were turned off. They were at first confused, but quickly understood that it was Lucian's doing. The darkness then started retreating back into Lucian, slowly exposing the room. Everyone was surprised when they saw what Lucian had done. The entire room was decorated with furniture, paintings on the walls, and a chandelier on the ceiling. You really like to go all out, don't you? Luke asked with a grin while looking around. Lucian just had a smug expression, seeing the impressed expressions everyone had while looking around. Gather around, everyone. It's time for capture the flag. Chiron's voice reverberated throughout the camp. Everyone dropped what they were doing and ran towards the armory, getting dressed in their Spartan-type armor. Lucian was no different. He was excited to participate in his first Capture the Flag event. Lucian used his abilities and covered himself in his shadow. When he dispelled it, he was wearing the armor like everyone else. They all went towards Chiron, who started to explain the rules. Every camper who is not injured has to play. Zephyros Creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is considered fair game. All magic items are allowed. The flags must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. Killing or maiming is not allowed. The punishment for breaking this rule is the loss of dessert for 1 week. Guards aren't allowed to stand within 10 yards of the flag. Now, to make this game interesting, we're going to have 2 captains choose which cabin they will lead. Those 2 captains are Talia Grace, the daughter of Zeus, and Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades. Both Lucian and Talia stepped up, standing next to each other, looking at each other competitively and smirking. Chiron then took out a golden drachma and held it in his hands as he turned towards Lucian and Talia. Call it, and whoever wins is the first one to pick which cabin joins your team, Chiron said as he flipped the coin in the air. Heads, Lucian called out. Tails, Talia said at the same time. They continued looking at each other without taking their eyes off one another. The coin landed on Chiron's palm as he flipped it onto the back of his other hand. And it was tails. Talia is the first to pick, Chiron called out. Talia looked at Lucian smugly as she said, Hermes' cabin. Lucian smirked right back. Yeah, be happy with the only win you'll ever get against me. Athena's cabin. Talia, Ares' cabin. Lucian, Apollo's cabin. Talia, Aphrodite's cabin. Lucian, Hephaestus' cabin. Talia, Demeter's cabin. Lucian, Dionysus' cabin. Chiron nodded his head when all the cabins have been chosen. All right, since everyone has been chosen, get into position. You have 30 minutes to discuss among yourselves and get everything sorted. Once you hear the horn, that's when you know the game has officially begun. Lucian and Talia stopped staring at each other and went their separate ways. Some of the people on Lucian's side looked reluctant to follow, as they didn't want to follow a little kid, while Annabeth happily followed Lucian. So what's the plan? One of Athena's children asked. They all waited to see what Lucian would say to determine if he was someone worthy to follow into battle. Lucian smirked. Knowing that Talia is going to be the one leading them, we can most likely expect a frontal attack, and that she is most likely to come right after me in order to prove herself. So here's what I have planned. After Lucian finished explaining his plans, he turned towards the Hephaestus children and asked, Do you think you guys can do it? They all smirked. Who do you think you're talking to? Leave it to us. The children of Athena then nodded their heads towards Lucian, thinking that their plan was a good one. They then started working around the plan, coming up with additional strategies. The children of Hephaestus all then started running towards their cabin, with some of Apollo's children following closely behind. Everyone then got into position with their weapons drawn and their shields raised and started getting into their positions while waiting for the Hephaestus children to appear. After a few minutes before the horn was about to be blown, the children Hephaestus all came rushing towards tossed small bags towards everyone. and with the few minutes remaining, they started setting up everything. The horn was then blown, which caused Lucian to smirk and yell out his command. "All right, everyone into position. Just remember the plan, and victory shall belong in our hands." They didn't say anything else except let out a war cry as they charged on ahead. Some of the Apollo children jumped onto the trees and made themselves scarce, while the others got into smaller groups mixed with different demigods of different cabins and charged ahead, while Lucian and Annabeth stayed behind to guard the flag. "Are you sure it was wise to send the others ahead while we defend the flag?" Annabeth asked, looking at Lucian anxiously. Lucian turned and grinned towards Annabeth. "What? Has being away from one another made you lose confidence in me, or something?" Annabeth just snickered at that. "No, it's just that Talia wasn't lying when she said that we have gone stronger while you were away. So we have been training ourselves like crazy since you went away, afraid that you would leave us being in terms of strength. And I don't know just how strong you have gotten." Annabeth then smirked towards Lucian. "Who knows, we might have even got up to you." Lucian, hearing, gave Annabeth a deadpan expression before he burst out laughing. Lucian was on the ground with tears in his eyes with how much he was laughing. After a while, he started to stand back up while wiping the tears in his eyes. Annabeth looked slightly offended at Lucian. She believes that he is laughing at their efforts. It's true what she said before about them growing stronger. The three of them would wake up early in the morning and face off against each other until they couldn't lift their arms up anymore. They even had help from Chiron, the trainer of the legendary heroes, giving them pointers and ways to improve. So hearing Lucian laughing ticked her off slightly. Lucian waved her off as he put a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you that hard, it's just..." Lucian gained a crazed look in his eyes and a dark, sinister aura which shocked Annabeth and frightened her, causing her to take a step back with a look of horror. "No matter how hard any of you trained and try to surpass me, I just won't let it happen. I'll always be one step ahead of everyone. It doesn't even have to be you guys specifically. Anyone that tries to show off that they're better than me will receive the same treatment. I will defeat them again and 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 again until they lose the will to keep trying and admit that they will never be better than me." When Lucian noticed that he was scaring Annabeth, he just sighed and closed his eyes, withdrawing his darkness, which was affecting her. He waved his hands at her again as he apologized. "Sorry for scaring, but I was just proving my point." He then playfully stuck out his tongue at her. "So don't try it. It doesn't matter if that person is friend or foe." It was at that moment that Annabeth realized that the time he spent away has affected Lucian much more than he was letting on. A bit earlier, which Talia, I know some of you guys are thinking this will be an easy victory, but I'll tell you guys right now, it's not. One of Ares' kids scoffed. "Oh, please, Lady Talia, you seriously want us to believe that we should be wary of such a runt? They're being led by an 8-year-old boy with no leading experience." Talia's expression hardened. "Do not underestimate him. Yes, he may be young, but he isn't any weaker than I am. In fact, I'm unsure which one of us will be the victor, which is why Luke and I will charge ahead of everyone. As you all know, Luke and I are the fastest in the camp, so we will be able to go past everyone else. I will hold off Lucian, and while that happens, I want Luke to go towards the flag and snatch it before they even know what happens and are able to react. For the rest of you, expect some resistance to come your way. I want you in large groups as they will be harder to win against. I want you guys as backup in case we will need it." The others looked between each other for a bit. Talia hadn't let them down before, so they nodded their heads in agreement. "If I can't beat him in strength and skills, I'll beat him in numbers," she thought while waiting for the horn. Knowing him, he will be too prideful to use his shadow monsters and won't use them. The present. As the Apollo cabin made their ways through the trees and wilderness, they soon found the Ares cabin mixed with other members of their teams, marching in front of them, making their ways towards Lucian's direction. Seeing them, the Apollo's cabin smirked as they took something out from the bag that the Hephaestus cabin gave them and hooked it to the end of their arrows. They took aim and fired it towards the ground, right by their opponent's feet. They at first looked at the arrow in confusion and were about to raise their shields, but it was too late. The thing that was connected to the arrows went off, giving a blinding light. "My eyes! I can't see anything. Is this even allowed?" While they screamed in pain, a couple soldiers from Lucian's team rushed towards them and started taking them down before they had a chance to recover. Each member started taking people as prisoners, making them unable to attack or retaliate. After they recovered from the flash, they glared at their capturers. What the hell was that? You used a freaking flashbang? I know we said magic items were allowed, but a flashbang isn't a fucking magic item. Athena's children smirked as one of them went on to explain. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. It is a magic item. It was made using the light from Apollo's children, so by technicalities, it's supernaturally made, thus making it a magic item. Oh, that's horse crap, and you know it. One of the prisoners from Ares' cabin shouted, irritated. Hey, why don't you release me? I'm sure you really want to do that. A child of Aphrodite softly asked using charm speak, a power most of them possess that lets them control other people with their voice/charm. The one that spoke gained a glazed look over their eyes. Okay, he said enthusiastically as he went to open his move to declare her as free. But as he went and opened his moves from the trees, a small pebble hit the back of his head, jolting him awake. That's right, you guys and your troublesome abilities, he said while rubbing his head. He took out another flashbang from his pouch and said, if any one of you talks, I'll set it off. You guys saw firsthand how lethal this could be. Luckily, he thought and warned us about this and told us to keep someone a few feet away where they wouldn't be affected to snap us out of it. He thought to himself as he threatened, which worked as they kept their mouths shut. In the far distance, they soon saw a bright light, which was followed by screams of pain and clashing of swords, letting them know that everything was going according to plan. The clouds started to come together, growing darker and darker, causing lightning to flash between them. Lucian looked up and looked ahead. Get ready, they're coming. Who's they? Did our plan fail? Annabeth asked as she took out her 2 daggers. Luke and Talia. As soon as Lucian said their names, a dust cloud was soon making their way towards them. Lucian summoned his scythe and decided to turn it into a bow staff for his battle against Talia. Lucian then did something that took Annabeth by surprise. The sole of shoes turned into thrusters as black flames came from beneath him and sent him flying towards Talia. Take care of Luke. You know him best, was all he said as he blasted off. Talia, seeing Lucian fast approaching, smirked as speed was what she was best at and had more experience in than Lucian. They both then readied their weapons. Lucian had spun his staff around while Talia held out her shield and pulled back her spear, preparing it to strike. Only a few seconds passed as they met in the middle with a large clash, creating a large gust of wind around them due to the force. As Lucian's staff hit Talia's shield, creating such force, they were sent flying back, slightly causing them to adjust their footing and run towards each other once again. This time Talia thrusted her spear while Lucian blocked it with his staff, slamming it down. Lucian then made a kicking motion towards her, which sent a blast of black fire to her, causing her to raise her shield as a defense. She surrounded herself in electricity and rushed towards him. She then made multiple stabbing motions, turning her spear into a blur, and tried to strike Lucian. Lucian spun his staff, blocking each strike, and swung from the bottom upwards towards her, sending a large blast of fire, causing her to roll back and block it with her shield. As she blocked it, Lucian stuck his staff into the ground and pulled it. It now had a large piece of the earth on it, which Lucian used as a hammer and struck Talia downwards with it. Talia raised her hand, which had the shield up, and took the strike, which sent the piece of earth flying everywhere. Talia felt the strength and force throughout her entire body, causing her to shiver as her arms started to shake. Seeing that her defense was down, Lucian swung his staff, hitting her right on her torso, which sent her flying back and tumbling across the ground. She quickly stood up, recovering her form, and swung her spear downwards, causing the sky to crackle before sending a large bolt of lightning from the clouds and right on Lucian. Luckily, Lucian heard the sound before it struck, which gave him the opportunity to move back and dodge it. But due to its speed, Lucian was still caught in the blast, which sent him flying back. As Lucian flung back, he did a flip in the air before slamming his staff on the ground, slowing down his momentum. And while that was happening, Luke and Annabeth were fighting each other. Luke, using his fast agility at first, tried to get past Annabeth and get to the flag, but she predicted his trajectory and sent her dagger flying ahead, where Luke would have ended up causing him to stop running. Annabeth rushed towards Luke and swung her dagger towards his openings in the armor, but Luke simply blocked it with the side of his sword before swinging his sword down towards Annabeth. Annabeth rolled back, but Luke increased his speed. "Come on, Annabeth. I don't want to hurt you. Just give up already." Annabeth smirked and didn't say anything as she reached to her side where her dagger had respawned. She now had an easier time blocking Luke's strikes, and seeing such, Luke increased the speed of strikes, causing sparks to fly off their weapons as they collided. "I can't quiet now. Come on, Luke, you know that," Annabeth said as she realized that Luke was pushing her back towards the flag. So not caring if she got hurt in the process, started to let go of her defensive nature and went towards attacking. A few of Luke's sword strikes ended up hitting her armor as she turned aggressive with her dagger. As a cut appeared on Annabeth's arm, legs, and thighs, and a cut appeared on Luke's thighs. Seeing that a smirk appeared on her face, confusing Luke as she only managed to scratch him once, and then it hit him. He began to really slowly down at a noticeable level, making it hard to move his limbs. What's going on?" he asked in surprise. "Oh, didn't you know? It appears I forgot to tell you. One of the enchantments Lucian put on the daggers was a paralysis kind. Don't worry, it'll wear off easily, but that just means I would have to keep cutting you for it to continue working. Sorry in advance," Annabeth said with the same smirking expression and winking at Luke. Causing him to sigh at his plunder, it was very difficult for him to move at the moment, making him realize he may have fucked up their only chance at winning. As Lucian flew back, Talia aimed her spear towards the sky, causing lightning to crackle and fall down straight on her spear. She swung her spear down, causing the lightning to follow her movements. Lucian made a swiping motion with his staff, creating a wall between. As the lightning hit the wall, rocks and stones flew everywhere, blocking Talia's view. She then saw a shadow in front of her, causing her to look up. In the air, Lucian was taking a deep breath, which caused his chest to puff out. With his cheeks inflated, he started blowing out black flames from his mouth, which made their way towards Talia. Talia, seeing this, started spinning around with her spear, creating a large tornado of wind blocking the dark flames. Seeing what Talia was doing, Lucian punched the air, sending a blast of fire upwards, which propelled him downwards, getting to the ground quickly. Once the flames stopped, Talia sent the tornado that she created towards Lucian, who created a storm of his own made out of dust, causing them to clash, creating a dust explosion. Talia used the shield to cover her eyes before sending a large gust of wind to blow everything away. She then surrounded her entire body with electricity, while Lucian covered his entire body in darkness. They both disappeared from where they were standing and clashed their weapons in the middle. They were moving so fast, all they left behind were dark smoke trails and lightning flashing around them. As they fought, they kept getting higher and higher into the sky. Normally, such a thing would have frightened Talia due to her phobia of heights, but at the moment her obsession to win against Lucian outweighed her fears. Everything seemed inconsequential to Talia. It was as if she was in a zone. The only thing on her mind was to beat Lucian. Nothing else mattered. She doesn't know where her obsession came from. Maybe it's because they were both children of the big three. Maybe it's because she believes she's older than him, she needs to win, but that didn't matter at the moment. Only winning mattered. In the sky, the colors as black and blue keep flashing, clashing against each other. Occasionally, one would see the sparks caused by the clash of their weapons before disappearing as they moved. Lucian decided that it was enough, grabbed his staff with both his hands, and swung it towards Talia with a great force. Talia had no choice but to block it with her shield, but all it ended up doing was sending her falling towards the ground at a great speed, leaving behind a light blue trail of lightning as she crashed onto the ground, creating a large crater with her in the middle of it. A large amount of spit and saliva came out of Talia as she landed back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lucian softly landed on the crater he created. He stood in front of Talia with a smirk and extended his hand towards her with a smile. It was a good fight. Talia groaned as she tried to get up. She then looked at Lucian in confusion. What are you talking about? We're not done. You haven't won yet. Lucian smirked as he looked down on Talia, He proceeded to nonchalantly point behind him with his thumb, basically telling her to take a look. Talia was at first confused, but leaned to the side to look behind Lucian. As she did, her eyes widened in shock. There was another Lucian sitting arrogantly on an obsidian throne with a red flag leaning on him. When Lucian noticed her looking at him, he gave her a wink. And with that, the horn was blown, signifying that the game has come to an end. Talia, who had stood up, then looked at the Lucian in front of her, who was still smirking. He then started to dissolve into a white mist as he said, "Aren't illusions great?" "Since when?" Talia asked in shock, but before she could say anything, she heard multiple people shouting. They all came running towards them. As they arrived, they went towards Lucian and picked him up. Y-H-H-H-H-H. Lucian, 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 Lucian. They kept shouting his name as they threw him in the sky, celebrating their victory. Lucian laughed as he waved their opponent's flag in the air. Talia then started to look dejected, which she then felt a pat of her back. She turned to look at who it was and saw it was Annabeth. "Since when was I under his illusion?" Talia asked her, still feeling a bit dejected. "Since the dust explosion. He used that as a cover and surrounded the area with the mist and dove into his shadow. While you continued fighting the illusion, he reappeared with the flag in his hands and summoned a throne from underground and just sat on it waiting." Talia let out an exasperated sigh as she turned towards Luke, who was standing still with an awkward expression on his face and multiple cuts on his body. "What happened to him?" "My dagger is enchanted with paralysis. How have we known you for this long and not known about it? I was mostly fighting automatons, so there wasn't really an opportunity to us it, and all of the monsters we fought were rather weak and were easy to one-shot." Talia then looked towards Lucian, who was enjoying his victory celebration with everyone. "He sure is enjoying himself, isn't he?" Annabeth facepalms when she sees Lucian taking off his armor, then his shirt, and waving it around in the air. This is his first win, so I guess he's pretty pleased with himself. Talia then looked around and noticed that none of her teammates were nowhere to be seen. "Where is everyone else?" Annabeth at first looked confused before understanding what happened, so she turned towards the cheering entourage, cupped her mouth, and yelled out, "You guys forgot to free our prisoners from their prison." They stopped what they were doing and slowly turned towards Annabeth, giving her an awkward smile. "Sorry, we got carried away." They then put Lucian down, who put his shirt back on and went towards their captured prisoners, releasing them. And while releasing them, Lucian was with his group of friends carrying the flag and looking at Talia smugly, causing her to roll her eyes at him. "You're so annoying," Talia grumbled. It was then Lucian's turn to roll his eyes. "Oh, please, if it was you that would have won, you would have been the same, if not worse." The others soon returned looking pleased with themselves, and they all went to enjoy a satisfactory dinner. After everyone finished giving their offerings to the gods and eating their celebratory dinner, Lucian, who was sitting next to Hestia, stood up and stood in front of everyone that was cleaning up. "May everyone look over here, please," he shouted, cuffing his hand by his mouth, amplifying his voice. They were confused as they looked at Lucian, who was looking rather smug. "What you want to runt?" one of Ares' kids shouted. "Shut up. Losers have no rights to talk." Lucian retorted back with a smirk. Oh. They all sounded hearing Lucian before they started to snicker, which caused the Ares kid to turn red in the face. "Well, anyways, as you guys know, I led my team to victory, and I captured our opponent's flag. For such a feat, I have decided to reward myself with something spectacular, and I want you all to bear witness." They all stood in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. The Ares kid, who was previously humiliated, scoffed loudly. "Hey, you just won once and already have a big head about it. Unlike mine, which is metaphorical, yours is literally, I honestly pity your mother who had to push you out. Oh wait, who knows, maybe your C-section baby, my bad bro." "Ooh!" They all screamed out at Lucian's comeback. "Damn, Julian, you just got burnt." The Ares kid, who we now know is named Julian, practically saw red and was about to charge towards Lucian before Chiron put a stop to it. "Enough, you two. Lucian, just finish what you were saying and stop antagonizing them." "Whatever," Lucian muttered as he rolled his eyes. "Anyways, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. This isn't going to be a reward just for me. It'll be a reward for those in the future as well." They all looked lost as they weren't following. "Just watch," Lucian said as he got on one knee. "Who are you proposing to Lucian?" Talia called out with a smirk, teasing Lucian as she was still slightly bitter due to losing, which causing some to laugh. Lucian, being petty, inwardly smirked. He created a flowery, outwards appearance around him using the illusionary powers of the mist and flashed Talia the prettiest and handsomest smile he could muster. "Who knows? Maybe it'll be you in the future," he said, winking towards her. "Oh," some of Aphrodite's children said behind their hand, not expecting such smoothness from him. Some were even blushing due to the mist as it slightly affected the atmosphere around him, making him appear more likable. Talia was a blushing mess as she muttered, "Fucking bastard, how is he so quick with these?" Lucian just chuckled before shaking his head. His expression then turned serious before slowly pulling his fist toward his side. "Now for what I was doing," he muttered. He took a deep breath before thrusting his fist into the ground, breaking it apart slightly with just his strength. He wiggled his fist further into the ground until they're buried completely and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened, which made them look at Lucian with skepticism before he opened his eyes, which turned serious. He made a pulling motion as if he was having difficulty from having his hand stuck on the ground. "PHTT, is this what he's going to show us, how he gets his fist stuck in the ground?" Julian scoffed before softly chuckling. But Lucian's expression doesn't change. One could see veins protruding on his forehead, with beads of sweat slowly trickling down. Before they could say anything in worry, they felt the ground start shaking. They watched in amazement as the ground started to crack and split open. They all took a step back as it continued to expand. A large obsidian color material started flowing up towards the surface. The more the material surfaced, the bigger their expressions of surprise became. At first, it was a stark black pole, before the shape of a flag appeared as it continued to rise. As the flag continued upwards, a dome of the same material started to appear. Their mouth hanged open as more of the dome started appearing. What they assumed was a dome started to get features and continued to rise. That dome, which they previously assumed, was actually a head slowly taking Lucian's feature as it rose. "He's making a fucking statue of himself," someone muttered in disbelief. This fucking narcissist. The indistinguishable voice of Talia was heard. Even her voice was laced with astonishment. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at the scene with narrowed eyes. As full of himself as Lucian is, even if it's just pretending, he wouldn't just build a statue of himself for no reason. Just what is he planning? More and more of Lucian's statue started to appear. Now there is no mistaking it. It was indeed a statue of Lucian. Underneath him, the ground started to shake as it broke apart, but inside of falling down, he started rising up. One of the statue's palms was facing up, which Lucian rode on as he controlled the statue. When the statue was above ground, Lucian twirled his fist in circles, which caused the ground behind him to follow his movements and close up completely, filling up all the cracks, returning it to what it once was. Lucian sat at the edge of his statue's palm, with an arm leaning back, a leg hanging and swinging over the edge lazily, his other leg just on the very edge with his other arm resting on the lifted knee. With sweat dripping down his back and a tired expression, "How you like me now?" Lucian's voice resounded through the camp as he amplified it with magic. They couldn't say anything. No words could escape their mouths as they stared in disbelief. "Lucian, my boy, what are you doing?" Chiron asked, rubbing his forehead. "Isn't it obvious it's my gift towards the camp?" Lucian shouted with a smirk. "How is this a gift?" They all shouted. "You guys just don't know it yet, so I will explain. Since this week I have won my team the flag. This statue has my face. If you guys would just pay attention towards other aspects of the statues, and not just my beautiful visage, such as the flag, you would notice something else." They all turned towards the flag and noticed that it had all of the marks and symbols from each cabin that were on his team. Even from here, I can see your guys confusing, so I will explain slowly for those that are having trouble understanding. Lucian lowered his leg from the end and sat down at the complete edge of the palm as he spread his arms completely. "Do you see this statue and his handsome face?" They looked at the statue once more. When they heard his voice, The statue was a perfect replica of what Lucian looked like. It even had a coat which was made to look like fur. It was holding a flag proudly, while looking at a distance. The flag had a cross separating it into 4 evenly square pieces. One square had a beautiful owl made of different gems to represent Athena. Another square had beautiful yellow gems that shone brightly in the shape of the sun for Apollo. Another one had rubies make the image of fire, and other minerals make a hammer for Hephaestus. And lastly, on the last square, emeralds and amethysts were used to make grapes, while before using gold to make a chalice in the middle of it for Dionysus. That's right, this isn't just a statue of me, it's a statue for all the winners. Lucian shouted as they stared at the flag wide-eyed, almost entranced by the beauty of each symbol. But here is where it becomes interesting. He shouted once again, grabbing everyone's attention. What if I'm defeated? After all I said, this statue is for the winners, he said with a tone in his voice clearly pleased. A hint of realization hit everyone at once. That's right. Lucian shouted with a large grin on his face. If you manage to get my flag, I will personally rearrange this entire statue to look exactly like you and put your teams on the flag. But wait, there's more. If my own teammate managed to get the enemy's flag before I did, it would be their face on this statue with my father's symbol on the flag. But since that's not the cause, it will go here, he said, thrusting his palm forward. In the statue's chest, right about where Lucian's real heart would be. The symbol which Hades used to claim him appeared glowing a beautiful red color due to the rubies he used. Lucian stood up and spread his arms and looked down on everyone. How you like them golden apples? They didn't say anything as they stood frozen in shock. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. Tough crowd. Lucian then put a foot behind him and bowed towards everyone. With that, I, Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, bid everyone farewell and a good competitive future. And with that, Lucian turned into a big puff of smoke and disappeared from everyone's view, leaving the palm of the statue empty. After a few minutes of shock, one of them mutters, "He's fucking lost it. What a psychopath, but damn did that get my blood boiling." He shouted. He wasn't the only one. An intense fire burned in their eyes, wanting to see their face on that statue. This kid hasn't even been here a day, and look at the effect he had on everyone, Chiron muttered, looking stressed. Lucian laid on top of his cabin with his hands over his head, stargazing and deep in thought. Suddenly a ladder appeared at the side, and after a few seconds Annabeth's head popped up. "I see. I figured you would be out here. You always did love to stargaze during our trip. What are you doing here, Annabeth?" Lucian asked without taking his eyes off the night sky. "I was hoping you could answer some of my questions. Do you mind?" "Nah." Annabeth nodded her head and climbed up to the roof and laid next to him, joining him on his watch. "What's got you so curious that you had to find me in the middle of the night?" "Well, I was just wondering, what was that all about? I like to think I know you pretty well, and what I know doesn't match with what you're doing." "Sure, you're egoistic." "Boy," he interrupted, but Annabeth continued, "but not to the point you would build a statue of yourself right in the middle of the camp. The only reason I can come up with is motivation, but for what? To fight you? Sure, we can say that, but you could have gone about it a different way, if that was solely the case, which I doubt. Let me reason that question with another question. Why are we born?" "What?" She turns to look at Lucian with a questioning gaze. "With beings known as fate existing, what purpose do we have by coming into existence?" Lucian asked, raising his hands to his face. "Annabeth, I'm sure you know more than anyone how strong I am. But why was I giving this strength? Here's a bit of information barely anyone knows about me. I'm more of a divine being than I am mortal." Annabeth looks at Lucian in shock. "What's that supposed to mean?" "My mother wasn't just a random, which with the ability to use magic. My mother was the granddaughter of a titan, beings that have given birth to gods." "Whoa," she muttered. "Is that why you're so powerful?" "I see why now, but that still doesn't answer my question." I'm getting there. So that once again begs the question, why was I born? Why was I made so strong? What is my divine purpose? He pauses and turned towards Annabeth with a smile. "I don't know," she stuttered. "Good, since I don't know either. It would have been weird if you did," he teases with a smirk. "Although I don't know. I have a feeling things would at some point turn hectic." Every strong demigod born always faces challenges that seem impossible to complete. Who knows what could happen to me? This place could be attacked and thrown into a war for all I know. Which is why I did what I did earlier. You were somewhat right. It was for motivation. I hope to become something they want to defeat. I want them to keep getting stronger and stronger in hopes of beating me. If we were thrown into a war, then all of this training would help them have a fighting chance. Annabeth's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. What's the other reason? She asked, her expression going from shock to serious. Lucian's ear turned slightly red and turned his head away, not being able to look at Annabeth due to feeling embarrassed, something Annabeth quickly noticed. She just gave Lucian a curious gaze and waited for him to get comfortable speaking. I was thinking how cool it would be if I can become a symbol of morality towards everyone. If we did go into a war, I want everyone to look at my face on the statue and think, with him backing us up, there's just no way we're going to lose. Lucian covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. But Annabeth didn't think, so she just smiled towards Lucian. I think that's lovely, Lucian, she softly said. Her expression then turned awkward. So what would happen if you actually lost? Then I wouldn't have the right to lead or become a morality symbol, he immediately answered. I see. Her expression turned to that of pondering. What? He asked, noticing her expression. I feel like there's more to it. I just can't put my finger on it, she muttered. Lucian didn't say anything and just gave her an amused look before returning to look at the stars. Just am I missing? She thought, looking back towards everything he said, from when he first constructed the statue to now. She remembered everything he said and started to study it carefully. She stood up from where she was sitting and looked around towards the statue before looking all around. Then it clicked. She turned towards Lucian, looking at him with her mouth agape. You plan to enchant it and make it a barrier to protect this place, she said, still looking at him with surprise. Lucian then started laughing. And how did you come up with such a theory? She smirked as she explained. Firstly, you called the statue a gift towards the camp, then in the place you built it. It's perfectly placed in the middle of the entire camp. And when I say perfectly in the middle, I mean right in the center of camp. And then you literally just came back from training in a place called the City of Magic. She pulled out her 2 daggers, which she always carried with her, and presented to him. Earlier today, I told Luke you enchanted these daggers, which shows you are skillful at enchanting objects. And let's not forget that you said there could potentially be a war in this place. Normally, when you have a feeling about something, it comes true, if the months we spent together is any indication. With everything together, giving a gift towards the camp, the location of it, you being able to enchant, your feelings on the matter, and wanting everyone to have a surviving chance, the only conclusion I could come to was that you were going to use the statue for something magical related. It being a barrier is something I just guessed since it's the most logical. It could be for something else for all I know. I just know you're going to use the statue for something like that. When she finished her reasoning, she looked at Lucian expectantly to see if she got it right, but all she saw was Lucian chuckling and shaking his head. She thought she was wrong, but before she could say anything else, only you, Annabeth, Lucian said, chuckling. He just looked at her and grinned. Only you could have come up with the right answer with so little clues. Annabeth quickly turned smug when she realized she was right. Lucian then sat up and brushed his hair back as he looked at Annabeth with a serious expression. What we've discussed here should not be discussed with absolutely no one else. What about Luke and Talia? I feel they should know about it too. Annabeth asked worriedly. But Lucian just shook his head. It's best not to worry them. So promise me you will keep quiet about this. This is something only you should know as you yourself figured it out, he said while looking directly into her eyes. Annabeth turned contemplative before reluctantly nodding her head. Okay, I promise. This will just be between the 2 of us. Lucian nodded before waving her off. Now shoo, it's past your bedtime. Annabeth simply rolled her eyes before leaving as she was getting pretty tired, and it was already the middle of the night. As she went and put away the ladder, she turned to look at Lucian's cabin before smiling and shaking her head as she headed back to her own cabin, sleeping till the next day. Lucian walked up to Annabeth the next day and asked, So what do we do now? We go rock climbing, Annabeth explained. That's it, Lucian asked, looking at her in confusion. No, obviously. Most of us spend our time training and doing miscellaneous tasks. For example, Demeter's cabin would spend the day taking care of the strawberry farm, and the Hephaestus cabin would be locked inside their forge building whatever, Annabeth added. Lucian nodded in understanding as Annabeth led him towards the rock climbing section. Funnily enough, we get graded for this, Annabeth mentioned, which is why we have to do this in the first place. But it's not only climbing we have to worry about. The climbing wall has some features to it, like lava pouring down from the top and an earthquake mode where it constantly shakes. They soon arrived in an area surrounded by campers, with Chiron in front of them taking notes on a clipboard. Good work, Clarice. You can come down now, he shouted after writing down a few checks. Lucian raised a brow upon hearing the name and looked over as a short, sand-blonde-haired girl slowly climbed down from the wall. Ah, the daughter of Ares, Lucian thought while observing her with her hands on her knees, sweating and gasping for air slightly. Chiron then noticed Lucian and Annabeth appear within the crowd. Ah, Lucian, you have decided to join us here today, it seems. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. I didn't have anything better to do. Chiron nodded before looking at his clipboard. Ah, I haven't been able to test you before since you had to go on your quest. How about it? Want to give it a try? He said, motioning towards the large wall. Lucian once again just shrugged his shoulders. Sure, why not? He said, taking a step forward. The others looked curiously, wondering how Lucian would fare against the wall. You're not allowed to use abilities. This is only a physical test. Any use of your powers would be an automatic F, Chiron warned him. So no harness? Lucian asked curiously. Why? Afraid you're going to fall? One of them said before some started to snicker. Lucian didn't even entertain them and simply gave them the middle finger while still facing the climbing wall, which just caused them to laugh louder. Do you want one? Chiron curiously asked, to which Lucian just shook his head. Nah, I was simply curious. Lucian turned towards Chiron as he asked. So, when can I start? You can start any time you please, Chiron informed him. Lucian nodded and started to take a few steps back, making the others curious at what he was doing. After he was a good distance away, he got into a running position and started mapping out his way in his head. When he got it, he took off running before jumping and taking a hold of one of the rocks. As his hand touched the wall, the entire thing started shaking as if trying to throw him off, but he held on. He then used the momentum he acquired while running and flung himself higher. Lucian had a look of concentration and started to climb with quick maneuvers. Lucian suddenly felt a warmth close to him, causing him to look up. He saw lava getting closer and closer as it started to flow down. Upon closer inspection, Lucian saw a couple of boulders from the top falling down along with the lava. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed his climbing path, skillfully avoiding the falling rocks and the cascading lava. The onlookers, who initially underestimated him, were now watching with a mix of surprise and curiosity. As he climbed, he began to realize that the lava wasn't as hot as he was expecting. Sure, he can feel great warmth from it, but it wasn't blistering hot, though his clothes said otherwise as they started to catch on fire slightly. As Lucian neared the top, the climbing wall activated its earthquake mode. The entire structure shook vigorously, adding an extra layer of difficulty to the ascent. Despite the intensified challenge, Lucian displayed remarkable agility, adapting seamlessly to the unpredictable movements. He finally reached the summit, unfazed by the chaos that ensued during the climb. Lucian landed on the top in a one-handed handstand. He turned towards the crowd and Chiron and gave him a peace sign with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just completed a routine task. Chiron, impressed by Lucian's performance, nodded approvingly. Well done, Lucian. You can come down now. That was an amazing performance. Lucian nodded, sinking into his shadow before reappearing next to everyone. Your shirt is on fire, Annabeth pointed out, patting it carefully to extinguish the flames. That it is, Lucian acknowledged, joining in to pat it out. Here, take your shirt off and put this one on, Annabeth instructed, handing him an orange camp half-blood shirt. Lucian, bewildered, asked, Where did you even get this? Annabeth rolled her eyes. Just don't worry about it, and take it off, she sighed. Following her instructions, Lucian threw his burnt shirt into a shadow. Nearby Aphrodite's kids, about his age, stole sneaking glances, admiring his toned body. Lucian then looked at the orange shirt, expressing disgust before using the power of the mist to change it to a black shirt with the white camp Half-Blood logo. Much better, Lucian sighed before he and Annabeth walked away. You aren't going to do it? He asked her when he noticed she simply left. Nah, I already did it the day before yesterday, before you returned. And how did you do? Annabeth pouted, turning her head away, causing Lucian to give her a teasing smirk. You fell off, didn't you? Shut up. It's not as easy as you made it out to be, she muttered, blushing. Anyways, I'm going to check the strawberry field. Want to come? Lucian asked, changing the topic. Annabeth looked at him in confusion. Why would you want to go there? And are you sure that's a good idea? After all, I'm not sure the children of Demeters will be very welcoming towards the son of Hades, due to your parents' animosity. That's the very reason I suggest we should go. I think it's very idiotic to hate each other just solely based on the problems our parents have with one another. You might think that way, but I'm not sure the others will, Annabeth said skeptically. Just watch and learn. All I have to do is be really charming, something I'm really good at. Annabeth rolled her eyes and decided to follow Lucian to see how it would turn out. Lucian didn't even have a chance to open his mouth when he arrived. Leave, the head counselor of the Demeters cabin coldly said as soon as she saw Lucian approaching. Wah! I said leave. Your presence might affect the growth of the plants here, and I will have none of that. So, I'm telling you once again to leave. Lucian just stood with his mouth open in shock, while Annabeth turned away and covered her mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. As Annabeth tried not to laugh at the current situation, Lucian just scoffed. Oh, please, my presence wouldn't cause such a thing to happen. You're just making stuff up at this point. Just 2 more years, Rose. You just have to deal with annoying kids for 2 more years, and you get to be away from annoying kids. The head counselor of the Demeters cabin whispered to herself, audible enough for Annabeth and Lucian to hear. Lucian's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. Look, all I'm trying to do is get along with everyone and just try to fix any problems we may have due to our godly parents' grievances. I don't think having my half-sister imprisoned in the underworld can just be counted as grievances, Rose, the head counselor, snarkily replied. Lucian's expression then turned a bit awkward. You're probably right, but you're saying that as if it's my fault that happened. If you guys have a problem with my dad, then you have a problem with my dad, but don't take it out on me. Rose just groaned out loud. Seriously, kid, why don't you just drop it already? Not everyone is going to like you, and you're going to have to live with that. Lucian started getting pissed off at that. It's not about something as simple as someone liking me or not. I wouldn't give a single fuck if this entire camp ends up hating me, but at least they should hate me after getting to know me and hate me for something I did, instead of a stupid reason like just because I'm the son of someone. An older-looking girl with wheat-colored hair with an apron around her waist approached from behind Rose and intervened. Rose, that's enough. But Rose tried to say, but the new girl just shook her head, which caused Rose to click her tongue before walking away, unwilling to deal with it any further. Sorry about that. My name is Denise. What's yours? She said, taking over the conversation. Lucian. Annabeth. What was that all about? Annabeth asked Denise. She let out a small sigh before she began to explain. Yeah. Once again, sorry about her. Rose just recently became the head counselor of our cabin and has a very hard time adjusting. One thing about her is that she really cares for all the plants and is very superstitious when it comes to caring for them. That's why she was being somewhat hostile towards you. Will they all behave that way towards Lucian? Annabeth curiously asked. Denise just shook her head. Just a few, mostly those that care very deeply about the plants and nurture them. Having the son of the Lord of Death around these parts is making them worry about the negative effects it would have, which is why they are hostile. So unless he can prove them otherwise, it will continue to be that way. As for me, I really don't see the problem of having Lucian around since some death is beneficial towards the growth of plants. Annabeth was at first confused before she asked, Are you talking about compost? To which Denise nodded her head. Annabeth turned towards Lucian as she asked, So, do you have a way to make them think otherwise? I'm guessing you do, since I refuse to believe you actually came out here thinking your good looks would make it work. Of course I do, Lucian replied with an eye roll. You do? Denise asked, curious about what he had in mind. Do you have some seeds I could borrow for a few seconds? Denise nodded and reached into her apron before pulling out a couple of seeds from its pocket. Thanks, Lucian said, taking them into his hands. He crouched on one knee and started digging the ground they were standing on with one hand. When he was done, he put the seeds in the hole and covered it up before he put his hand over the pile of dirt and closed his eyes. Denise and Annabeth both just looked at each other in confusion before looking back at what Lucian was doing. After a few long seconds, a sprout started coming out of the ground, making their eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. No way! Denise couldn't help but shout, causing the others who weren't so far away to stop what they were doing and look towards their direction. They saw Denise looking down with a shocked expression with two little kids around her. Curious, some decided to go and see what they were doing, while some found the well-being of their harvest much more important and chose to ignore it. As the others approached, they started to make the same face as Denise, a face of pure disbelief. How are you doing it? Denise asked, unable to contain her curiosity. While Lucian still had his eyes closed, he answered, Have you ever heard the term, the richness of the soil is beneficial towards plant life and will help them grow? Don't tell me. Annabeth started off, to which Lucian just nodded. One of my father's domains is all of the riches underground. As Lucian talked, the sprout kept growing in size. I'm controlling the richness of the soil underground to help support the plant to grow much quicker and healthier. How did you even come up with such an idea? Annabeth asked in amazement as the others listened, still watching in amazement as they saw something impossible. The son of the god of the dead was basically bringing forth life. Remember when I told you that for my training, I was poisoned and had to come up with a potion while slowly dying to heal myself? Annabeth nodded, while the others looked confused. Well, one of the most important ingredients was a plant. That plant just so happened to not have been fully grown and was still underdeveloped. With the poison slowly killing me, I became delirious and was losing hope. As a last-ditch effort, I planted the plant before doing what I described and made it grow into maturity until it was perfect for me to use. Lucian explained as the sprout in front of him started sprouting strawberries. What Lucian or anyone for that matter didn't know, however, was that during his time of conception, during his parents' threesome, some of Persephone's bodily fluid got inside Medea, his mother's mouth as he was being conceived. That little amount of fluid became the connection/link he needed for his idea of richness and plant growth to actually come into fruition. Otherwise, it would have been a pointless endeavor and would have most likely died during his training. At first, the strawberries started off green, but a few minutes later, they turned into a beautiful red color, which made them look almost enticing. Lucian looked slightly tired, as controlling the plant took a lot out of him, as what he did was something that was at least next to impossible for him to do. Try them, Lucian told the others who were looking at the strawberries in awe, while hiding his fatigue. Everyone around took one each, before they all looked at each other, afraid to take the first bite. Except for Annabeth. She had full faith in Lucian and bit into the strawberry without an ounce of hesitation. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took a bite. Whoa, she exclaimed before eating the rest. It's so juicy and unbelievably sweet. The others looked at each other once more before they all took a bite of the strawberry, sensing the juice flow in their mouths. Their eyes widened at the taste. Denise patted Lucian on the back. Nice job, kid. These are good. And you did that just by controlling the richness of the soil? I could see why they taste so good then. When talking about the richness of the soil, we're talking about the nutrients it carries. These nutrients help the plants that consume them reach their full potential. The others just nodded in appreciation, which just caused Lucian to smirk proudly. You have to help us out sometimes when you have the chance, Denise said enthusiastically. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. I'll help out if I don't have anything planned. That's perfect, Denise nodded. So we cool. Denise and the others around nodded their heads. But what about your head counselor? I doubt she would be okay with Lucian coming around, Annabeth asked, leaning to the side as she looked at Rose tying her long black hair into a ponytail before getting to work on the fields in front of her. Denise just picked the last remaining strawberry from the plant in front of her. Leave everything to me. Watch this. With the strawberry in hand, she walked towards Rose, who now had a woven straw basket filled with strawberries. Hey, Rose, here, try this. Rose looked at Denise in confusion before sighing. Denise, we should be collecting our harvest, not eating it. Since Rose didn't want to bother with Lucian any longer, she stopped paying attention to him, so she failed to notice his abilities and his capability to grow crops. Denise gave her the puppy dog eyes as she pleaded, Please, Rose, just try this one. Rose looked at her for a bit before sighing once again. Fine. She picked the strawberry from Denise's hand and took a bite out of it. They're hap. Wow, wait a minute. Why is it so juicy and sweet? They're good, right? Denise smiled. Rose nodded her head, taking the last bite, leaving only the leaves of the fruit in her hands. You wouldn't guess who made it? Denise teased. The dead kid, right? Rose said, sounding confident in her answer. What? How did you guess? I'm not stupid. You were literally with him, and the next thing I know, you come here wanting to show me a fruit. Rose said with a scoff. But if you knew it was from him, why did you still eat it? I may not like or trust him, but I trust you. You wouldn't have fed me something if you knew it would be dangerous for me to eat. Denise giggled while rubbing the back of her head. So what do you think? Would he be able to come around and help us? No, not really. I mean, taking care of these plants is the job of our cabin. So having someone that's not from our cabin, especially him, come and help is weird, but she paused and looked towards the others engaging in conversations with Lucian. She then continued, I see the others getting along with him, so I guess it wouldn't hurt, but, and I mean this in all seriousness, if just one single leaf dies because of him, I'm banning him from access to anywhere near our cabin, and this is non-negotiable. As the head counselor, this is where I put my foot down. Denise nodded her head in understanding, smiling proudly as she said, Yes, ma'am. Rose just rolled her eyes before getting back to work. Denise then went and informed Lucian of what was agreed upon. That's fair, he said, nodding his head. They spent a couple of minutes getting to know each other and talking about ways to help a plant grow faster without affecting its health until close to an hour had passed. Well, it was nice meeting you all, but I have something to ask Chiron. I'll come and help when I'm free, Lucian informed them. They all nodded and said their goodbyes as they returned to work, Denise not being any different. As they left, Lucian and Annabeth walked side by side back towards where Chiron was. After a few minutes of walking, Annabeth let out a little giggle. What? Lucian asked, which caused her to giggle some more. Annabeth put her palms together, turned her head to the side slightly, and lifted one leg off the ground. Wow, Lucian, you were so charming. I can see why you were so confident in your looks. They totally had a good first impression of you back there, she said in a high-pitched, girly voice. Lucian rolled his eyes and scoffed as he playfully shoved her head. Oh, shut it. They were just so enamored the first girl didn't know how to act, he scoffed, which just caused Annabeth to laugh. After a bit of banter between the two of them, Annabeth asked, So what is it that you have to ask Chiron? Why didn't you ask him earlier? I mean, you'll most likely be present when I ask him, so wait and see. As for why I didn't ask him earlier, he was surrounded by campers and in the middle of something. I wanted to talk to him alone in a secluded spot. He should have finished what he was doing by now, so he should be in the big house. Annabeth nodded in understanding as they made their way towards Chiron's office. They walked past Dionysus, who was resting on a rocking chair on the porch, and headed towards Chiron's office. Lucian knocked on the door before Chiron instructed him to come in. Is something the matter? Chiron asked curiously, not expecting to see Lucian come towards him. I want to see what I have to do in order to have permission to leave the camp periodically. May I ask why? Chiron asked, while Annabeth looked shocked at Lucian asking such a thing. I want to be able to get ingredients to make something, was all Lucian answered with. Is there something you need that isn't actively here? I don't mean this in a bragging sense, but everything you'll ever need is most likely in the attic, where we keep most objects obtained from quests ever since the camp has started. I'm confident you don't have what I need to make. Chiron just looked at Lucian with a raised brow, which caused him to sigh. He stood up and went behind Annabeth, plunging her ears into his shadow, making her unable to hear anything. Hey, what are you doing? She said, trying to pry Lucian's fingers off but being unsuccessful. Chiron just looked lost on what Lucian was doing. If you have phoenix feathers, I would be more than happy to take them off your hands. Lucian then smiled down towards Annabeth. Her birthday is in a few days, and I'm making her something, but for what I have in mind, I need the feathers of a phoenix in order to make it. I'll bite you if you don't release my ears, she exclaimed, still failing to pry his hands. And do you know where you find such a mythical bird? Chiron asked, to which Lucian just nodded his head confidently. Lucian then let go of her ears and sat back down next to her. She glared at Lucian in annoyance. What's the point of bringing me with you if you were just going to cover my ears? Annabeth grumbled, to which Lucian just playfully shrugged. I see, Chiron said with a hand on his chin. He then let out a sigh. Well, if I'm being honest, you are probably the only person in this camp that has the permission to come and leave as you please. I wouldn't have the power to stop you. Wait, what? Annabeth couldn't help but exclaim. As someone that likes to be well-educated, Annabeth has a firm grasp on the rules of the camp, so hearing about this shocked Annabeth slightly. But isn't it stated that for their own safety, campers aren't allowed to leave unless it's a quest-related activity? Chiron nodded his head. You're right, but that's the thing. Due to who Lucian's father is, I'm afraid to say this, but Lucian technically doesn't belong to Camp Half-Blood. In fact, he doesn't belong in any place for that matter. He currently has the status of an outcast, which gives him the power to come and leave camp without much or any consequences. Annabeth simply had a look of pure disbelief, but Lucian simply had a look of understanding, knowing that at some point it would come to that. Wait, what do you mean Lucian is considered an outcast because of who his father is? Annabeth couldn't help but raise her voice when she heard that. As you should know, my father isn't in Olympus where all the other gods reside. He resides in the Underworld, thus making him an outcast, someone who's away from where everyone else is. Because of this, his children, such as I, mostly carry that title with us as well, Lucian said nonchalantly. And it doesn't bother you? Annabeth asked, turning to look at him, noticing his non-caring expression. Lucian just shrugged. No, not really. I've known this was a possibility since finding out who my father is. Plus, I see it more as a blessing than a curse of solitude. That means I don't have to stay in a place unless I want to. Annabeth let out a sigh. Since you're not bothered by it, then there's no use of me getting angry at it. Lucian simply smiled before patting her head. Still, Annabeth couldn't help but ask, can you really be considered an outcast with the way everyone has been treating you? It's not only among the campers that the children of Lord Hades are treated as outcasts. It extends to other areas as well. For example, let's say we have a vote about anything. Then Lucian's vote wouldn't be counted no matter what he says or does, Chiron informed them. And it's not only that, it's what he creates as well, like his cabin and the recently made statue. Sure, they're physically in the camp, but they aren't recognized on paper as being part of Camp Half-Blood, Chiron continued. I see. So it has both its pros and cons, Annabeth muttered while Chiron nodded his head. It's one of the reasons why the children of Lord Hades mostly go to war with children of Lord Poseidon and Lord Zeus. It's because of how unfairly they are treated. You guys may or may not have known this, but World War II was between the children of both Lord Zeus and Poseidon versus the children of Lord Hades. And one of the main reasons that started that very war is due to the grudge they held for being outcasts. Chiron's expression then turned serious as he looked directly at Lucian. Now that I've mentioned that, I'll use this chance to warn you of something so you can be careful in the future. Be mindful when dealing with grudges. They aren't healthy to hold on to, especially for those born from his lineage. Lucian sighed and nodded. I'm well aware. Chiron nodded in response. Is there anything else you wish to know? As Lucian stood up, he shook his head. No, that's all. Thanks for the info, he said before heading out, with Annabeth following close behind. As they walked around the camp without a destination, Lucian looked around and realized something. Wait a sec, where's Grover? I haven't seen him in a while. Is he out searching for Pan or something now that he has a searcher license? Wait, you don't know? Annabeth asked, surprised. No what? Lucian inquired. Annabeth sighed before explaining. Grover has been in a depressive state, and we've rarely seen him because of it. Apparently, the Council of Cloven Elders, old satyrs who are in charge of handing out searchers' licenses, deemed Grover unfit to be a searcher. His quest was to bring us all to safety in the camp, but since, in their own words, he abandoned you and left you out to die, he failed his quest. Bullshit. I ordered Grover to take you to safety. It wasn't his idea to leave me. It was my own. He was just following my orders, Lucian growled. Yeah, the council didn't see it that way. The worst part is that Grover didn't deny their claim of him leaving you behind. It looks like he still feels somewhat guilty for not doing more that day. So he didn't fight it and accepted the council's reasoning, Annabeth explained. Lucian's expression turned blank. I see. He muttered before his ring turned into a scythe, which he held tightly in both hands. Then, he gave Annabeth the friendliest smile he could muster. Hey, Annabeth. Why, yes. Annabeth stuttered, noticing the veins on Lucian's forehead and his tight grip on the scythe. This was the angriest she had ever seen him. Can you please show me where I can find this stupid council? I have some rather convincing evidence that proves Grover's legitimacy in being a searcher. And now, let's calm down, Lucian. We don't have to take it too far. Annabeth said softly, raising her hands to his and lowering the scythe. Annabeth, Lucian said with a smile. Annabeth stuttered. Don't do anything rash and think it through. Even if we convince the council, Grover wouldn't accept it. It would do more harm than good, especially towards Grover. Lucian grumbled for a while before putting the scythe away. Annabeth sighed in relief. Trust me, I'm angry and annoyed with them too, but I'm more worried about Grover. Hearing this, Lucian let out a long sigh before turning his scythe back into a ring and walking back towards his cabin without saying anything. Annabeth stood outside in confusion, thinking, knowing him, he's up to something. I'll just wait and see. After a few minutes, Lucian came out holding 2 plates of vegetarian enchiladas. Hold this for a sec, he told Annabeth, handing her a plate. From his shadow, Bartholomew flew into the sky, and Lucian covered one of his eyes with his free hand. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, curious. I'm sharing my vision with Bartholomew, and I'm looking for Grover from the skies. After a few seconds, Lucian spotted him. Let's go. I found him. He's leaning against some tree in the middle of the forest. They soon arrived and found Grover lost in thought. Yo, Grover, Lucian called out. Grover snapped out his thoughts upon hearing Lucian's voice. You've returned? Since when? Dude, just how detached from the real world have you been? I've been here for 2 days already, Lucian said, shaking his head. Here, I brought these for you, he said, handing Grover the plates. Grover's eyes lit up upon seeing them before he started eating them hungrily. Look, man, I heard what happened with the Council of Dipshit Elders, and I'm only going to say this once. You didn't abandon me, you didn't leave me to die, or any of that crap. I chose to stay behind, no matter what you or anyone else says on that matter. Thanks to you, I was able to fight in peace knowing you had taken Annabeth back to camp in one piece, just like you were supposed to. But, Grover muttered with his head down, I'm just telling you how it is, so there's nothing else you can say about it. I mean, why have you been brooding over this all this time? It's been 4 months since, and everything turned out all right, didn't it? I guess you're right, Grover muttered before sighing. Plus, you're going to be a searcher who's going to find Pan, right? You can't let this little problem stop you from reaching your dream. Grover's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're right, I'm going to find Pan. I can't let this slow me down, he said with determination. Lucian held out his fist towards Grover, who returned the gesture. I'ma be gone for a few days, and when I return, I better see you more active. Got it? Grover smiled and nodded, secretly glad to have people caring about him and believing in him. Well, anyways, I'll see you guys later, Lucian said as he sank into a shadow, surprising Annabeth as she didn't expect him to leave so soon and without saying anything else. And just like that, 2 years quickly passed, making them 10 years old. 2 years later, I finally did it, Annabeth exclaimed, holding a golden, glowing card with a picture of an owl on the back, in her hand in excitement. She got up from her desk inside the Athena cabin and ran outside to show Lucian. Reaching into her side, where a purple pouch resided, she ruffled through it slightly, pulling out another card. Holding the card between her fingers, she put it to her forehead and whispered, "Show me to Lucian." The card flew from her hand and stopped in front of the Aphrodite's cabin, a picture of an arrow appearing from the card and pointing at the door. Annabeth grabbed the card and flicked it before putting it back into her pouch. What's Lucian doing here? Annabeth couldn't help but wonder. She knocked on the door before hearing the words "enter" being shouted from inside. As she did, she froze as soon as she stepped forward. Lucian was seen sitting cross-legged surrounded by girls in a circle who were also cross-legged. One of the girls held his hand as she painted his nails black. Another one was behind him braiding his hair, while he had his eyes closed as another girl was holding his face sitting on his lap as she applied black eyeliner. And then I was like, "Bitch, what did I tell you? He wasn't good for you." But she didn't listen, did she? Lucian said with a sigh. The girls around him started laughing. "You're so funny, Lucian," they giggled. The girl that said "enter" noticed Annabeth standing frozen by the door. "Oh, Annabeth, what are you doing here?" Hearing Annabeth's name, Lucian's head snapped towards the entrance, and he saw Annabeth looking at him with a deadpan expression. "Lucian, hold still. Your eyeliner is ruined now." The girl on his lap shouted. "Hey, Annabeth," Lucian said awkwardly, ignoring the girl. Seeing Annabeth not responding, Lucian picked up the girl from his lap and softly put her down next to him. Lucian grabbed the girl's hand and gave it a gentlemanly kiss. "I'm sorry, Allison, but we'll have to cut this party short. It looks like someone needs me." Oh, they all whined while Allison pouted. "Will we be able to do this another time?" she asked, still pouting while shifting her blonde hair. Lucian just smiled towards all of them as he got up. "But of course, I had a fantastic experience with you ladies." They giggled once more before they all waved goodbye towards Lucian in a sad manner, as if he was going to war and never coming back. Annabeth just let out a sigh before shaking her head and walking away, which prompted Lucian to run after her. "Hey, wait up!" Annabeth looked towards him and looked at his smeared makeup, half-braided hair, and half-painted nails before realizing he didn't have a shirt on. "I won't talk to you until you're decent," she declared, turning on her heel and striding away. Lucian maintained an awkward smile as he sighed. Extending his hand, he summoned forth a book from his shadow, a grimoire he had recently completed after years of research. Adorned in red with golden accents, a golden sun graced its center with golden skulls at each corner. Image. The grimoire hovered before him, its pages flipping autonomously until they settled on a page glowing with a red-black light. A magic circle materialized beneath Lucian, cleansing him as it ascended his body. After using the recorded cleaning spell, he stowed the book back into his shadow, then utilized his shadow equip to change into black sweatpants and a hoodie. "They are happy?" he inquired. Annabeth nodded in approval before gesturing for him to follow her. Once they reached a fairly open field, she put some distance between them. "Now, I want you to hit me with a spell, any spell. You could use a shadow ball if you prefer," Annabeth challenged, her gaze fixed on Lucian. Raising an eyebrow, Lucian summoned his grimoire once more. Extending his hand, a red magic circle formed at its end. A ball of wind materialized between the circle and hurtled towards Annabeth at rapid speed. Swiftly, she retrieved the glowing gold card she had crafted and hurled it towards the wind ball. As the two objects approached, the card expanded to the size of the wind ball and stood upright. Instead of clashing, the wind ball rebounded towards Lucian with double the velocity. Lucian, caught off guard, watched as his shadow morphed into a mouth, devouring the incoming attack. "It worked! It really worked!" Annabeth exclaimed, rushing towards Lucian and embracing him, planting a kiss on his cheeks. Impressed, Lucian remarked, "I must admit, when you gave me that quill, I never imagined using it like this." Annabeth blushed at the unexpected kiss, her emotions running high, before grinning at his compliment. She reached into her purple bag once more and pulled out a red quill that looked to be on fire, but wasn't hot or burning any. "I didn't either. Seriously, Lucian, I can't thank you enough for this birthday present." In Annabeth's hand, that red quill was previously the feather of a phoenix. Instead of trying to kill such a mythical and sacred creature just for its feather, Lucian simply captured it and plucked it out before releasing it, and running away from it before it got angrier than it already was. Image. Using his mother's skill, high-speed divine words, and his training with Hecate, he was able to successfully enchant that feather into a magic quill. He enchanted feather with the following enchantments. Mana Transmute. This enchantment allows the wielder to convert their stamina into magical energy, enabling them to cast spells or perform magical feats by drawing upon their physical vitality. Glyph Scribe enchants the quill with the ability to inscribe magical runes or glyphs on its surfaces, enabling the user to create wards, spells, or enchantments with ease. Whispering Quill allows the quill to transcribe thoughts directly onto parchment without the need for manual writing, making it an invaluable tool for recording ideas quickly or for those who struggle with conventional writing methods. And to challenge himself and successfully create his first ever 4 enchantment item, he inscribed Inkwell's Bounty. This enchantment ensures that the quill never runs out of ink, continuously replenishing the supply as needed, making it ideal for extensive writing tasks. Lucian remembered giving Annabeth the quill, one since it wasn't really that long ago, and because he remembered her crying loudly tears of joy. For her 9th birthday, Lucian gifted her a purple pouch, which he enchanted with extra storage space, an enchant he had trouble with before, but thanks to studying his shadow, was able to get it just right. For her 10th birthday, that was a month ago, Lucian decided to surprise Annabeth and play a prank on her. He gifted her plain empty cards with owl designs on the back, which ended backfiring on him. He planned to make her upset since he got something so useless, but instead she treated it like how she treated the previous 2 gifts. She even gave him a large happy grin when thanking him, which took him by surprise. So all he could do was sigh and explain the real reason for the gift. Those cards were made to hold her writing, which she wrote in ancient Greek, and stores them in it for later uses, and have the advantage of not having to stop and write down the words. Annabeth collected the card from the floor and showed Lucian. See here, I used the symbols in ancient Greek meaning reflect and counter. And the drawback? Lucian asked. Annabeth sighed as she explained, if the power of the attack has more power than my writing the card would break, for it to take a much higher damage and reflect it, I would need to redo the writing with more magic power, which is difficult for me to do since my stamina isn't all that high. Lucian didn't get a chance to say anything and looked up towards the clear blue sky. A flash of lightning was then followed up by the sound of thunder hitting the ground, creating a dust to fly everywhere. Lucian simply made a swiping motion, moving all the dust out of the way, revealing Talia dusting away her clothes while carrying a spear on her shoulder. Do you have to make such a big entrance every time? Lucian asked with scowl. You do it all the time, so why shouldn't I? She said with a smirk, while Lucian looked at her with a deadpan expression. Because I'm 10, so I'm allowed to think it's cool doing it, while you're 15, and this should be considered childish. Talia scoffed. You're just jealous your entrants are mostly quiet and undetectable, unlike mine, which are flashy, just screams power. Whoa, Talia, you're so cool. Here you are arguing with a 10-year-old about whose entrances are better. You are definitely someone I look up to and want to be someday, Lucian retorted in a monotone voice. What's going on? Annabeth intervened, stopping their usual bantering. Chiron is calling us. He said he had something important to tell us. He didn't say what though, so I don't know. Let's get going, I guess, Lucian said, waving his hand, cleaning up the mess Talia made as he followed behind her as she led them to Chiron. Talia, Annabeth, and Lucian soon arrived in Chiron's office with Luke waiting for them with his arms crossed. Do you know why we're here? Annabeth asked Luke, who shook his head. Your guess is as good as mine, Luke said, shrugging his shoulders. Lucian just looked at him for a bit, but didn't say anything before turning his attention towards Chiron, who was seated in front of them. Good you're all here, Chiron said before sighing. What I'm about to tell you is a secret you should keep to only the people inside this room. Do I make myself clear? Chiron said in a very serious and stern tone, a tone they never heard from him before, making the others realize the gravity of the situation. Wait, if it's so serious, why are you telling us about it? Annabeth asked in surprise. Once more, Chiron sighed, which they doubt would be the only time they heard him do that in the following conversation. Because it involves both Talia and Lucian. Knowing how close the four of you guys are, there's no doubt in my mind that the two of you would be dragged along. So I'm telling you all so you could prepare for the future. Talia looked towards Lucian in surprise, as she didn't expect that it would involve the both of them, making her quickly realize something. Is it because we're both children of the big three? I'm afraid so. Tell me, do you kids know why the pact between the three gods was made? Because they were afraid their own kids would be able to overthrow them? Luke asked with a smirk. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Luke couldn't believe what he was hearing and turned towards the others, making sure they heard what he did. But before he could inquire further, Chiron continued. But that isn't the main reason. It happened around 70 years ago. After World War II, the Oracle foretold an event that would lead to the three gods making that pact. The prophecy went along like this. A half-blood of a royal line. At the age of 16, they will shine, leading an army upon a mountain. For a soul, many will bargain. A fight they must ultimately win. So the ending of time on Olympus begins. Everyone had their mouths upon hearing the prophecy, especially Lucian. Meanwhile, Annabeth snapped her head immediately towards Lucian. Her eyes widened beyond belief as she remembered the talk they had 2 years ago on his cabin's rooftop. Chiron didn't say anything further and gave them time to digest the information. He was right. Annabeth kept repeating over and over to herself, coming close to getting a panic attack until she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over and saw Lucian giving her a smile, which caused her to calm down slightly. Since he doesn't seem worried, I shouldn't be either, right? Keep calm, keep calm, keep calm, keep calm. Let's analyze this carefully, Lucian thought in the middle of his panicking. I knew it was going to be different. My existence was going to change it, obviously, but I didn't expect it to be completely different. At least the premise is the same, but it's still so different, Lucian thought to himself. So one of us, between me and Lucian, will be the end of Olympus. Talia muttered, her worry evident. That's what I believe, Chiron confirmed, leaving Talia still visibly concerned. It's going to be me, isn't it? Talia said in a low voice before hearing Lucian scoff. What? She asked in annoyance. Main character syndrome much? Why are you sure it's you? Lucian teased with a smirk. Why do you think it isn't? Talia retorted. Isn't it obvious? You're too weak. There's no way you could lead an army like the prophecy stated, Lucian replied. Seriously, at a time like this, you little... Talia growled but then sighed. Plus, the prophecy said it was of a royal line. I'm the one who is most royalty here. Honestly, I don't want to be who the prophecy is talking about. Hey there, Princess Complex. You're not the only royalty here. In case you forgot, my father is the ruler of the dead, and our uncle is the ruler of the 7 seas. I bet you all of my fortune, he probably has a kid hidden somewhere. And it wouldn't be long before he makes an appearance, since your dad and mine have proven that they broke the pact. It would be okay for him to break it too. So it could be his kid for all we know, Lucian countered. I don't have a princess complex. I was just saying, Talia said, rolling her eyes before sighing. But you're right. Due to my panicking, I forgot you're technically royalty as well. There was a pause before Talia spoke again. Thanks, she muttered. Huh? What for? Lucian asked in confusion. Talia blushed and scoffed. Oh, please, don't act innocent. I knew you were only teasing me to make me feel better. No, I wasn't. I was just correcting your idiocy, since you were acting like the main character just because your daddy is the Sky Father, Lucian retorted. Whatever, loser, Talia scoffed, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Luke was deep in thought. It mentioned they in the prophecy. Does that mean we all would be fighting, since it mentioned a fight they must ultimately win? We don't know. Even the gods have tried to find out what the prophecy truly means. After all, prophecies are ambiguous, so it could literally mean anything. They haven't really made heads or tails of the prophecy, but they have had their suspicions that it's going to happen soon since 2 forbidden kids appeared at the same time, Chiron explained. Luke then stood up and started walking away. Where are you going? Talia asked. To train, was all he said as he walked away. Talia looked at Lucian and Annabeth in confusion. Lucian shook his head, thinking, I've been paying close attention, and it looks like they still haven't made contact yet. That's good to know. It's probably the shock from all of this. He probably wants to have a quiet space to think, Lucian said with a sigh. A look of understanding overcame Talia as she remembered that Luke liked to swing his sword in practice whenever he had a lot on his mind. While Talia and Annabeth talked to Chiron, trying to find out more about the prophecy, Lucian started dissecting it himself. A half-blood of a royal line. Are we sure that's talking about the big three specifically? Let's be egotistical for a moment and say that it's me. I'm not only royalty from my father's side, but from my mother as well. She was a princess and then a queen, so technically speaking, I'm royalty on both sides of the family. Then there's at the age of 16, they will shine. So it's the same as the original prophecy. The climax will happen when we're 16, so we're going to be showing off when we're 16 if I'm interpreting that correctly, which I'm probably not. Then there's leading an army up a mountain. I mean, what is there to interpret? That's really straightforward. For a soul, many will bargain. Whose soul are we talking about? Who are we bargaining with? Is it my father? And whose soul are we bargaining? I can't just assume it's Luke. Thinking that I know everything would just backfire if I think that way. A fight they must ultimately win. Okay, I think for this one, I can confidently say it's with Kronos, but I'll try not to think it's just him and it's someone else. And lastly, so the ending of time on Olympus begins. I'm just assuming, but it's predicting the end of Kronos. Knowing what I know, how else am I going to interpret it? The gods are having a hard time doing it since it never crossed their minds that Kronos was related to this since. To them, he was cut into pieces at the bottom of Tartarus. After analyzing what he could, he looked around and noticed that the others were deep in thought as well, causing him to sigh and clap his hands, jolting them from their pondering. I think it's best if we head to our cabin and think deeply about what we learned within our own time. The others nodded in agreement. They bid their farewell to Chiron before each going to their individual cabins and spending the night in their thoughts. In the middle of the night, Lucian was shaken awake, causing him to open his eyes groggily. Huh, Annabeth, is that you? What do you want? He asked, still feeling incomprehensible. I can't sleep. When I close my eyes, all I think about is the prophecy. Do you mind if I sleep with you tonight? Lucian, still not fully awake, just lifted his covers. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Thanks, she said, getting in and snuggling close to him, seeking his comfort. She started to shake slightly. I'm scared, Annabeth whispered. I don't want to go to war. Lucian, who was still loopy, hugged her and muttered, Don't worry, I'm here to protect you, before falling asleep. Annabeth smiled with tears in her eyes and slowly fell asleep as well. Whoa, Lucian shouted before falling off the bed. Annabeth woke up hearing the commotion and looked at Lucian on the floor, blinking slowly. Why are you on the floor? She asked, sounding tired. A better question is why are you in my bed? Lucian asked, rubbing his butt from the fall. Annabeth looked at Lucian in confusion. You said I could get in when I asked yesterday, she said before laying back down. I did, Lucian muttered before scratching his head. I guess I did. He let out a sigh and did his morning routine before Annabeth woke up for real this time. I'm going towards the forest if you need anything, Lucian warned Annabeth before disappearing into a shadow. He reappeared in an open space surrounded by trees before sitting down on the floor and summoning his grimoire. Lucian started recording down any spell he had knowledge of inside his grimoire to have easier access with a single thought instead of preparing a magic circle or using high-speed divine words. Right now, Lucian was mostly focusing on curses he could conjure. He held out his hand as a magic circle manifested, and Lucian muttered, Curse of Slow Perception. Every time he casted a spell, it would be recognized and recorded in the grimoire. Lucian realized that the magic circle helped him add more power to the spell and stabilize it better than he would have without. Lucian first tried writing a magic circle on the floor and then on paper before having enough practice to draw it in the air with his mana. Usually, in order to activate a spell or use some of his power, Lucian would have to visualize how it looks, how much power it needs, and the effect it would have. There is no need with the grimoire. Sure, Lucian already trained his visualizing to the point where he could execute his moves efficiently. But with the grimoire, the entire visualizing step is completely removed. Curse of blindness, curse of no speech, deaf curse, void of the five senses, enhanced pain perception. As he was thinking of curses to make, Lucian came up with an idea. What if a target moves too fast, and I would have trouble hitting him with these curses? Lucian smirked to himself before drawing a circle in the air. He started writing in ancient Greek letters around the inside of the circle, words related to target and homing. When he was done, he drew a symbol in the middle of it. The symbol serves as a focal point for the caster's intent and energy, helping to concentrate their magical power and direct it toward the desired outcome of the spell or ritual. The symbol Lucian decided to form right now was a black skull with a black sun on its forehead, as he felt that's what represents him the most. After all, the black skull is due to him being a son of Hades. A big part of who he is and what he is capable of is because he's his son, while the black sun represents his mother. As it's on the forehead, it represents all the wisdom she had imparted to him, whether it was related to magic or something else entirely. And also because he could use black flames. I'll name it Focus Lock, Lucian declared. The Focus Lock curse ensures the target can never evade the caster's attacks, no matter where they hide or flee. It would lock onto the target and follow them no matter how much they try to evade the attack. As he was focusing on what else to create, Annabeth appeared. "We need to go back to camp quickly," she shouted, appearing suddenly. She grabbed Lucian's arm, helping him up while also dragging him. "What's going on? Are we under attack, or something?" "No, much worse. Luke just received his quest, and it doesn't look like he's happy about it," Annabeth explained. "How is that worse?" Lucian thought to himself in confusion before sighing and standing up straight. He picked up Annabeth in a princess carry, taking her by surprise before he grew dark black wings made of shadows on his back, resembling the wings of a devil. He took to the sky, which took Annabeth by surprise. Why are we doing this? Couldn't we shadow travel or something?" Because it's fun. It feels like I'm the one in control when I'm flying like this," Lucian answered, making his way towards Luke, where he detected his life force. "I don't feel like that at all," Annabeth shouted as Lucian dove down from the skies and landed in front of Luke. Luke was first surprised before sighing and shaking his head. "Hey, Lucian, guess what my quest is?" Luke asked, his surprised expression switching to an angered one. Lucian just tilted his head, pretending not to know. "What? You want me to be a gardener?" "For crying out loud. His grand quest for me is to pluck a golden apple from the garden of Hesperides." "Really? That's it?" Lucian asked with a surprised expression, still pretending not to know. "I know, right?" Luke said, sounding frustrated. Does he believe I don't have what it takes to do more? Is that all the confidence he has in me? Luke then shook his head in disappointment. I was expecting things to go differently. Sure, he did help us during our journey here, but that's all he did. He didn't ask how I was, what I'm doing, if I was all right. He just sent me away to be someone else's problem. He couldn't be bothered to check, and now he wants me to play gardener. Lucian just looked at him with a raised eyebrow, causing Luke to sigh once again and shake his head. Sorry about that. I shouldn't be venting my feelings onto you like that. Lucian just chuckled. What are you talking about? Of course you can. We're friends for right. That's nice and all, guys, but are you going to take the mission? Annabeth interjected. Luke scoffed and looked at Annabeth in amusement before patting her head. I really wish I could just decline it, but I don't think I can, so I might as well. Then take me with you, Annabeth demanded, looking into Luke's eyes with a serious expression. Luke instantly said no. I was planning on taking Lucian and Talia. What dash? Take her, Lucian said instantly. It was Luke's turn to be dumbfounded. He looked a bit hurt that Lucian didn't want to go with him. Lucian rolled his eyes before looking at Luke. You trust me, right? Luke scoffed at that answer. We've had each other's backs for years. Of course I trust you. Lucian then smirked. Then take her. Luke looked at Annabeth, who was looking at him with expectations. Fine, but I'm being the leader here, got it? Annabeth nodded happily and threw a fist pump due to her excitement. I'll go get everything ready, she shouted happily before running away. Do you really not want to go? Luke asked. It was Lucian's turn to sigh. Man, I wish I could, but I already made plans. If I had known earlier, I would have managed to rearrange them, but, well, in that case, I'll go and get ready, Luke said, shaking his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Lucian looked at Luke's back with a calculating smirk. After Luke finished packing, he caught up towards Annabeth and Talia, who were waiting for him, with Chiron wishing them the best on their journey. "Where's Lucian?" Luke asked, looking around. "I would have assumed he would have sent us off, or something." Luke asked Chiron, with a confused expression. Yeah, he said he needed to do something important and told me to wish you guys luck on your journey in his stead. The three of them sighed before shaking their heads. Annabeth, unable to contain her excitement, asked, "So can we leave now?" Luke nodded his head. "I have everything ready, so we can leave now if you guys want." Talia and Annabeth both nodded before they all said their goodbyes toward Chiron and started their journey to complete Luke's quest. Once they made it past the hill, Lucian undid his presence concealment and walked up to them with a large packed bag on his shoulders. He looked towards them with a shocked expression. "Whoa, what a surprise. I didn't expect us to be heading in the same direction. What a coincidence." "Lucian," they all shouted happily. A look of realization overcame them. "So this was your plan?" they all exclaimed. Lucian looked at them like they were crazy. "What are you guys talking about? I really do need to do something. It really is just a strange coincidence that we are heading in the same direction." "Oh yeah, and what is it that you need to do?" Talia teased with a smirk. I just thought that I've been working myself tirelessly, so I decided to go on a road trip to take a break. All work and no play is bad for your health, as they say," Lucian retorted in a matter-of-fact tone. They all just scoffed in amusement at Lucian's shamelessness. Annabeth appeared a little bit nervous. "Isn't it going to be dangerous if you join?" Chiron did say that for quest, there was a reason why 3 was the most optimal number. Lucian just looked confused. "Who said anything on joining you guys? I literally just explained I'm on a road trip. I'm trying to rediscover myself. Didn't you say it was because all work and no play was bad for your health?" Talia continued to tease, to which Lucian looked at her like she was an idiot. "When did I even say that? This is my journey to discover myself, to find my purpose in life apart from just being born handsome." Luke snorted at the answer. "Are you sure you aren't the reincarnation of Narcissus?" "Oh, please. He wishes he was born as cool as I am." They all continued to banter with one another as they made their way toward the train station. But before they got on, Annabeth looked at Lucian in confusion. "Wait, why don't you have your back in your shadow like you always do, and why aren't we taking your shadow soldiers instead of the train?" "Oh, my sweet, sweet little Annabeth, how can you be so smart but so dumb at the same time?" Lucian said, patting her head. Annabeth just swatted his hand away. "First off, EW, don't call me that. And second off, I'm just curious, okay? Well, the reason for that is because I'm not supposed to help you, like I have been saying for the past hour. It's a great coincidence that we are going the same direction. If I help you out, I would have involved myself too much. Plus, if we did take my griffins, then this journey wouldn't feel as authentic, which is also the reason why I'm carrying the bag in the first place," Lucian explained carefully. There was a pause before Lucian then asked, "Wait, do you guys even know where you're going?" There was an awkward silence before Lucian looked at all of them in surprise. He looked at Annabeth with more surprise than anyone else. To Annabeth, which caused her to blush. "I was too excited at the prospect of being able to go on an adventure that I didn't really do any research, and I was scared that Luke would change his mind about taking me if I took too long, so we left quickly," she muttered, feeling embarrassed. "It's the same for me," Luke said, "but instead of being excited or nervous, I was too angry to take notice." Talia just had her hands on her leather jacket and shrugged her shoulder. "I thought I was just being brought along cause of my strength, so I didn't need to do research or anything. I just thought Luke or Annabeth would have had it covered. I don't know if to be impressed at how you all managed to fuck up or disappointed. I can understand Talia. Her reasoning is literally the most logical," Lucian said, reprimanding them. He then sighed. "Guess I'm going on a lecture for all of you." "First off, Annabeth," Lucian started, "you shouldn't let your emotions control your rationality. If you need to do research to about anything and you think that it's important, then do it. Your main issue currently is your impatience. Now, Luke, you are the leader of the team. I know you're angry. Trust me, I do. But don't let your anger become something that guides your actions. Suffer from the same thing as Annabeth. You let your emotions get the better of you. An emotional leader isn't really a bad thing. It's a bad thing when emotions are all they have." Luke looked ashamed of himself after hearing Lucian's words. And now Talia, "Wait, I thought you said my reasoning was logical. Why am I getting reprimanded? I didn't do anything wrong, Talia grumbled. Lucian sighed. I mean, yeah, there really isn't anything to say about you, except that you take everything lightly because of your strengths. Even if Annabeth and Luke did research, you need to put an effort to do so research as well, since it is after all important, and it could help you out when you're in a pickle. Talia then grumbled some more before she started pouting at being reprimanded by someone younger than her. Lucian then pretended to ignore them before pulling out a piece of paper that said bucket list. Here, my next objective is going to the Garden of Hesperides, but I don't know where the place is. Now what am I going to do? Lucian said, sounding distressed. Annabeth, Luke, and Talia started looking at Lucian weirdly, unsure of what he was currently doing, but were slowly getting an idea. Lucian then snapped his fingers. Oh, I know. My mother had a book with the locations of where to find places like this. He pulled out one of his mother's books from his shadows and started flipping the pages. Here we go. The Garden of Hesperides is close to where Atlas is currently holding up the sky as punishment, which meeting him is also a part of my bucket list around Mount Tamalpais in California. Well, then I guess I now have a destination, he exclaimed before secretly winking at them, which just caused them to smile before getting on a train as they now had a destination. As they got on a train, Annabeth couldn't help but ask, "Since when did you have a bucket list?" "Oh, since I was little," Lucian smiled. "I wrote things I want to do since hearing my mother tell me stories about Greek history." "What other things are there?" Talia expressed interest as well, as the train took off with them inside. Lucian grew pretty embarrassed before saying, "I wrote this when I was little, okay? Don't judge me too much on it." He then handed over the list to Talia, and as she read the first one, she laughed. "Ah ha ha ha. Have an arm wrestling contest with Hercules. Ha ha ha." Lucian buried his face in his hands, while Luke leaned over and read another one with amusement. Ride the golden chariot that pulled the sun. Annabeth looked over as well and read another one. Ask Atlas if he even lifts, bro. What does that even mean? Lucian just looked off to the side in amusement. Don't worry about. Beat up at least one person named Jason. The hell is up with this list? Luke asked as he started noticing some of the things written that were really weird. Discover something that doesn't exist, Talia said before Annabeth finished it with, give a monkey a shower. Asked Dad if he had ever done it with a skeleton. Lucian snatched the list as soon as he heard Luke uttered those words and crumbled it before stuffing it in his pockets. Nobody said a word, the awkward silence being covered with the sound of the train running on the tracks. Lucian was on the verge of tears due to how embarrassed he was feeling. After a few very long minutes of awkward silence, Lucian couldn't take it anymore and reached into his shadow, surprising them. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, making sure there wasn't anyone looking at Lucian using his power in public. Lucian didn't say anything as he pulled out his grimoire and started flipping through the pages. I'm trying to find a memory alteration spell. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They all shouted, trying to stop Lucian. There's no need to go that far, Luke said with an uneasy expression. Yeah, so what if you want to know if your dad did it with a skelly? That's pretty normal, Talia teased. Lucian saw their lips start twitching as Talia said that, trying not to laugh, which just made Lucian start flipping through the pages faster. After a few more minutes, there was an awkward silence as Lucian glared at them. We will not speak of this again. Am I clear? Yes. Wrong answer. I mean, we have no idea what you're talking about, they said, which made Lucian nod his head. That's right. We weren't talking about anything. We were just simply discussing what Luke's going to do once we reach the Garden of Hesperides. Isn't that right? They all nodded their heads, to which Luke then sighed. I honestly don't have a plan of what I'm going to do. If I'm being honest, then you're most likely to fight the dragon that protects and guards the tree to the golden apples if you want a chance to be able to grab one, Lucian said as he took out his reading glasses and handed them to Luke alongside a book with pages turned towards information on the dragon. /in. Emma, be honest, I keep forgetting they're dyslexic, and Emma keep making mistakes where they read things without the glasses. Luke read the book out loud for them all to hear. Ladin is the massive dragon that has exactly 100 heads. He is the monstrous son of Typhon and Echidna, who guards the Garden of the Hesperides, which houses the tree of the golden apples of immortality. He is so powerful that even Hercules failed to defeat him during his 12 labor trials. He is known for his great strength and his poisonous abilities. It is said that Ladon may possibly be Typhon and Echidna's most powerful child. There was a long and heavy pause between all of them. They want us to battle against a dragon that even the strongest demigod in existence couldn't defeat. Luke said, breaking the silence in rage. Didn't Hercules complete his 12 labors? I don't really remember how he completed each of them, but can't we do something similar to what Hercules did? Talia asked, to which both Annabeth and Lucian shook their heads. Lucian nodded towards Annabeth, indicating for her to explain. Hercules managed to do it not with his strength, but with his wits. Yeah, he failed to defeat Ladon, but he made a deal with Atlas to help him retrieve the apples for him while he holds the skies in his place. Can we make the same deal then? If we all work together, we should be able to hold the sky for a few minutes while he gets the apples for us? Before you say anything about this idea being stupid, I know I'm just throwing ideas out there. We could come up with something if an idea sparks up, Talia said with a pondering expression. Lucian nodded in understanding before refuting her previous idea. Well, you're right about one thing. The idea is stupid. Atlas was about to back out of the deal and leave Hercules there if Hercules didn't trick him back. Atlas is willing to do anything to get out of his punishment. Talia then snapped her fingers. What if we make a false promise to him that gets him to help us? Since my dad is Zeus himself, I can say that if he helps us out, Zeus would be willing to free him from his task. It could work, but you're thinking along the lines of Atlas being stupid for falling for that trick. You have to remember, he was Kronos' lieutenant. One just doesn't get that title from being the Titan of strength alone. He had to be smart as well to get that position. So when coming up with a plan, always assume your enemies are smarter than what you give them credit for, Lucian explained. They soon realized that they had arrived at their destination and needed to board a few more trains in order to get to where they needed to go. They continued riding trains, making a few stops to eat before sleeping on the train, and then getting back up to discuss what they could do and make up new strategies and ideas. That's right, Annabeth exclaimed, remembering something. Atlas isn't the only person that could help us get the golden apples. The Hesperides, the nymphs of sunsets and evening, are said to also be guarding apples from thieves. But if we ask them for an apple instead of stealing them, then we can't be considered thieves. That isn't a bad idea. Does the book say anything about the Hesperides? Lucian asked Annabeth, who had the glasses on and was reading the book his mother made about the different beings in Greek mythology. Annabeth ran her finger through the pages of the book for a few seconds before reading, here it is. It says, when someone comes to their garden, the Hesperides dance with the person to death, unless it is a man. They are fond of men, as they aren't allowed to leave their garden and rarely get to see any men. Side note from Mom, be sure to have a woman present with you to be able to take you away from them if you go see them for whatever reason. If it wasn't for me, that bastard and the rest of the Argonauts would most likely have stayed with them and died. Damn it, you read that part, Lucian muttered under his breath. Lucian groaned and rubbed his face in an exasperated manner as he could practically see the gears turning inside their heads. Their faces of confusion slowly started to shift. Their eyes started to widen, and their mouths slowly started opening as they turned to Lucian. You said your mother was a witch before. Annabeth slowly said, your strong and powerful magical abilities, not to mention the books of knowledge and the mention of the Argonauts. Luke said following after, wanting to beat up a person named Jason. Talia also slowly said, referencing the bucket list, as that was the part that mostly stood out to her, as that was the same name as her late brother. Your mother is Medea, the witch of betrayal. They all exclaimed at the same time, unable to believe what they just discovered. Lucian slouched in his seat and reinforced the mist that was surrounding them before letting out a sigh and running his hand through his hair. That's right, my mother, the one who raised me, was none other than the famous Witch of the Argonauts, one of the heroes that retrieved the Golden Fleece, and her most infamous name, the Witch of Betrayal. Lucian reinforced the mist surrounding them so they could hear their conversations, while Talia, Luke, and Annabeth looked like they were losing their minds at the revelation. How is that possible? Annabeth almost screamed. How could it be possible that your mother is Medea? Wasn't she from ancient times, like millennia ago? How could it be possible for her to be your mother? Talia looked surprised. Could you possibly be from the past? Like you were born during those times, and your mother found a way to freeze you or something, and only recently you were thawed out? Or did she cast a powerful spell that accidentally opened a portal to the space-time continuum, and you ended up here in our time? Lucian slowly turned and stared at her and gave her a "are you crazy" look. Both Luke and Annabeth looked at him with expectation in their eyes, as if they believed Talia's theories and wanted him to confirm them. Before he had a chance to deny or confirm the statements, both Luke and Annabeth started sharing their theories. Did you die really young, and because you're the son of the god of the Underworld, they made an exception for you and let you leave a few years ago? Did your mother create a spell that made her practically immortal? No and no, Lucian said with a plain voice. Then what? You're either lying or, Talia said, moving her hand as if she was a scale. Lucian then sighed before reaching for his neck. It had something to do with the three fates. They didn't allow her to die until recently. Lucian looks at them and smiles, which sent a shiver down their spines. Want to know something funny? He said, still smiling. They tilted their heads in confusion as Lucian continues. He turns away from them and looks ahead, still smiling. My mother died exactly on my birthday. It was the exact moment the clock struck 12. The fates are such a bitch that for my birthday present, they took away from mother. Elsewhere, the three sisters didn't utter a word as they did their usual routine of spying on Lucian. All three sisters stopped what they were and slowly turned to look at each other. What have we done? Clotho whispered to herself, but due to how close they were, the other two were able to hear her. Do you really think he hates us that much, or is he just saying that figuratively? Lachesis said, sounding hopeful, wanting it to be the latter. Atropos let out a sigh as she put down her scissors. We can't be too sure. I didn't detect any hate in his tone or voice, just sadness. We messed up, didn't we? Clotho said with tears in her eyes. I don't want our husband to hate us. We really weren't thinking about the repercussions. After all, we never had to before, Lachesis muttered, gripping her hair. Atropos bit her lip. Relax, would you? Since we can't fix what we've done, we can at least make his life more fortunate as a way to show our remorse and make up for what we've done. The two other sisters nodded their head, liking the idea. We should get him a quest that would lead him to treasures that would be helpful or at least of use to him. Clotho suggested. But would he really like that? I doubt treasures are something that would excite him much given who his father is. We may need something more, something as important as a life. That's it. Lachesis shouted, startling her sisters as they didn't expect her to shout. Lachesis went running across her room, opening cabinets, scurrying through them, throwing out random things from inside them. Now where is it? I know it's here somewhere. What are you looking for, Lachesis? Atropos asked in a cold voice. You'll know my plan when you see... Aha! Here it is, she yelled in an excited voice. She pulled out a ball of yarn. Normally such an action would have just made people look at her, as if she lost her marbles, but not Atropos and Clotho. Their eyes widened upon seeing the ball on string in her hands. They both then whispered, the red string. That's right, fated partners. We will give him a fated partner. Well apart from us, obviously. But who? Atropos asked with a raised brow, wanting to see what Lachesis would respond with. That's the thing. Lucian really loved his mother. So to make it up to him, it should be big, as a way to show our remorse, something never seen before. Well, give him a virgin goddess. Although it may not be same and insufficient in his eyes, one of the virgin goddess should be able to quell his anger. A life for a life, Atropos said with a smile before nodding his head. But which one? Which one do you think it should be? Clotho asked as she went to the side and brought forth 3 strings. As for who the strings belonged to, it couldn't be more obvious. Artemis, Athena, and Hestia. But wait, what about our father? Wouldn't he be angry if he found out what we are doing? Clotho asked as she laid the strings in front of her. The 3 didn't say anything as they looked at each other for a minute before they broke out in laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha. As if we cared for what he thinks. So how do we pick which one? Atropos said in amusement. Oh, I know, Clotho said as she pointed to the first one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, she said, stopping at the first one. Both Atropos and Lachesis look at each other with a deadpan expression before sighing and deciding to go with their sister's whims. All right, I guess this is the lucky lady that will have the privilege of sharing her husband, Lachesis said as she unraveled a bit of the string before tying Lucian's string with the one. Earlier back on the train, a shocked look overcame them as they looked at Lucian. Their shock expression became one of pity, which caused him to snarl at them. Don't give me that look. I hate it. There is nothing to pity. Every single one of us here have unfortunate childhoods. Do you see me looking at you like that? They quickly realized that he was right, which led to an awkward silence, which Talia decided to break. I'm honestly surprised you are alive, Talia said, that without really thinking it through her words. What was that? Do you have a death wish or something? Don't say shit you don't really know, Lucian said, glaring at Talia. Talia flinched upon noticing his look. What, I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just said that considering her history. History fucking wrong. So like I said, don't say shit you don't fucking know, Lucian said, aggressively taking them all by surprise. What's with you all of a sudden? Talia asked with worry. I know what you were implying. You were talking about the part of my mother killing her children, which should technically be my brothers. Wait, there's more to the story then. There's more to the history of the Argonauts. Annabeth asked with widened eyes upon realizing Lucian may have insider information than what's known. Out of nowhere, Lucian felt his heart make a large thump, causing him to grunt and hold his chest, taking them all by surprise. Are you all right? They all asked with worry. Yeah, I don't know what just happened. Are you sure you're all right? Annabeth asked with worry in her tone of voice. Yeah, don't worry. It's probably because they heard me when I called them bitches, and they didn't like it or something. I should be fine. I'll take it as a warning, Lucian said while secretly examining himself using magic. The train then stopped, making them realize they had arrived at their destination. They got up and exited the vehicle, looking at Lucian with worry. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate you guys for worrying about me, but you're being annoying. Stop it, Lucian grumbled with his hands in his sweater pockets. They didn't say anything else as they exited the train station, slowly making their way towards the mountains. Lucian then let out a sigh when he realized they were being too silent. Just ask away. I can feel your occasional glances towards me, so ask, and I'll try to answer to the best of my abilities. The other three looked at each other, unsure of who should start, until Talia decided to go first. You got offended when I mentioned your mother killing her other children, and you said we don't really know what we were talking about. Can you share what you know of what really happened? Heavy hitter for the first one, huh? Fine. I'll start this off by asking this. Any of you know the Argonauts' story and how my mother joined them? Annabeth raised her hand. Didn't she just fall in love with Jason and decide to join him on his adventure after stopping where her father ruled? Huh. Lucian laughed in a condescending manner. If it was only that simple, he said, shaking his head. As you may or may not know, Jason was a favorite of the queen goddess. I will not be mentioning their name for obvious reasons. As a queen, she isn't stupid or anything of the sort, so she knew Jason would be experiencing major difficulties in his challenges ahead retrieving the Golden Fleece. So, to help him, she devised a plan. She got the goddess of love to make the kingdom's most powerful sorceress fall completely in love with Jason. That sorceress just so happens to be my mother. As the goddess of love, when she makes someone fall in love, she makes them fall in love with their whole being, to the point where it becomes infatuation to the highest order. My mother, during the effects of the goddess of love, would have done everything in her power to appease Jason and make him love her back. So, with the devotion she had for Jason, my mother killed her own brother and sliced him into pieces while using those pieces as bait without an ounce of hesitation when they tried to capture them when they left. Believe it or not, my mother loved her brother. They apparently got on very well. So the act of killing her brother was a guilt she had continued to carry throughout her livelihood after coming off the effect of the goddess of love. Meanwhile, during her journey with Jason, her power made it easier for Jason on his journeys. You already know what she has done during her time as an Argonaut. If you don't, search it up later or whatever. Anyways, onto the ending. As you know, they got married, had kids, lived a happy life for a while before Jason fell in love with another woman upon realizing how crazy my mother was. Fucking pussy doesn't understand the true meaning of a Yandere and grew scared, pathetic. Lucian froze when he realized he said his thoughts out loud. He saw how they froze as well and looked at him with a weird expression, not knowing how to comment on what he just said. They chose to do the only thing they could to completely ignore what he just said and wait for him to continue. Lucian cleared his throat while blushing before reaching into his shadow and pulling out a gold coin, which he started flipping in the air. "Here's something you should know," he said, pretending he didn't say anything outrageous previously. "Love and hate are two sides of the same coin." Lucian showed them heads before flipping it over tails. Just as you love someone dearly, with just a flip, you can just as easily hate them. Due to the effect on her, her love for Jason turned into complete and utter hate when he betrayed her. So instead of loving Jason with all her being, she hated him with all her might. Unfortunately, the hate she had was too much, and that's because the love forced upon her was equally as potent. Everything that reminded her of Jason she hated, once again, unfortunately, that included her children. She had no love for them at the time. She couldn't, it wasn't possible, only hate as they were a reminder of Jason. And so, as a being only capable of hating, she did the only thing she could at the time. She killed them. Lucian didn't talk for a while after, and neither did the others. They only stared at each other with their mouths wide open as they almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. Although I feel like there's more to the story, like she was hiding something she didn't want me to know, for some reason, my intuition at the time activated, and it told me that it wasn't malicious. All my mother had in her eyes during her telling me this was pure sadness. Lucian thought. Meanwhile, no one noticed Luke's knuckles turning white, as fury burned within him again and 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 again. The gods play with our lives like we mean nothing, controlling us like chess pieces when they're bored without fearing any consequences. I feel bad for Lucian's mother, having to kill her own children just because she was controlled by the gods. Who's next? When will it end? Will be any one of us next? Lucian? Annabeth? Talia? Or perhaps me? Would I kill one of my friends without realizing because I was controlled by the whims of the gods? To hell with them, to hell with all of them. They should all just die. Luke! They all yelled, startling him and breaking his thought process that was going in a downward spiral. "What?" he asked, looking around in confusion. "We're here," Talia said as they stood by the foot of the mountains. "Mount Tamalpay," Annabeth said as they all looked up towards the peak of the mountain. "Where the Garden of Hesperides resides," Lucian said without an expression. Luke nodded before taking a step forward. "And where the object for my quest completion resides." Just as Lucian was about to step foot on the mountain, he detected something flying towards him at a fast pace. He summoned his scythe and jumped into the air, taking the others by surprise. Lucian swung his scythe, cutting a large boulder that was coming at him in half. The others quickly took out their weapons and got into formation, covering each other's backs. "What was that?" Talia asked, looking around. Lucian landed back on the ground towards the mountains and pointed his scythe towards it. "I can feel your life force, so there's no point in hiding. Who the hell are you?" The ground started shaking, with pieces of dirt, rocks, and the ground itself coming together, stacking up to 20 feet. A figure then started to form, wearing a white tunic, very dark skin reminiscent of basalt, scraggly hair and beard, with unfocused eyes giving him a crazy hermit look. "Show some respect, mortals! You are standing before a god," he exclaimed, looking at them with strong dislike, which grew when he looked at Lucian. "I'll show you respect when you don't aim to kill me next time," Lucian said with a frown. I never heard of Luke facing a god on his quest before. "What's going on?" he thought, examining the tall god. "Hell, I don't even know who you are," Lucian said coldly. "Remember the name, mortal, for it's the last name you'll hear. I am Auri, one of the mountain gods." "Yeah, Never heard of you. You mustn't be important. And here I was worrying for nothing, Lucian taunted, shrugging his shoulders. Luke and the others looked at Lucian with concern, wondering why he would provoke a god in the first place. Does he have a death wish or something? They all thought simultaneously. The mountain god didn't answer. Instead, he drew back his fist before swinging down towards them, ready to pulverize them all. Azura, Lucian called out, summoning a giant with 6 arms and 3 heads from a shadow. It lifted its arms, slowing down the descending fist, but the ground cracked and caved in underneath them, causing them to tumble and fall. Lucian, quickly shadow, traveled away from the affected area before conjuring shadow tentacles, shooting them towards the others, wrapping around them, and pulling them to his side. What was that? Annabeth asked in shock. What did you just summon? Is this really the time? Ugh, I may or may not have combined some of my shadow soldiers together, resulting in that. A result of combining all my giants. I deemed him Azura, Lucian explained. He commanded Azura back, causing a thunderous sound as the fist made contact with the ground. While I keep him distracted, you guys seek around and head off to complete your quest, Lucian instructed. But Annabeth tried to interject, but Lucian stopped her. Just do what I say. You guys don't need me to help in completing your quest. Is that what you want, for me to solve all your problems? They slowly shook their heads, causing Lucian to nod. So like I said, I'll distract him. If it gets too dangerous, I'll shadow travel out. Lucian raised his hand, stopping boulders flying towards the midair. He flung his hand, sending all of those boulders back. But as they landed on Auri, they didn't do any damage whatsoever. Why do you want to kill us in the first place? I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything wrong before, Lucian asked, stepping up to take all of Auri's attention on him. Auri scoffed. You being a child of the Underworld is enough reason for me to kill you. What other reasons do I need? Lucian gave him a deadpan look. You being for real? What reasons would a being, such as I have to lie or create falsehoods toward the mortal? I dislike children of the Underworld. They keep getting under my skin, literally. Well, I guess I'll have to congratulate you then, Lucian said with a sigh, putting his scythe over his shoulder and running his fingers through his hair. Auri looked at Lucian in confusion before hearing, Congratulations on being the first god to die by a mortal as young as I am, Lucian said with a sinister smirk. He silently cast his curse, slow perception, with a book appearing from a shadow. The god grew outraged, but his eyes widened as Lucian appeared before him, with fire blasting from his feet. Lucian swung his scythe, but Auri narrowly escaped the blade, only to feel a stinging sensation on his cheek moments later. He wiped the place where he felt the sting and was surprised to find golden liquid on his cheek. Curse, heightened emotion, Lucian had secretly cast once again. How dare a mortal draw upon my blood? You shall pay with your life for such humiliation. Auri thrashed around sporadically, swinging his fists towards Lucian's figure, who was flying and dodging in the air using wings made from his shadows. Lucian was having a difficult time maneuvering through the air, but he knew it was something he needed to do. Unnoticed by Auri, Lucian released almost invisible white fog from his wings, which someone assumed was caused by him flying. As Auri thrashed, miniature earthquakes started occurring around the vicinity. Luckily, Luke and the others had already left, reluctantly, but still having faith in Lucian to find a way to escape safely. Stop moving, you pesky fly, and let me kill you, Auri roared, taking a step back before jumping up and spreading his arms. Lucian's eyes widened before he used his fire to blast himself towards the ground and into his shadow. Auri body slammed onto the ground, creating a giant crater in his shape. He slowly got up, with rubble falling off him. As he got on one knee to stand up, he felt pain near his calf, causing him to roar in pain. He swung his fist back with force, creating a strong wind that uprooted trees in the process. Lucian shot himself out of the shadows, flames covering his arm in an armor-like manner. He proceeded to uppercut Auri, adding his high-speed momentum for being shot out from a shadow, plus flames thrusters at the sole of his feet, and his flame armor, which created an explosion on impact. With all that force combined, Auri was sent flying back from the ground. Once more Auri roared and cursed Lucian in anger as he started to slowly get back up. On the way up, Auri started gathering a handful of dirt. He started firing rocks and large boulders from the pile he collected. Lucian flew towards them and started cutting them down with his scythe, while also releasing more of the white fog. Almost there, I need more time, Lucian thought with a serious expression. A few minutes soon passed between them as they repeated their actions. Okay now. Lucian flew closer to Auri. Oh, come on, you can't possibly be this weak? I thought you were a god? Is that why you're so unknown? I guess that would make sense. I mean, honestly, it's kind of pathetic. You should be ashamed of yourself to be called a god in the same category as the others. Auri's eyes practically turned red under the effect of the curse. He was blinded by pure, unadulterated rage. Lucian's eyes went wide as the ground underneath Auri cracked as he shot himself towards him with his arms outstretched, punching Lucian's whole body. Auri gained a maddening grin as he heard the satisfying crunch of Lucian's bones being broken upon being punched to the ground. He laughed maniacally as he watched Lucian's twisted and mangled body on the floor. He slowly approached Lucian and lifted his foot before he proceeded to stomp on his body again and again and again, repeatedly while laughing. Ha 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 ha. How's that for a god? You were acting so cocky earlier, but look at you now, at the bottom of foot, dead like the bug that you are. Auri kept stomping and stomping, feeling the wetness of Lucian's blood with every stomp. All he felt was happiness. That was until he heard a slow, deep, and condescending baka, which was followed by the sound of thrusters and the feeling of a quick, fast pain running across his entire neck. He managed to say as he saw the world start spinning in circles. Eyes on my body, he thought as he saw his figure without a head, standing with his foot raised up high. As if in slow motion, he saw by the end of his neck with ichor staining Lucian's scythe, as well as his face. But shouldn't he be dead under my foot? What is going on? An illusion, was all he could manage to think as the world started growing dark. That's right. What Auri was previously experiencing was all an illusion. With his emotions all heightened, he had no way of noticing Lucian slowly surrounding the area with the power of the mist. As Lucian flew around and fought Auri, he was slowly building enough mist to the point it could even affect a god, even if it was for a little while. Due to his curse, all of the happy feelings he was feeling were also heightened, making him blind to what was happening around him. Once Auri was in place, and at the height of his emotions, Lucian decided to strike. He aimed his scythe towards Auri's neck and used his flame thrusters to gain enough momentum to cut through Auri's neck in one go. Lucian landed back on the ground and wiped a bit of ichor from his face. He looked at it before looking at the Auri's body turning to golden dust. Lucian didn't have an expression on his face as he watched, but slowly he started to smile. That smile kept on widening to the point he hunched over and covered his mouth with his hand. He started to shake ever so slightly before it grew more intense. Little giggles started escaping his mouth. Did I killed a god. What a feeling. What ecstasy, he screamed, throwing his head up towards the sky with a blush growing on his face. Oh man, I just might become addicted. Just what is this feeling? He couldn't help but exclaim before laughing once more over the golden dust of Auri. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Clotho was wearing a cheerleader's outfit with pom-pom in her hands as she raised them up and down while dancing. Give me an L. L. Lachesis yelled with the same enthusiasm. Give me a U. U. Give me a C. C. Now give me a I. A. N. I. A. N. And what does it spell? Clotho yelled, while shaking her palms in front of her. Lachesis changed her outfit to match Clotho and jumped in the air while waving her own pom-pom in the air. Lucian. Atropos looked at her sister's actions with a sigh and sometimes wondered how they could even be related. She shook her head and rested her face on her fingers, before her cold expression gained a smile as she watched Lucian on their crystal ball with a proud smirk. Arise! From the shadows, a hand shot up, followed by another completely made of a shadowy stone. An excited look came over Lucian's face as he watched. Suddenly, he felt liquid running down his nose and eyes. Confused, he wiped a bit to check and saw blood staining his fingers. He felt his energy leaving his body, causing him to fall to his knees. Shit, he muttered, lethargic. A 10 meters tall, black, shadowy golem appeared behind Lucian as he was on the ground, coughing up blood. After the golem was done manifesting, Lucian was gasping for air as blood stained his face and the ground underneath him. What did I expect? It's a god after all. Of course there are going to be consequences, although it's only because I didn't have enough energy to arise it to full strength. And it's still not at full strength. It looks like its power has been cut to half. Honestly, it could have been worse. I lose a bit of blood, and I get a shadow with half the strength of a god. I call that a win in my book, Lucian thought to himself, catching his breath. Lucian looked at the black stone, shadowy golem in front of him and put a hand on his chin before snapping his fingers. I got it. I'll call you Golurk. Man, my genius knows no bound. The golem then knelt down and put a hand on his heart. Thank my liege for gifting me a name. What the F? Earlier, while Lucian engaged in a fight with Auri, are you sure it was a good idea to leave Lucian behind? Talia couldn't help but doubt herself. It's Lucian, I'm sure he's going to be all right. Luke answered reassuringly as they ran up the mountain. That's the exact reason why I'm worried. It's Lucian, not to sound rude or mean, but well, we all know he is a bit of screw loose, maybe more than one, but you get my point, Talia retorted. Annabeth then tried to defend Lucian. Lucian's not that bad, I'm sure. When the option to run away to safety or fight a hopeless battle, he would run. Damn it, they all said at the same time. Before they could say anything else, the ground beneath them shook with great intensity, which sent them all to the floor as they lost their balance. They all looked towards the place where they ran away from with worry. Lucian's going to be okay, right? Annabeth asked, almost tempted to run back towards Lucian and help him. I wouldn't worry too much. He has the tendency of a cockroach. I'm sure he'll be all right. Luke reassured her, but before they could get up, they heard the sound of rocks falling. They snapped their attention towards the tumbling rock slide coming their way. Talia immediately summoned her spear. She aimed it towards the sky, causing a lightning bolt to hit it. And as it did, Talia swung it down towards the coming rocks, destroying the ones in their direct paths. Annabeth reached into her purple bag to her side and pulled out 3 cards with the ancient Greek symbol for shield. She threw one towards Talia, another towards Luke, and one to her feet. A translucent blue shield appeared around all of them, which protected them from all the wayward rocks that weren't caught in Talia's attack. As the rock slide passed by them, the shield started flickering before only the card remained. They soon all went flying back towards Annabeth. Nice save, Talia said with a smile. Thanks, and now, thanks to your attack, we have a clear path ahead. Annabeth reciprocates the gesture. They all took one last look back from where they came and heard the giant roar in pain, before seeing it get launched back, causing the others to look at each other in shock. Does Lucian have the higher hand in this fight? Talia asked, surprised, before they turned and started running through the opening she created. If anyone has a chance of fighting a god and somehow gaining an upper hand, it's Lucian, but I still can't help but worry for the way he does things, Annabeth answered with a wry smile. They then ran up for a couple of minutes and soon reached the top of the mountain where the Garden of Hesperides resides. They were stunned as soon as they viewed the garden. It was the most beautiful place any of them has ever seen. The grass shimmered with silvery evening light, and the flowers were such brilliant colors they almost glowed in the dark. Stepping stones of polished black marble led round either side of a 5-story tall apple tree, every bough glittering with golden apples of immortality. The scene would have been perfect if it wasn't for the 100-headed dragon coiled around the apple tree. Before they could fully have another step, they heard someone then shout, "Visitors! Oh my, how many years has it been since we have any?" As expected, I did not mention we were going to have guests due to all the commotion. Oh my, they even have a cute boy with them. And he's blonde? Just my type. 4 very gorgeously beautiful yet dangerous women were seen walking towards them. Their focus was mostly settled on Luke. They have caramel-like skin, glassy black eyes that are like volcanic rock, and silky black hair that tumble loose around their shoulders. while wearing a white Greek chiton. Luke was almost stunned by their beauty, but he composed himself. After all, he was here for a quest. "So what brings you, handsome?" one of them said in a flirty tone. Luke chuckled foolishly as he rubbed the back off his head with a faint blush. Talia smacked him on the back of the head with the staff of her spear and looked at Luke in disgust. "Ouch," he said, rubbing the back of his head, but this time from the pain. He stood up straight and coughed in his fist to compose himself. Luke bowed towards them. "We were sent on a quest by the gods to retrieve a golden apple from this garden, and I was hoping you would give us one." "No can do." One of them crossed her arms in an X shape. "We are tasked to guard the garden, not hand out its fruit." "Come on, handsome. Are you sure you aren't here for something else?" "Something we are allowed to do," one of them asked, clinging close to him and drawing a circle on his chest. Luke pushed her hand away as he sighed. "That's why we are asking you for the fruit in the first place. I know you guys are here to guard them from thieves, so if we asked for them and you gave them to us willingly, we wouldn't be considered thieves, and you'd have done your job of guarding them." "That's a nice loophole." "I know, right? Isn't that like the millionth time we heard that before?" "We're being sarcastic, Erythea." "Oh, Sai, seriously, why are the blonde ones always the dumb ones? And they always have to be handsome as well." A tick mark grew on Luke's head hearing them make fun of them. An idea suddenly developed inside Annabeth as she took a step forward. "Did we not mention we were sent by the queen goddess herself?" "What?" they all exclaimed at the same time, surprise. They didn't even doubt Annabeth, as no one would ever use the gods in such ways. Luke and Talia gave Annabeth a hidden, confused look, but she just secretly winked at them. "Right, we haven't introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Annabeth, that's Talia, and he's our friend Jason." Slowly, they started to catch on to Annabeth's idea as she continued talking. "As you remember, our queen goddess is very fond of demigods with the name Jason. Thus, she gave our friend the mission of coming into her garden and testing him to see on how he would obtain the gold apple. He decided to be upfront with his request, choosing to show his wise thinking and show he can think outside the box and not just use brute force to complete his quest." "I see," one of them muttered with a hand on her chin. "Our Lady was always fond of that boy long before, so it makes sense. If it's a request from Our Lady, we can't really deny it, can we?" All three started to inwardly smirk as they saw Annabeth's plan working. "Yo, Annabeth, Talia, Luke. Hey!" They all snapped their heads towards the bloody Lucian waving at them with a happy and satisfied expression being carried by Zazura. The three of them grew enraged, quickly realizing their plan just failed when they were so close, and it's all thanks to Lucian. "You bastard, shut up!" the three shouted in anger. "What the hell did I do?" Lucian asked as they all yelled at him. The three of them flinched as they heard a cold voice behind them. "So you lied to us?" which was followed by the others speaking in an equally cold voice. "TSK, what did we expect of these heroes? Of course, they're going to be liars. The same thing almost happened to us as what happened with our disowned sister. Seriously, these heroes are really starting to bug me. So again, care to explain what I messed up?" Lucian asked. Annabeth quickly informed him of what went on, while the sister Hesperides looked ready to shout for Ladon to come and kill them all. Upon hearing their recount and already guessing the sister's next action, Lucian quickly jumped out of Ashura and got on one knee. Very subtly, Lucian controlled the mist around him and made himself look remorseful and more acceptable. "I'm truly sorry for my idiotic friend's actions. You see, this is their first mission, and leaving the camp, they simply don't know how to act. I'll be sure to scold them later for their actions. My name is Lucian Blackheart, and as a courtesy, let me greet and ask your names," Lucian said, closing his eyes and reaching for their hands while lowering his head. They all lowered their guard, seeing how genuine and remorseful Lucian sounded, especially in how polite he was when introducing himself. They felt compelled to return the gesture. They looked between each other. One of them stepped up and slid her hand into his. "The name is Erythea." Lucian kissed her hand, which caused Erythea to blush, as it had been a long time since they had physical contact with a boy. After he was done, he turned towards the others and repeated the actions. "The name is Egli. The name is Hesperia. And my name is Arethusa." Lucian held his lips on Arethusa's hand the longest, which caused Arethusa to blush as well. Annabeth, Luke, Talia all looked between one another, unsure of what to do or say. So they decided not to say anything and see where this was headed, and intervene if anything bad happened. Lucian slowly got up, wobbling at first but standing straight. His face looked very pale, which shocked Annabeth and the others, while the Hesperides sisters didn't notice a thing. Lucian smiled towards them. "Can you guys not put Layden to sleep and not give me 5 apples?" But of course we would hate to do that. They turned around and walked towards Layden. They opened their mouths, and a beautiful song filled with magic started escaping. Slowly, all of Layden's 100 heads started to fall asleep, while they went and picked 5 apples from the golden trees. Annabeth and the others had their mouths wide open as they watched the Hesperides skip along and hand Lucian the apples. Lucian just smiled as they were all in his hand. Blood started running down both corners of Lucian's lips. "Ashura, take us out of here. Quick!" Lucian inwardly commanded. Ashura surprised the others as it took Annabeth, Luke, and Talia all in different arms before sprinting towards Lucian and taking him on its last arm. He turned around and sprinted away from them, causing the ground behind them to crack due to the force Ashura used. "Lucian, what's going on?" Annabeth stopped mid-sentence and gained a horrified look as Lucian started vomiting blood. "Lucian!" they all shouted, seeing him so pale and weak. "What the hell did you do?" Talia asked. Lucian didn't get a chance to answer as they heard shouting from behind them as they landed at the bottom of the mountain. "Those heroes, I'll never forgive them. Curse them. Layden, wake up. Come on, it's no time to be sleeping." Even while looking weakly pale, with bags under his eyes and blood covering his entire lower jaw, Lucian smiled triumphantly. "Lucian, 2 supernatural entities. 0, Lucian said with a hoarse throat. As Ashura ran with them in its hands, Lucian started to explain, "I used the mist. I created an illusion that made me more favorable in their eyes. You guys saw me lowering my head towards them, right? I was appearing vulnerable towards them by exposing my nape, which made them lower their guard. Cough, cough. And with their guards lower, I was finally able to use charm speak without them noticing anything amiss. Cough, cough. Hey, Annabeth, remember how you found me in Aphrodite's cabin?" Lucian smirked. Annabeth's teary eyes widened. "Is that what you were doing in there? You were learning their charm speak." Lucian continued to smirk while tiredly nodding his head. "What did you do when you kissed their hands?" "It now makes sense. You did something to them while kissing their hands. That's why they were acting weird towards the end and doing the opposite of what you were telling them," Luke exclaimed. If he hadn't witnessed what he did, he wouldn't have believed it. I cursed them. I cursed them with confusion. Now mix their state of confusion with a commanding charm speak. Due to their confusion, they were doing the opposite of what they were told without realizing it. It made the effects of charm speak more powerful. Cough, cough. Although you may or may not have realized, I was literally scraping the bottom of the barrel for magic for that last one, which is why it took longer, Lucian admitted. They sat there, being carried by Ashura, not knowing what to say, except to be in complete and utter shock. "Don't let your guards down," Lucian warned them after a few minutes of silence, confusing them. "Who knows if they manage to wake up Layden and ride him after us and manage to track us down while we make rest stops. After all, never underestimate a woman's scorn, especially 4 of them." They all nodded in understanding as Lucian just lay on Ashura's palm, taking deep breaths. There was silence for a while before Talia slowly asked, unsure if she truly wanted the answer to her question. "Hey, Lucian, what happened to the mountain god?" Lucian slowly turned towards Talia and grinned, exposing his bloody teeth in a crazed smile before slowly running his thumb across his neck. They all froze, feeling petrified. Their friend had slain a god, a being which had been respected and revered, all by himself. Don't get them wrong, they didn't fear their friend. No, what they truly feared was the reaction of the other gods and the reciprocation that would follow. After all, Lucian was only 10 years old, a child that has barely been alive for a decade, managed to defeat and slay a lower god. If he managed to do that now, what about the future? Would they be able to stop him? How long before he turns his blade towards them? Lucian and the others were seen sitting down in the middle of a forest, with a small fire in front of them for Lucian as he was shivering due to the loss of blood. He was still as pale as a ghost, with just a few of his colors returning. We have to be careful. Apart from the fact that we don't know if the Hesperides sisters are chasing us, we have to be careful of what other deities are out there as well, Annabeth warned with a serious expression, which was something they all agreed with. They would have continued running with Ashura, but he's too big, standing at 4 meters tall, and could easily stand out. As they tried to think of different ways to get back to camp safely, they heard the sound of trees being hit and falling over with a loud sound. Luke and Talia immediately stood up and took out their weapons, while Annabeth stood in front of the pale and still bloody Lucian. She reached into her bag, pulling out her cards in one hand and her dagger in the other. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You heroes need a better way of hiding. Layden could still smell you from miles away. Egli, one of the Hesperides, said with venom in her voice next to Layden, who walked behind her with all 100 heads looking enraged, with her other sisters next to her. Return us the golden apples, and I will promise to only kill you guys quickly, but very painfully, Hesperia said coldly. Luke got into a fighting position while Talia did the same. Well, aren't you kind? I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline, Luke said before disappearing from where he was standing and reappearing by one of the Hesperides, kicking her in the stomach, taking her by surprise. His speed took them all by surprise, as one of their sisters was sent flying back. Egli, they yelled with worry before ordering Layden to attack him. Layden, who was always guarding the golden apples with no rest, was very lonely and was glad to have the Hesperides as company during its solitude. So, seeing one of the beings he considered a friend get attacked, all 100 heads roared in outrage. But before it had a chance to attack, lightning struck down where it stood, causing it to shift its attention towards Talia, who surrounded herself in lightning. Hey, big guy, I'll be your opponent, Talia called out as the lightning around her body started to move and concentrate on her spear. With a single thrust of her spear, she sent a beam of pure electricity which managed to pierce one of Layden's heads, causing it to roar in agony. Lucian and Annabeth weren't the only ones who had gotten stronger during the 2 years. Luke and Talia weren't just slacking off. While Talia focused on her control of lightning, Luke honed his speed. He maneuvered his way through the battlefield, attacking all 4 sisters at the same time. However, the sisters weren't defenseless. They were the daughters of Atlas, after all. One of them ripped off a tree right where it stood and swung it towards Luke, who ducked under the swing as he rushed towards them. He honestly didn't have anything against them, and since they were only attacking because they stole something from them, Luke didn't want to kill them. So he did the next best thing and incapacitated them. Meanwhile, Talia, like a lightning bolt, zigzagged around Layden, narrowly dodging all 100 heads that were attacking while also slashing her spear at it. I know I shouldn't be trying this in battle, but it's now or never, Talia thought as she backed away before surrounding herself in lightning once more. Instead of transferring that power somewhere else like her spear, she moved it and concentrated it towards her legs and arm, where they slowly started to change shape. A sharp lightning gauntlet appeared on her arms with sharp claws for fingers, and pure lightning boots appeared around her legs. She had seen how Lucian used his flames and made a gauntlet out of them, so she wanted to do something similar with her lightning as she saw and thought about all the advantages it would bring. She disappeared from where she was standing, and almost like she was teleporting, she started running around in circles around Layden, looking for a place with the least amount of heads. Once she found it along its rear, the floor cracked as Talia thrust herself forward while pointing her spear forward and stabbed Layden deeply. She used the spear as a guide and transferred all the electricity inside of Layden, causing it to roar. Where? The fuck? Since when can she do all of that? That was so cool. It was like straight out of an anime, Lucian thought as his eyes widened in excitement. Well then, it's time to end these charades, Lucian said, standing up slowly. What? Annabeth looked back in confusion. Sit back down. You still haven't recovered, Annabeth said in a serious tone. Annabeth, did you forget who my mother was already? My mother is known for her potions. Do you think I, as her son, don't know how to make some or don't have some in stock? And did you forget that while traveling, when we first met, I had healing potions and stuff like that? Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a blue potion, which he immediately chugged down. Color soon started returning to his face. Yup, mine definitely tastes better than Mom's. You could have done that all this time. What's going on? Annabeth asked in confusion. You'll see in a bit. Lucian walked in front of Annabeth and controlled his shadows to shoot tentacles to wrap around Luke and Talia, pulling them to his side. What are you doing? Luke and Talia asked with worry before stopping, noticing Lucian looked back to normal. Once they were a safe distance away, Lucian looked towards the sisters and the dragon before gaining a pure sadistic expression that freaked them all out. Tell me, sisters and guarding dragons, if you're here, who's protecting the golden apples? Lucian's sadistic expression grew as their faces grew horrified as Lucian and his friends started disappearing into his shadow. All Lucian heard was a loud "No!" After a few minutes, Lucian and the rest reappeared back in the empty garden while Lucian carried a straw basket, happily skipping toward the unprotected garden. Seeing his friends frozen, Lucian looked at them with confusion. What are you waiting for? Let's go. We don't have all day. Come on, Luke. You still have a quest to complete. Not before explaining what is going on. You go from dying to a perfectly healthy person in mere seconds. We want answers, Luke said in a serious tone, while Annabeth and Talia nodded in agreement with equal seriousness. Seeing that, Lucian sighed. Well, I'll have to start from the beginning. When we grouped up and I decided to fight the Auri while letting you guys sneak up here, I snuck a shadow soldier in each of you for protection in case something went wrong. After killing Auri, I used my abilities to make him my shadow soldier. It almost took every ounce of magic in my body in return, but I wasn't able to get him at full strength. That's when you all first saw me. I had blood on me and was terribly weakened. They looked at Lucian in surprise as Talia asked, Wait, so you mean to tell it wasn't because of the fight you were like that, but because you used your ability? Of course. I don't think I even got injured during my fight, Lucian said proudly. Wait, but what does that have to do with what just happened? Luke asked. You sabotaged our plan on purpose. You knew our plan as you witnessed it happening through your shadow abilities, but you still went up and revealed Luke's name on purpose, Annabeth stated in shock, with a hand on her chin, as she knew Lucian was able to share his senses with his shadows. I mean, obviously. Why the hell would I just go out of my way to shout your names individually? Lucian said, rolling his eyes. But why? Annabeth asked, still unable to figure it out. Your plan was perfect, Annabeth, no doubt about it. Without me, I'm sure all three of you would have gotten the quest complete without even having the need to fight. But there was just one problem with your way of doing it. Ultimately, you would have only received one apple, and that's it. Our quest is only for one apple, though, Talia retorted, still not seeing the point Lucian was making. Lucian nodded his head. Yes, the quest did demand one apple, but I demanded more. For my ultimate goal, I need more than one apple, and as such, I changed the plan halfway through. I revealed Luke's name, which made them angry at being lied to and deceived. I performed my whole theatrics, which got me 5 apples. I couldn't ask for more. If I did, they would have taken longer in picking the apples, and the effects of the spell would have worn off, making them aware of what they were doing. Oh, and I couldn't do this while being in perfect health. If I came back from fighting a god in perfect health, they would have been suspicious, so I didn't heal myself or restore my magic when coming up. I had humiliated them. While I did that, not only did they get tricked by you guys, they got tricked once more in the same minutes, and they lost 5 whole apples they were supposed to protect. They saw me weaken and bloody, making them think they had a chance to catch us and retrieve what was stolen, which is exactly what I wanted and which is again why I didn't heal myself. So, thinking they had a chance to kill me and retrieve the golden apple, they left the garden unattended. While we were running away, I didn't wash up the blood off of me or anything so they could follow us further away from the garden. Once they had taken a full day away, I would restore myself and shadow travel all of us here where I can pick as many golden apples as I need without worry. All they could do was look at Lucian with horror, After all, not only has he manipulate the sisters, he had manipulate them as well. Dark, thunderous clouds appeared in the skies above as Talia gained an angry expression. Lightning crackled from her eyes as she angrily strutted towards Lucian. She grabbed his collar and with an angered voice asked, "What the hell is the matter with you? Because of your greed and selfishness, you put all of our lives in danger and used us like pawns in your little game." Annabeth let out a sigh. To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your friends, right? While still holding onto his collar, Talia turned towards Annabeth and pointed her finger at her angrily. "Don't even try it." "What? What did I do?" Annabeth asked, slightly raising her hands in a questioning manner. "You were going to try and justify his actions. For you, Lucian can never do no wrong, so I really don't even want to hear it." Talia then looked back towards Lucian and continued to berate him. "You call us your friends and everything, but what you just did isn't very friend-like. Friends don't put their friends in dangerous situations where they could have gotten seriously injured or killed." Lucian put a hand on Talia's wrist that was holding his collar and looked at her coldly. "You're already starting to piss me off. You keep mentioning putting you guys' lives in danger. Danger this, danger that, but look at yourselves. Look at Luke, look at Annabeth, and look at yourself. During this entire journey from where we left the camp to this exact moment in time, none of you have gotten even a single scratch on you. You keep mentioning that you guys' lives were in danger, but I beg to differ. You guys were never in danger, and you never have been. You know what else friends do? They believe in each other. I had faith that you guys were capable of handling yourselves well. The only person that had the potential to be killed was me." Luke then intervened and put himself in the middle, separating the two of them. "All right, that's enough, you two. Although we may not like what Lucian did, what's done is done, and we can't do anything else about the matter." Talia grumbled as she released Lucian with a scoff. Luke then looked at Lucian. "You mentioned having an ultimate goal. That was the reason for all of this. So tell us, what is that goal? What is so important that you needed to go to such lengths to get these apples?" Lucian bit his lip and looked to the side. "Sorry, I can't say." Talia, listening to that, scoffed in amusement. "Of course you can't. Why am I not surprised? So much for believing in us, right?" Lucian closed his eyes and let out a sigh before looking at all of them with a serious expression. "It's not because I don't believe in you. It's for a completely different reason. If it wasn't for that reason, I wouldn't have minded answering that question." "What's that reason? What's the reason you can't tell us your ultimate goal?" Annabeth asked with a serious expression. "Because I don't know who might be listening to our conversation right now," Lucian said with a solemn look in his eyes as he pushed his hair back from his face. All three had developed a look of shock, and as they came to a single conclusion, his dream has a possibility of angering the gods. That's why he won't say anything. He's basically going to perform heresy. Annabeth pushed Talia and Luke out of the way and stood face to face with Lucian. "Answer me this. If your goal or dream, or whatever makes the one who hears it angry to the point it puts you in danger that you're afraid to say it out loud, what are the chances of you completing your goal without being killed in the process?" Lucian didn't reply and lowered his head while looking to the side. Annabeth now was the one to grab Lucian by his collar and looked at him without blinking. In a low but serious voice said, "You better talk. I don't want to hear any nonsense that you aren't able to because of X, Y, and Z." "What the fuck?" Lucian, Talia, and Luke thought at the same time, becoming scared of Annabeth. Lucian let out a sigh. "The only person that knows what my goals and dreams are is my mother. That's not what I asked of you." Annabeth interrupted while still not blinking. "She's so freaking scary. I'd rather fight another god," Lucian thought while putting on an awkward smile. "I was getting there. Since I told my mother what my goals and dreams are, she and I butted heads and came up with a percentage of how likely I would fail, and the answer to that is 99%. The chances of my survival are simple. 1%, maybe even less." "Wawa ao what?" they all shouted in complete and utter surprise. Currently, in the Underworld. "Achoo, is the pollen in the garden making you sneeze?" Persephone asked Medea as they sat at a table in the middle of a garden Hades had created for her long ago while drinking her tea. Medea just slightly rubbed her nose. "No, it was most likely Lucian talking about me." Persephone smiled upon hearing that. That boy, what do you think he's doing right now? I haven't heard from him in a few days. I'm starting to miss his little offerings he would personally send me every day. Medea scoffed at her question. I wouldn't put it past him to be doing something dangerous at the moment. If that's the case, shouldn't you be worried? His life could be in danger at the moment, Persephone asked with a worried expression. Medea just laughed. Let me tell you something I've learned thanks to my many years of living. Ambitious men cling to life the hardest, and Lucian is the most ambitious boy I know. If he is in danger, I just know he's doing everything he can to survive, and I'm sure he will come out on top. That's it. Persephone softly smiled. Having such confidence in your son, I'm starting to get jealous. I just can't help but wonder what that's like, she said with a hand on her stomach. Medea's expression turned awkward. I really wouldn't exactly call it confidence in him. More like I have confidence in the craziness I possess, a craziness he unfortunately inherited from me. Medea then started to reminisce about the time she learned of such craziness. Flashback. For years ago, Lucian, who was 6 years old, was sitting on his mother's lap in the middle of the night as they stargazed together, and she played with his hair. She smiled with a content smile as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. Tell me, Lucian, even though you are just 6 years old, I'm curious, do you have any ambitions? You are working and practicing so diligently and hard. I just can't imagine you doing it for no reason. I do, Lucian said, nodding his head excitedly. Oh yeah? Tell me what they are, she asked with a teasing smirk. I want to become the first mortal to become a god. What? But honey, I don't think you would be the first mortal to achieve godhood. There are multiple cases of this happening. Did you forget all the stories I have told you before? Lucian let out a sigh as he got up from his mother's lap. Mother, I don't think you get what I'm saying, he said, shaking his head. Medea froze as she looked at Lucian's eyes, which grew bright red in the middle of the night with the full moon reflecting right behind him. Those eyes, they're filled with complete madness, Medea thought in surprise. Lucian stretched out his arms widely while a crazed smile overcame his face, showing his 2 white canines. What I want is to become a god by myself, without the help of any other god. Hercules and the others were promoted to godhood, but that's not what I want, no, far from it. I want to become a god of my own creation. I wouldn't be tied to any pantheon. Hell, I could even create my very own pantheon. I'll crawl myself into godhood, if I have to. I'll use every dirty trick in the book to do it. I'll kill the gods and use their very own blood to turn my own into ichor as well. I'll steal the whole orchard of golden apples to make myself immortal. I'll create rituals where I combine every single thing that has the word divine and immortality in their name and description to all come together into me to turn me into a true divine being of creation and power. Medea let out a sigh as she rubbed her head. Just what kind of monster have I given birth to and unleashed into this world? Flashback. End. Just what the hell are you planning? Annabeth asked with anger in her tone. Didn't I say I can't tell you about it? Lucian retorted. Before they could ask any more questions, Lucian decided to move things along. Come on, we don't have all day. Who knows when the sisters may return? We still have a while since Talia injured it heavily, but we don't know how long that'll last. Annabeth wanted to argue some more, but Lucian just grabbed her wrist, making her release him. She started grumbling before deciding to leave it with a glare, knowing they would talk about it later. Now then, where was I? Oh, right. Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a saw made out of his shadows. Harvest! Whoa! 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 They all shouted, stopping Lucian in his tracks. Are you seriously planning on sawing down the entire tree? Picking the apples is one thing, but taking down the entire tree is another, Luke stated, taking hold of Lucian's wrist that was holding the saw. Lucian just looked at Luke and the others like they were idiots. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Yes. They all shouted at the same time, not letting Lucian finish speaking. I wouldn't put it past you to rip the tree from its roots and plant it in your backyard, just because it would look nice and not for any other reason, Talia sighed. Lucian put a hand on his chin. The tree would look nice next to the cabin, with the golden apples and the black of the cabin mixing well together. You have a good eye for design. He nodded towards Talia, impressed. Seriously, she said with a deadpan expression. Yeah, I'm serious. I didn't know you had it in you. Lucian continued nodding. That's not what I meant, and you know it, Talia growled. Lucian just raised his hands in a low, surrendering manner. Anyways, I wasn't planning on destroying the tree. Even I know that's a death sentence. I was planning on collecting a piece of its roots, a few pieces of its bark, a couple of its leaves. All of these items are very useful in making potions, especially health potions, especially the leaves. Oh shit, look at this, they're even laden shed scales. My now. Lucian then snapped his fingers, remembering something. Quick, hand me your spear. What? What? Talia asked suspiciously. The blood. Your spear has dragon blood on it. Let me collect it before it dries off, Lucian said hastily. Talia raised a brow and handed him her bloody spear, which she used to pierce Layden. Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a glass vial with some symbol on it. He closed his eyes as he obtained the spear before concentrating deeply and slowly on the blood. Sweat started dripping down his forehead as the blood started to shake slightly. They stood there in surprise as they saw the blood start flowing off the spear in a very shaky manner before it slowly went inside the vial. Lucian closed it, causing the letters to glow slightly from the enchantment of preservation. Since when can you control blood? Luke asked with a look of disgust towards the blood. I can't. I'm controlling the iron in the blood, which is why I was having difficulty. It felt like I was lifting weights when I tried that, Lucian explained, wiping off his sweat. Do you mind if I keep this? I'll pay you back for it, Lucian asked, waving the vial. Talia just sighed. Just keep it. I have no need for it anyways, and I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Thanks, Lucian said with a smile before looking at them in confusion. What are you guys waiting for? Pick your golden apples. I ain't sharing. They all scoffed before looking at each other and went up to pluck an apple each. Now then, to check something off my bucket list, to meet Atlas. Lucian happily declared after he finished collecting all the items he previously stated. What? They asked in surprise, as they expected to just hurry back to camp now that their mission was done. I dare you all to look me in the eyes and tell me that none of you are interested in meeting the bearer of heavens right this instance, now that we have chance. Lucian said with narrow eyes. They all looked at each other before looking away shyly. Now that Lucian mentioned it, the idea of meeting Atlas was very enticing, and they all soon agreed with his idea. Thought so anyways, let's go. Along the way to Atlas, Lucian would occasionally find flowers filled with magical power, which surprised him as he picked them up along the way. Of course, there would be other ingredients and plants here. It's called the Garden of Hesperides, not the single apple tree of the Hesperides. It would have been weirder if the tree was the only thing in this place. They soon went over a hill on the mountaintop and saw him, Atlas himself, with the sky on his shoulder and a pained expression. Atlas looked like a living statue, with dark slicked-back hair, gray eyes like stone, light brown skin, and a very muscular build. He was very tall and extremely muscular, with a brutal face, huge shoulders, and hands that could snap a flagpole in half. Yo, if it isn't that man, the myth, the legend himself, Lucian said in excitement. Atlas pretended they weren't even there, while Talia and the others were embarrassed to be associated with Lucian due to the way he was acting. Lucian took out a piece of paper and a pen from his shadow and presented it to him with a small bow. Can you please sign this? I'm a very big fan. Oh, wait. Lucian started rubbing the back of his head while nervously chuckling. Right, your hands seem to be busy at the moment. Maybe another time. Tick marks started appearing over his head at Lucian's obvious teasing. Lucian then crouched down and started picking blades of grass from around Atlas' feet. What are you doing? They all shouted in embarrassment. Lucian just looked at them in confusion. Isn't it obvious? I'm collecting ingredients, duh. Just what type of ingredients are those? Annabeth asked in pure confusion. Lucian sighed as he answered, pointing towards the sky, the ground, and the grass between Atlas' feet. Blade grass grown from between the heavens and the earth. Very good ingredients. They were surprised to find that was an ingredient, but after thinking about it, it did make sense. They nodded their heads in understanding, but that didn't mean they didn't feel embarrassed by what Lucian was doing. After he was done, he sat cross-legged in front of Atlas. So tell me, bro, do you even lift? PhD. Talia covered her mouth and turned to look away. Even though she knew it was coming, she still found it funny. Leave me alone, you stupid brat. Go bother someone else. Atlas snapped. Nah. So tell me a little about yourself. How's the wife and family? Do they come to visit you often? Are they disappointed in you and don't come to visit because they view you as an embarrassment? Damn, I'm starting to feel bad. What if one of your daughters got married? Dude, you wouldn't be able to walk her down the aisle. You're going to be stuck in here forever while the rest of the world moves on. Your daughters are going to be starting their own family, getting pregnant, having your grandkids, but you will be missing it all because you're stuck in here forever. You have my sympathy. You're going to be missing out on their first steps, their first words, growing up, and repeating the cycle until they completely forget about you and stop visiting, leaving only your husk to bear the weight of the world. Shut up. I beg of you. Please just stop talking. Atlas sobbed. He broke easier than I thought. I didn't need to use magic. Look at me go, Lucian thought proudly. Meanwhile, Luke, Talia, and Annabeth stared with their mouths agape, unbelieving the verbal beatdown Lucian just brought upon Atlas. Was that really necessary, Lucian? Talia asked, feeling bad seeing the way Atlas was sobbing. Why'd you have to do that to him? Isn't he already suffering enough? Lucian pulled out 2 vials and held them before Atlas' eyes as he cried, unable to do anything. After he was done, he presented the vials to the others with a smile. There, I collected all I came here for. We can now leave. They didn't say anything and just looked at Lucian with disgust. Even Annabeth had a look of complete disappointment. What? You went too far, dude. I think we're all ready to go back to camp now, Luke said, shaking his head, while Talia nodded in agreement. Annabeth just looked at Lucian for a bit. I don't think I can defend you this time, Lucian. Lucian looked confused and lost. The heck? Since when did they grow all sentimental and stuff? Oh, right. They don't know what he will do in the future. We have different perspectives on this. On my end, I just see him as someone who will bring harm and put us in danger in the future. But to them, I look like a psychopath tormenting a man who's already suffering without any remorse. Lucian let out a sigh of annoyance before ruffling his hair. What a pain in the ass, the curse of meta-knowledge. Sigh, it doesn't matter much now. I already have all the ingredients I need to create the potion I need. As Annabeth, Luke, and Talia reached the entrance to the garden and were about to exit, they looked back and realized Lucian wasn't with them, causing them all to sigh. You guys don't think he's still tormenting Atlas, is he? Luke asked with a weary expression. No. Although Lucian is cruel, he isn't a monster, Annabeth said adamantly. Are you sure you aren't just biased? Talia asked, to which Annabeth nodded her head with a serious expression. If he was, I'm pretty sure none of you guys would have continued being friends with him up to this point. Lucian just doesn't know when he goes too far. I think it's our job as his friends to tell him that and to stop him when he does. Luke and Talia once again sighed as they realized Annabeth was telling the truth. So what do you think he's doing? Talia asked. Only one way to find out, Luke said as they started going back the way they came, which took them a couple of long minutes. When they arrived, they stood frozen in shock. Lucian was seen pouting as he wiped Atlas' wet face while feeding him food, which looked like he recently made based on the pots around his surroundings. And you better finish everything. One thing my mother taught me was to never waste food. Oh, and I apologize for my previous comments. I need your tears for something, but that still doesn't excuse what I did. The 3 didn't say anything except look at each other before they all started smiling between themselves. Lucian cleaned the corners of his mouth before feeding him some water and putting everything else away. Anyways, I have to go. It was nice to meet you, I guess, although I doubt you would think the same. Atlas didn't say anything and just nodded his head. After Lucian finished putting everything away, he saw the others looking at him with a smile. Lucian just looked coldly towards them. Not a word. Talia, who was about to ignore his warnings, ate her words upon hearing his next sentence. Say a word, and I swear I'll make it so you guys would be the ones to meet my father before I do. As Lucian walked past them, they followed him still, smiling ear to ear. Now that the journey is over, I'll be teleporting us back to camp. For one, I'm tired, and 2, I have something important I really have to do. Luke, Annabeth, and Talia nodded their heads as they believed they too were exhausted after their adventure. Wait, I just realized, since when can you teleport multiple people at once? Shouldn't it be dangerous for you? Annabeth asked in confusion. It's not. I've been practicing and recently developed a technique called shadow tethering. It'll connect us together through the power of shadows. Thus, you wouldn't be lost or unexpectedly taken. That way, we would be able to travel using my shadows together, Lucian explained. Lucian connected them before they were all engulfed in a shadow, making them reappear on top of the hill, looking down on Camp Half-Blood. As they walked down, Luke took out his golden apple and held it towards the skies, and, as he entered, the people near the entrance of the camp announced his presence. The quest takers have returned. There were a lot of cheers as Luke walked around with the golden apple. Annabeth just smiled before taking a hold of Lucian's hand. Lucian was confused by her actions, but before he could say anything, Annabeth started dragging Lucian back to his cabin, making him even more confused. Meanwhile, Luke and Talia went to report their quest completion to Chiron. As they entered his cabin, Annabeth started dragging Lucian down some stairs that weren't definitely there before when he first constructed the cabin. As they reached the bottom, there was a red door with a symbol of a skull with a sun in the middle of its forehead. Open it, she said coldly, taking Lucian by complete surprise. What? Why? You know you're not allowed to go in. This is like the only place I forbid you to go in. No, Lucian said with a serious expression. Annabeth placed her hand on Lucian's chest and slowly pushed him against the wall. What the heck is happening? He thought, looking at Annabeth's serious expression. I know you, Lucian, probably more than anyone else in my life. I probably know you more than I do about myself. I know that place, right? There is the most secure place in the entire camp, and knowing you, you most definitely enchanted it to keep away from prying eyes. You're doing something dangerous, Lucian, extremely so. If you, the most powerful demigod I know, are saying that you only have a 1% chance of survival, then I want in. I want to hear it. There's no denying that I care deeply about you, Lucian. So hearing you are doing something that may cost you your life, I can't help but want in on what you are planning. And since you can't say in the open, say it in there. I want to help you in your goals. If by yourself you have a 1% chance of survival, then with me, that chance might increase to 2% or even 1.1%. That 0.1% might just be the deciding factor on whether you live or die. So I'm taking that risk. If you die, I'm dying with you. Lucian gave her a teasing smirk. Careful, Annabeth. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were proposing. Take it however you want, Annabeth said without a change of expression, making sure Lucian understood how serious she was being. Lucian groaned and threw his head back. You're such a pain in the ass. Call me whatever you want. I'm not leaving you alone, Annabeth said. Seeing that his attempt to hurt her feelings and make her go away wasn't working, Lucian sighed. Fine, but don't touch anything. Got it. Annabeth nodded with a serious expression. Lucian held out his hands and created a key using his shadows. Instead of putting it near the doorknob like a normal person, he shoved it in the skull's mouth before turning it. Instead of opening like a normal door, this one split down the middle. Annabeth looked at Lucian's back with a weird expression. Just why? Why would he design a door like this? What's the point of the doorknob? Annabeth was surprised by what she saw inside. The room was dark, with the only lighting coming from candles. Papers covered every surface, the floor, the walls, even the ceilings. She saw magic circles of different designs, parts of monsters in large containers filled with water, a giant eyeball, parchment of skin, a large beating heart. Jars were filled with teeth, claws, even feathers. A stuntman, artisan, treasure seeker? What? What is going on? Annabeth was confused by some of the words she read on the ceilings. She saw the word faith in big bold letters with a question mark next to it. Annabeth saw the room grow darker and the lights turn brighter as the door behind her closed. Lucian grabbed a chair from his desk and sat down with the back of it towards Annabeth, while Lucian faced her. He crossed his arms on top of the chair and laid his head on his arms. You want to hear my goals so bad, fine? But be warned, once you do, there is no going back. Once you learn, your life will be tied together with mine for as long as I live. This could put you in danger. Are you sure you want to continue?" Annabeth didn't even hesitate as she nodded her head as soon as Lucian finished speaking, causing him to sigh. "Very well. When I was little, I had a goal. I wanted to leave my mark in this world. I wanted everyone to know about me, to have a defining existence that would be remembered for a long time. So I set my goal in becoming the first mortal to become a god." Lucian exclaimed, spreading his arms. Annabeth was surprised, but then grew confused. "But you wouldn't have been the first mortal." Lucian interrupted her. "That's the thing. The reason why my goal was so outlandish. Hercules and all the other beings that turned into gods didn't do it on their own. They were given their godhood. But that's another thing. If it could be given to them, it could also be taken away. And to me, that's not godhood. That's not what being a true god is about. Why should others decide whether I get to be a god or not? Why should they have the power to take that power away? If one can't have that freedom, then that being isn't a god, but an immortal with power, plain and simple. Hell, the gods we know aren't truly free. They are all following what is already determined by fate. I wanted to be different. I wanted to become a god of my own creation, a self-made god like never seen before. I would have started from the bottom and slowly made my way towards the top," Lucian explained with a faraway look. Annabeth was flabbergasted. "I see, so this is why. This is why he couldn't say anything about his goals and dreams outside in the open. If he did, he would have been struck down. I'm starting to understand why he's doing everything here underground. Zeus isn't able to spy on him here underground. Underground is his father's domain. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised if his father supports him, but wait. You keep talking in past tense. Why is that?" Lucian smirked. "Because I realized something important. Gods have fear. There is a power out there that goes beyond the gods," Lucian exclaimed with a large grin. Lucian shouted the answer in ecstasy, and Annabeth whispered it, both saying it at the same time, "A primordial. Forget being a god. They're too weak. I want to be more. I want to be something never seen before, something so impossible that when they mention it, only my name would appear. I want to be the first mortal to transcend godhood and become a primordial being." Lucian continued. "That's impossible," Annabeth whispered. Lucian just smirked. "Why is that?" I don't know. I just know it should be impossible. A mortal can't possibly become a primordial being." "Wait, didn't you say you and your mother calculated the odds of your goal success?" 1% is actually a lot," Annabeth said, realization dawning on her. Lucian's eyes closed as he smiled. "I was lying." A horrified look overcame Annabeth as her eyes widened. "What?" she muttered. "Like I said, my goals when I was little was to become a god. When I was little, my mother was alive, and she helped me calculate that. What I told you guys was the odds of me becoming a god. If I said the actual percentage of me becoming a primordial, you would have been too worried, so I lied. What is the percentage now? This is a calculation I did on my own, so my numbers may not be accurate, but I checked it 10 times, and all 10 times came with the same number, 0.001%, Lucian smiled. "And you're truly going to go on with it?" Annabeth asked, her lips quivering. Lucian closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Tears started pouring down Annabeth's face as she wrapped her arms around his head. "Please, Lucian, please don't do it. The percentage is too low. You'll undoubtedly die, so please don't go through with this," she pleaded through sobs. Lucian didn't have an expression on his face. He looked up at her with his black orbs for eyes, devoid of any emotion. With those spiraling black orbs, he looked in her eyes and asked in a confused tone, "Why are you fake crying?" "What?" she asked, tears still flowing. "Just like you know me, I know you. I know your real tears. You're clearly fake crying, and I'm genuinely curious as to why." Annabeth sighed as she cleaned her face and wiped her tears, clicking her tongue. "I thought if I cried and pleaded, you would drop this stupid idea of yours." She sighed as she pushed her hair back, then grabbed Lucian's face and pressed her forehead against his, making him look into her eyes which, although gray, matched his same intensity. "You seriously leave me no choice, Lucian. If you plan to become a primordial, then include me. Make me one as well." I don't care how you do it. I don't care about the process. If you plan on getting yourself killed in the process of this stupid idea, then I'm dying with you. I said this once, and I'll say a million more. Even though the odds are against us, you said it has a 0.00001% chance of success, which means you are totally focusing on the one at the end. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm just as smart if not smarter, so we will succeed. I'll make sure of it. It's definitely going to be a pain in the ass. I can already feel it, but seriously, like I said, you leave me no choice. Annabeth looked into his black orbs for eyes and closed hers before leaning down and stealing a kiss from Lucian's lips. I'm going to jail. Lucian thought throughout the entire process. 1 year ago, Lucian sat in front of a desk with papers and books neatly organized on his side, while the walls displayed the spoils of war he had collected over the years. The room was tidy, nothing compared to what it would become in the future. He tapped his pen on a piece of paper while tapping his chin with a knuckle of his index finger. I've already researched all types of ingredients, their effects, their combinations. Even though they were mostly theoretical, I don't believe they're wrong. My intuition is my greatest gift. It helps me know where to go with things, what could work or if it doesn't. My whole body is basically like a yes or no machine. Maybe my intuition is the way to go here. My mother is a seer, a very powerful one at that. Maybe I could do it. I could amplify my intuition to the power of a seer. After all, it's my legacy. I doubt it's weak. My intuition has always guided me to the way of potions and rituals every time I started doing research into my goals. The best way always leads to potions and rituals, but I just can't figure out how. The only solution I can think of is to empower that intuition into a seer ability. I saw how Mom figured out my legacy using her abilities. Maybe I could do the same. Goodness, my own muttering is barely even making sense to me, but I understand what I have to do, Lucian muttered before grabbing a couple of books from the side. He started researching a bit more before preparing the materials. First things first, Lucian said, standing up. He reached into his shadow and pulled out a bowl before conjuring Annabeth's dagger. Lucian winced as he cut his wrist and poured his own blood on the bowl. Slowly his wound started to close. Lucian let out a sigh as he grabbed the bowl of blood and walked towards the middle of his underground room. He started dipping his fingers in his own blood and drawing a large circle. My own blood has the power of an ancient witch and a god. It will certainly help in the process and amplify the succession rate. It's literally brimming with magic. After all, he muttered to himself. Lucian began drawing Greek symbols and letters around the inner lining of the circle, while occasionally re-dipping his fingers in the bowl of blood. After the symbols were drawn, Lucian drew a star before setting up candles of different colors. Each color represented something different when doing rituals and was very important. The colors Lucian used were 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 yellow candles, which he put onto each point of the pentagram. Blue candles represent calmness, wisdom, and communication. Blue candles can be used in rituals aimed at enhancing intuition, clarity of thought, and spiritual guidance. Purple candles represent spirituality, intuition, and psychic awareness. They are commonly used in rituals related to divination, spiritual awakening, and connecting with higher realms, while yellow candles symbolizes intellect, creativity, and confidence. Yellow candles can be used in rituals aimed at boosting mental clarity, inspiration, and self-expression. Once he was done, Lucian grabbed the books where he wrote about different ingredients and their effects and surrounded the magic circle. He then grabbed a black notebook and a quill before sitting in the middle of the pentagram. Although high-speed divine words aren't a problem, it's better if I recite the incantation of the ritual. Delta iota, sigma kappa iota nu, beta alpha theta omega nu, kappa alpha, Rome u alpha ta alpha, sigma alpha phi, neurogam epsilon iota alpha, alpha xi epsilon tau alpha iota, beta lambda omega nu, phi alpha nu epsilon tau alpha iota. Through shadows deep and visions clear, intuition rise, the seer appear. Lucian used his fingers, which still had a bit of blood on them, and ran them down his forehead while closing his eyes. The magic circle below him glowed bright red with power, the flames of the candles swaying wildly before turning black and growing larger. The pages of the books all started flipping by themselves, as if a gust of wind had suddenly appeared. Lucian's head snapped towards the ceiling, his eyes wide open, which were previously black, now glowing a bright red color, with his mouth slowly opening. The blood on his forehead started to glow as well, and the bowl with some of his blood shook before the blood flowed up and rushed towards Lucian's forehead. The blood entered his head, causing him to scream out in pain. "Aha!" Lucian felt as if two hands jammed themselves into his forehead and started prying his skull apart. As more blood entered his forehead, a red lining appeared before snapping open, revealing an eye, which started glowing just as fiercely as his other two. When all the blood had entered, all his eyes started moving rapidly, trying to discern his surroundings. Lucian's smile widened as far as his facial muscles would allow, showing his four fawn-like teeth. A look of pure insanity flickered around his eyes as he started to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha. I see. So this is how it is. This is how I figured it out. Ha ha ha. So I was the one that gave my younger self the formula for the sequences and pathway." Lucian grabbed the quill and started scribbling down notes while still smiling widely. It's all started to make sense. With my powers of impossibility. It doesn't make sense, and that's the point. Who created this formula? How am I able to do this? This is impossible. And like I said, that's the point. Blood started pouring down all three of Lucian's eyes, and blood escaped his mouth, but his smile never left his face. My little body isn't strong enough to hold me on for long. Lucian then started laughing once again as he flipped the pages and wrote, "Be careful of going insane," in bold letters. Lucian leaned forward and face planted onto the ground. Hee, I'm so fucking awesome. Best of wishes, little me. Good luck on the journey towards the great beyond. All of Lucian's three eyes then started to close very slowly as he still chuckled. Man, this little place sure brings back memories. Lucian closed his eyes with a smile. Present. I don't remember much after I activated the ritual. My mind went dark, and when I awoke, I was basically in a pool of my own blood with a notebook containing a list of ingredients and somewhat of an explanation. There were 3 potions and a list of ingredients. They went from 9, 8, to 7 in a decreasing manner, meaning there are a total of 9 potions in total. Each potion had a name: Stuntman, Artisan, and Treasure Seeker, in that order. Lucian explained as he brought out a cauldron and positioned it in the middle of the room with black flames underneath it. Annabeth sat in the chair where Lucian was sitting, with her legs crossed, looking at him with a serious expression. It mentioned to be careful of going insane, so just to be sure, I waited a whole year and did my research before I even began looking for the ingredients. Number 9, the one I'm currently making, is Stuntman, and the ingredients for that are: main ingredients: a vial of tears of the strong and a heart of a giant. Supplement: 5 drops of ambrosia, 20 pieces of fur from the Nemean lion, 5 dragon scales, 10 kilograms of bark from the golden apples tree, for blades of grass where heaven and earth meet. Lucian listed. A look of understanding came over Annabeth. I see. So that's why you needed Atlas tears. It's starting to make sense, she remarked. Lucian nodded as he reached into his shadow and took out the vial of tears, which he poured into the cauldron. He then controlled his shadow to bring him a large heart that was on a shelf in a jar of liquid. Does it belong to a Laestrygonian giant? Annabeth guessed, recalling most of Lucian's shadow soldiers, to which he nodded with a serious expression. Lucian opened the jar and put the heart inside the pot before he started mixing it together until it turned into a purple liquid. Once it was purple, Lucian started to add all the supplementary ingredients one by one. The 5 drops of ambrosia were easy to get, the 20 pieces of fur he could get just from his coat, 5 of laden scales which he had earlier picked up, the bark from the tree, and the grass he picked by Atlas' feet. He started mixing everything until it turned into a white liquid with spots of blue, red, and gold. Afterward, he put it into a bottle. Here is the Sequence 9 potion, Stuntman, Lucian announced, smiling. Lucian didn't even hesitate. He raised the potion towards Annabeth with a smirk, bottoms up, and immediately downed it. As it went down his gullet, he only had one thought in mind. Even this tastes good. Mom must have sucked at making potions, or just had an odd satisfaction at making them nasty. As he finished, he accidentally dropped the empty glass flask, causing it to shatter. Lucian's pupils dilated, shrinking in size as he felt like he was in a movie scene, where the camera stayed zoomed on him while the background grew distant. He then started contorting and twitching while his limbs moved sporadically, getting locked in one place before repositioning and repeating the process. Even while that was happening, Lucian started to become aware of his surroundings. It was almost like he could see all around him. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at the scene with worry, but she had faith in Lucian. After a few more seconds, Lucian's upper body dropped as if his strings were cut while still standing up. After a few more seconds, he stood up and started stretching. WOH. I feel amazing. What happened? Annabeth asked with anticipation, curious about what was occurring with Lucian. Well, for one, I seem to have developed a sort of spatial awareness. It's like I gained a third eye or something. I also feel stronger. As Lucian was examining his hands while opening and closing them, Annabeth secretly grabbed a book and sneaked behind Lucian before flinging it to his backside. Lucian's hand extended over his shoulder behind him, grabbing the book before it hit him, causing his eyes to widen. Danger sense check. The gods, I have become Spider-Man, Lucian excitedly said, flicking his wrist while sticking out his index and pinky finger before looking disappointed that nothing was coming out. What? So you weren't only able to see it, but you felt some sort of danger coming as well? Annabeth asked in amazement. By the way, wasn't it necessary to throw a book at me? Lucian asked with a deadpan expression. Sorry, Annabeth said, giving him an apologetic expression. You said you developed spatial awareness. I wanted to see how it worked, if you could see behind you. Lucian sighed before lifting up his hand, which gained a dark red glow due to his magic. Due to your actions, that just means I have to punish you. Annabeth grew surprised before taking a step back. You don't mean it, do you? She asked nervously. Unfortunately, I do, Lucian said with a serious expression, making Annabeth's eyes widen as she realized he was serious. Annabeth kept taking steps back until she hit a wall behind her, and Lucian kept walking closer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please, she pleaded while Lucian just kept getting closer. She closed her eyes as Lucian tapped his 2 fingers to her forehead. Ah, she cried out from the pain she was feeling on her forehead. When Lucian was done, she looked at him with shock and betrayal. Did that really warrant you to burn my forehead? She asked, aggrieved. Lucian rolled his eyes. No, and it wasn't for that. I was putting a curse on your memories, more specifically anything relating to what I'm doing. Everything else is fair game. Annabeth was even more shocked, but more than that, she looked hurt. You don't believe in me? Do you think I'll betray you? Lucian sighed and shook his head. Of course I believe in you. If I can count on anyone alive to have my back, it would always be you. But who I don't trust are the gods and whatever other supernatural creatures are in this crazy world. What if they are able to read your mind, or charm speak you, or hypnotize you to speak of my secrets? Annabeth, you have to realize what I'm doing is extremely dangerous. A single word out and the entire supernatural world would be after me, and you would be considered an accomplice, putting you in danger as well. Annabeth's eyes widened before nodding and understanding. I see. I understand now. It looks like I was taking it a bit lightly earlier. Lucian nodded his head. Annabeth then grew curious and asked, So what other abilities did you develop? Lucian reached into his shadows, pulling out a book. Let's see, he said as he flipped through the pages. What? If you knew what abilities you were going to develop, why did you seem excited like you had no idea? Annabeth asked. I was performing. I wanted to see if it helped me digest the potion faster, so I can start on the next one, Lucian explained. Annabeth said in confusion, making Lucian sigh. Before I could drink the next potion, I have to digest the one I drank. The way you digest these potions is different compared to just letting your body naturally do it. You have to act accordingly to the name of the potion. During the acting method, which is the name of the acting process, you have to learn and understand the essences of what you drank. For example, since I drank the Stuntman potion, I have to act like how a stuntman would and learn what it truly means to become a stuntman, Lucian clarified. Annabeth had a hand on her chin with a serious expression. I see. What if you understood what it means before drinking and then drink the potion? Do you fully digest it? I spent the entire year researching the true meaning of a stuntman. I only digested 50% of it. I understand that a stuntman is someone who performs for the sake of others and gets back up from dangerous situations to continue performing. So there's more for me to understand, it seems, Lucian replied. Annabeth nodded in understanding. So what are the abilities you gained? Here, Lucian said, handing the notebook to Annabeth. Annabeth started muttering along as she read. 1. Enhanced agility. The ability to perform acrobatic maneuvers with grace and precision, surpassing normal human limits. 2. Superhuman strength. Increased physical strength, enabling the stuntman to lift heavy objects, smash through obstacles, or deliver powerful blows. 3. Enhanced durability. Greater resistance to physical harm, allowing the stuntman to endure falls, impacts, and other dangers without sustaining serious injuries. 4. Spatial awareness. A keen sense of space and surroundings, allowing actors to navigate sets and interact with props with precision and confidence. 5. Danger sense. The ability to instinctively sense imminent threats or danger, giving the stuntman heightened awareness and reaction time to avoid harm during stunts and performances. Wow! Annabeth exclaimed. Lucian puffed his chest with pride and rubbed his nose with his index finger smugly. I'm great, aren't I? Tell me I am. You're amazing, Annabeth muttered. Lucian just waved her off, still looking proud. Oh, stop it, you. You're only saying it. Don't make me take it back, she said with a deadpan expression. Sorry, Lucian said awkwardly while rubbing the back of his head. Annabeth then sighed. I don't want to sound needy or anything, but no matter how I think about it, I can't think about any other way to ask you. So here it goes. When do I get my own stuntman potion? You don't, Lucian said, shaking his head. Annabeth didn't say anything and waited for Lucian to continue, as she knew he liked to leave people in anticipation before proceeding with his sentence. Seeing that he wasn't getting a reaction from her, he clicked his tongue before sighing and continuing. You and I are different people. When I look at all of these sequences and what follows, I just know these were made for me specifically, so I doubt you'll really get far with these. Lucian saw her expression slowly turning downcast, causing him to softly sigh with a smile and shake his head. He kissed her forehead and rubbed her head reassuringly. Relax, will you? I'll do another seer ritual, just for you specifically. Really? Annabeth asked with expectation. Although she knew she had no right and Lucian shouldn't have any reason to do this for her, she really wanted this. Seeing Lucian get stronger and stronger while she stayed the same made her slowly start feeling like maybe she wasn't worthy of Lucian. So even if it's with Lucian's help, if she's able to catch up or at least not be that far away from him, then it would all be worth it. She wanted to support him. She wanted to help accomplish his dream, and getting stronger was the only way to help. Before Lucian had a chance to reassure her once more, they heard a commotion outside on the surface. Lucian Blackheart, I, Hermes, messenger of the gods, have come to retrieve you. You are being summoned by Lord Zeus himself to Mount Olympus. Annabeth and Lucian looked at each other with widening eyes. They came to find me for kissing a minor. Officer, I'm innocent the first swear. She lied about her age. It was done against my will, Lord Zeus. Lucian appeared from the shadows in front of Hermes wearing big, thick glasses, with a fake nose and mustache. Lucian isn't here at the moment. May I take your message instead? Lucian said in a deep voice while adjusting his glasses, causing the nose and beard to move along. Hermes looked down at Lucian with an unamused look. Let's just go, kid. I'm on official business. Luke and Talia exited from the big house. Luke had a look of expectation hidden in his eyes, but seeing that his father wasn't even bothering to pay any attention to him, caused him to unconsciously clench his fist and grit his teeth. Wait, why are you taking him away? Talia asked with furrowed brows and a serious expression. Hermes looked at his half-sister and sighed. He is to be judged by our Father for the act of eliminating a god and stealing golden apples from the garden of Hesperides. Everyone nearby slowly turned towards Lucian, who was rubbing the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, causing their mouths to slowly turn agape. Then take us as well. We stole from the garden as well, didn't we? Luke said with anger, throwing his apple towards Hermes. Hermes let out another sigh as he caught it, which caused him to shake his head and throw the apple right back. You received a quest, thus you were freed from persecution alongside the ones that went on the quest with you. Lucian wasn't part of your group of 3. He was trespassing on your quest, Hermes explained. Just as Hermes finished speaking, the sky grew darker and lightning started to crackle. Hermes looked towards the sky with an uneasy expression. He's growing impatient. We better hurry, he mumbled. But Talia wanted to protest, feeling it wasn't fair that Lucian was going to be punished for something they all did together. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucian raised a hand to the side, stopping her. Drop it, Talia, I got this. Look who you're talking to. It's Lucian Blackheart, that's who, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Talia looked at Lucian with narrow eyes before letting out a defeated sigh. Fine, but you better make it back alive, she said warningly. Lucian just put 2 fingers on his lips and blew her a kiss with a wink. Don't miss me too much, he teased. Talia's face grew red, and she almost chucked her spear at him. You can get struck down by my father for all I care, she growled, embarrassed. Can't he take this matter more seriously? How can he be so nonchalant about this? Talia inwardly worried. Lucian turned back to Hermes and ran his hand through his loose hair, ruffling it slightly with a grin that exposed his canines. Well, godly Kuzo, we have a family reunion to get to, don't we? That attitude is going to get you struck down sooner rather than later. Let's go. Lucian and Hermes exited the cab and appeared in front of the Empire State Building. Hermes looked at Lucian's excited expression and found him even weirder than before. Aren't you nervous? What? Of course not. I'm ecstatic. I'm going to be meeting the great infamous Greek gods for the first time, and I'm going to be seeing Olympus. Why would I be nervous? Hermes looked at Lucian incredulously and shook his head in exasperation. Just as they entered and were about to step into the elevator, Lucian stopped Hermes with a serious expression. What? Getting cold feet now? I'm afraid it's too late. No, Lucian said seriously. I can't go in like this. I mean, look at me. I don't look like someone who's going to meet the great infamous Greek gods. No, 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 no. I would be embarrassing my father with such a display. Lucian first controlled the mist around him to make himself appear normal, but his attire was anything but. He was wearing a dark black toga that seemed to absorb the light around him, along with black sandals that had strings wrapping around his calves. He also wore an autumn-colored laurel wreath on his head. Lucian then began posing before Hermes. So what do you think? He said, striking different poses. Hermes face-bombed and couldn't help muttering, what is seriously wrong with this kid? The 2 snakes on Hermes' caduceus came to life and chuckled as they looked at Lucian. He's a peculiar demigod. Ain't he, George? One of the snakes spoke with a soft hiss. I might have to agree with you on that, Martha. Do you think he has any rats on him? George asked. Is eating all you ever think about? Martha asked with annoyance. Yes, was all George answered. Hermes pressed his staff down, silencing the 2, while clicking on the elevator. Not now, you 2. Martha and George then started to grumble as they slithered back to Hermes' staff, turning into golden snakes once more. The elevator opened, and both Lucian and Hermes stepped inside. Once inside, Hermes' staff turned into a bunch of keys, and he inserted one of them near a keyhole by the buttons, causing more buttons to appear. After pressing the button with the number 500, the elevator started to ascend. As it moved, Lucian looked at himself in the mirror of the elevator. He wiped a finger on his tongue and stuck his hip out to the side before pressing the finger near his butt. He used his ability to produce a hissing sound and smoke to come off where he pressed. Oh yeah, he said smugly, I still got it. Hermes just had a defeated and lifeless look in his eyes as he watched Lucian's antics. Back at camp, Annabeth was seen creating a fire in secret with a determined expression. After giving her offerings, she started to pray. Lord Hades, Please look after Lucian as he faces the trial of Zeus. I'm not asking you as a god. I'm asking you as his father. Please make sure nothing bad happens to him. Worry not." Hearing the reply, Annabeth's eyes shot open before she smiled. "Thank you," she said sincerely before extinguishing the flames. "I can't be of much help, but I hope this would be enough." The only way to stop one god is to send another one to face him off, she thought coldly. After a while, Lucian and Hermes arrived at the 500th floor. Lucian looked at everything in amazement before they arrived at a large golden door. "I have brought him," Hermes announced. "Enter," Zeus commanded. As soon as the door opened, Lucian started strutting inside. "What is up, family?" Lucian shouted with a hand cuffing his mouth and the other hand out moving along with what he was saying. Boom! Lucian curled to the side as a lightning bolt landed right next to him. "Damn, UNC, is that really how you welcome family?" Lucian heard the sound of beautiful laughter, which was then interrupted by Zeus. "You dare act such a way before the gods, boy." Zeus' thunderous voice resounded throughout the room. Lucian just closed his eyes and sighed before doing a gentlemanly bow. "Your Grace, Lord Zeus, it's a great and honorable honor to be in your presence. I was just very excited to finally meet the gods I heard so many stories about." "I couldn't control my behavior," Lucian said in a very serious manner, surprising the others at how sincere he sounded. Even Aphrodite, who was laughing earlier, just wiped a tear from the corner of her eyes and sighed. Meanwhile, Apollo just raised an eyebrow, since as the god of truth, no lies could escape his sight, and Lucian was clearly lying. But ultimately, he chose not to say anything about it. Zeus scoffed before nodding his head. "You may raise your head, boy," Zeus demanded. Lucian nodded and did as he was told. Slowly, he started to look at all the other gods. His expression turned into a grimace as he saw Aphrodite. It was no doubt she was beautiful, but the reason she was beautiful to Lucian was for a different matter. Ever so slightly, her image flickered to that of his mother. His grimace didn't escape their eyes, causing them to be somewhat confused, but they chose to ignore it. Aphrodite, however, couldn't ignore it. After all, when any mortal sees her, she's able to detect a hint of lust or love, be it familial, platonic, or just straight-up love, towards whoever they see in her. But she didn't detect any of that with Lucian. She felt plain annoyance and irritation. She smirked as she put a finger near her lips. Interesting. As Lucian continued looking, he stopped at one of the goddesses. Zing! Zing! Lucian grew confused. As soon as he was here, he became fascinated with her. Even if they met before, he suddenly felt extremely attracted to her, but it wasn't in a lustful sense either. Artemis wasn't any different. What's going on? What is this feeling? It feels so foreign. I didn't have this feeling when I met him earlier. Artemis inwardly yelled while maintaining an indifferent expression outward. The only one who noticed something between the two of them was Aphrodite, who nearly leapt out of her throne in surprise. Luckily, she kept herself in check before she embarrassed herself. Oh my, what's this? They don't fully love each other, but it's there a spark. Aphrodite almost started foaming at the mouth. Forbidden love, the one that ends in a tragedy. My favorite. I can't believe it. Spring has finally come for the prude princess. Aphrodite started fangirling about what was occurring between Lucian and Artemis. Lucian's gaze lingered on Artemis for a while longer before continuing on to follow the other gods. When he looked towards Demeter, she gave him a displeased look. When his eyes finally landed on Hera, both of their gazes filled with animosity. But at the end, he couldn't help but be disappointed as he didn't see his father anywhere. Hermes went and sat down on his throne before Zeus, then asked in a dignified voice, "Do you know why you're here?" Lucian looked down, brought his hands together before extending them, showing handcuffs that were tying his hands together. And no, sir. Please have mercy. I'm just a 10-year-old boy. I don't know any better," Lucian said in a small, scared, childish voice, with tears pooling in his eyes. "Drop the act. Don't think we don't know how you truly are," Hera coldly said, causing Lucian to look to the side and click his tongue. "I plead the fifth, Your Honor," Lucian said, raising his hand while they were still cuffed. "You are making a mockery out of us, boy. I told you to show some respect. Stop acting foolish. You are to be punished for eliminating a god, such as a very serious offense," Zeus said as the sound of thunder and lightning reverberated all around. "Don't forget about the theft of my golden apples. They're the properties of the gods," Hera added. "Lord Zeus, I have my rights to the Sixth Amendment, thus I can't say anything without a lawyer present," Lucian said. "Woe do I hate calling him Lord Zeus." Dark thunderous clouds appeared overhead as a lightning bolt shot down from the skies, striking Lucian where he stood. Lucian gritted his teeth as he felt the lightning pulse through his body. Lucian almost knelt down as he felt the lightning continue coursing through his skin. As one of his knees almost gave out, he bit his lip to keep himself sane and readjusted his footing, standing back up. "Father, I believe that's enough," Athena said. "Yes, Father, that's too much. Please stop," Artemis called in, unable to bear seeing him hurt. As the lightning stopped, steam flowed up from Lucian's body while he stood up straight, straightening his back. "If I didn't drink the stuntman potion, I think some of my skin would have been burnt off," Lucian thought with a serious expression. Not seeing any injuries on Lucian left all the other gods stunned, even impressed. "Next time, the punishment for your insolence shall be far greater," Zeus said with authority. Lucian just looked at Zeus without any expression on his face, before sighing and lowering his head slightly. "Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, bow, with my head, not with my being. After all, it's all an act." Just then, Lucian felt a part of the stuntman potion being digested. Stuntman, even through the pain, pushes forward and continues acting while keeping it together, holding back their pain and discomfort. "Lord Zeus, I know you are fair and just, so please let me plead my case and explain myself." "He's lying again," Apollo thought. Zeus leaned back, resting an elbow on the throne and his head on his fist. "Fine, speak. If your story does not please me, your punishment shall increase even further. For the matter of Auri, he attacked us first. We were provoked into fighting him. I stayed behind to fight him to give Luke, Talia, and Annabeth a chance to go ahead and complete their quest," Lucian explained. "Apollo," Zeus called out. "He's telling the truth." Apollo confirmed. Lucian continued. "I had to finish him off, otherwise he wouldn't have given us a chance to rest or let the others complete the mission in peace." "Truth once again," Apollo stated. "I see," Zeus said with a hand on his chin. Athena then intervened. "Lord Zeus, may I have permission to speak?" Zeus looked at Athena before nodding his head. "Go ahead. It's a great offense for a demigod to attack a god, yes, but it's also a great crime for a god to attack demigods without any provocation," Athena said in a serious manner. "So, are you saying he should be forgiven?" Zeus said, looking at Athena with narrow eyes. "I'm saying that both crimes cancel each other out. Instead of forgiven, it's more like his crime turned null, having never existed in the first place," Athena explained. "That's all fine and dandy, but don't forget about the golden apples he stole. I demand them back. They're my property in the first place." Hera screeched. "Sorry," Lucian said with a smirk as he looked at Hera, shrugging his shoulders, "but that's impossible. I can't give them back to you." "And why is that?" Hera once again screeched. "Because I don't have them, I'm sorry to say, but they're not mine. I can't possibly give you something that doesn't belong to me," Lucian explained with a smirk. He's telling the truth," Apollo confirmed in astonishment. "What?" Hera roared. "What did you do?" Hera demanded to know. Lucian beamed a smile at her. "I gave them all away. I can't return something that isn't with me or in my possession." Lucian then felt all the stuntman potion being digested, causing him to close his eyes and bask in the feeling. "I took a risk when coming here, that much is obvious. It would be stupid of me if I believed I would come out of this without a scratch. I knew they would demand the apples back. I couldn't let that happen, so I formally gave them to Annabeth when Hermes called for me. She owns those golden apples. No matter from what angle you look at it, those apples don't belong to me. And that's the true essence of a stuntman. Stuntmen know they are taking risks, but do you just charge in through? Of course not. You make preparations, a safety net. So to say, You plan ahead while knowing you're going to be hurt in the process. I made more preparations for what's to come as well. So when all the preparations and safety nets are in place, you can act without fear. Lucian thought as he teasingly smirked towards Hera.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.